Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, can y'all hear me?
We can hear you perfectly well, yes. Yeah, I think Jesse stepped away
Okay,
briefly.
okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. And then keep in mind too, people, what they doing with us, we gotta find us another platform to stream on because this StreamYard really ain't doing us no justice. You know what I mean? Because we're having
Yeah.
all these in and outs and glitches and all this old stupid shit. You know what I mean? Because they don't dig what we're saying. You know, it's called the shadow ban. You know, and then I'm still trying to get the link from Jesse to share the YouTube link. Okay, hey y'all, I can hear y'all. I'm on the bus home. Okay, Jesse says that he's on the bus. Okay,
Oh, he's on the bus. I
all right.
see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because
Okay,
I thought,
Jesse. Okay, I need.
yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I thought Jesse
Okay,
was
I need the.
oh, go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Okay, so let's get started here. Okay, and okay, because he sent me the list of the topics. Okay. All right. Okay, now we're going through with this Bing shit again. Man, these bastards. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so what we got here? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is episode 6. I'm sorry, episode 27 of season 6, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. We'll be discussing several topics. First of all, the tangibles of 2026 through 2100. Democrats on record about reparations. Okay, releases, the DNC releases a report on 2024 election loss. Rob Bass, co-writer of the hip hop takes 2 dies at age 59, and should Juneteenth mixed in with other agendas. Uh, Tariq Nasheed, Jesse has his chimes in the NAACP backfiring badly. Nasheed talks about Chud's reduced bail, inflation, outpaces pay, U.S. economy struggles. Why is this podcast asking non-FBAs their position on FBA reparations? Social experiment exposes other groups wanting to be white. Hell, I've been knowing that, man, for the last 30 years for this one reason. Crime report. Florida man attracts 80-year-old, no, I'm sorry, Florida man attacks 80-year-old veteran. Nasheed exposes why Democrats have nobody to blame but themselves for the dumps of J6 reparations. Malcolm X, if you're black, watch this before they censor or take it down. Ballot or the bullet speech. Okay, all righty. So back off in the studio, okay, is we're going to start off. First of all, let's have some opening comments, you know, what have you. Greetings to everybody here from Sin City. The air date of this episode is May the 23rd, 2026. Okay, it's a pleasant 82 degrees out here, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm loving this heat. You know what I mean? Because I ain't never had sunburn before in my life. Okay, so let's see what's going on in the private chat. Okay, Michael Pan. Okay, okay, Michael, you got a link here for Facebook, and what is this real, sir?
Okay, yeah. So in the Facebook, it's Chris Lotson of CZAC interviewing Butch Ware, asking about reparations. Right. I just got a
Okay,
text today from Carolyn Essex, and
real.
interesting because I never expected Chris from CJAC to interview Butch Ware. I know that
Hmm.
Chris has been very busy working with Republicans to get on code of reparations, and we know like
Okay.
Butch Ware has a tendency to like flip flop, like Jill Stein on
Right.
reparations.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Okay. And then Tom Steyer, I believe is who you're talking about. Okay. There was something that I spoke with Jesse earlier about Tom Steyer. And a lot of people in Los Angeles are asking him his position on the
Mm-hmm.
reparations. Okay. And he's coming up with a bunch of double speak, you know what I'm saying, trying to avoid the issue and things of that nature right there. Okay. Reparations is a debt that is owed. It's not no handout. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
for all these clowns out here says, well, that did happen so long ago. And anybody who understands the concept of macroeconomics, which is the study of the economics of a society as a whole, without that free labor, three main industries wouldn't be going on today: alcohol, okay, sugar, okay, and the railroads, okay, and then not to mention that all the black inventors that we had who've had their patents stolen and stuff like that. Just like I'm up here was looking at Turner Classic Movies and they talking about Thomas Edison. But they ain't mentioned that one word about the brother in there who Edison got the idea from. Okay. Also, too, other inventions that our people have made that still contributes to the U.S. economy. One is the internet. Okay. One is the super soaker. Okay. And I'm making it perfectly clear is that Elon Musk is not an African. He is a Boer. He is Dutch, okay? Is because his Nabisco ass will sit out here in this desert with me and fry as well, too. Yeah, say so. I want to make that there perfectly clear. You see what I'm saying? And although I'm not the top reporter for Frontline Black News, Brother Che is okay, and so we just waiting for him, to come online and to take the show over and what have you. And then I recently had an MRI, to see how bad my condition is getting. You know what I mean? And so therefore, if people want to come on up, just hit us in the private chat, and we'll be more than happy to kick the link to you to get you on up here. You say, and then two, I need the YouTube link from Brother Che because we might be on YouTube right now, maybe on his channel, on Lady Che's channel. You say, and so therefore, to all you other groups out there, our plight is not your plight. Your plight is not ours. The thing is, you have to understand is that the day of the ass scratcher, the yassa boss, the coon, the tom, the buck dancer, the jigaboo shit is over. Okay? And I want to get some feedback from Michael right now. Okay, Michael, what's on your mind?
What's on my mind is that going in, we're moving pretty fast in 2026, and several Democrats are getting very upset, angry, right? And they pretty
Right.
much have not changed at all, telling Black American voters, we need to vote. Please vote for us. If you don't vote for us, Donald Trump is going to make things worse than he is. And foundational
Oh,
Black American
yeah.
voters are not oblivious to it, right? What they're telling Democrats is, look, Democrats, if you're saying Donald Trump is bad, what is the solution offering to
Right.
us? What is the specific policies like reparations, anti-Black hate crime bill, removal of qualified immunity, and other tangibles, right? And even like working with the
Mm-hmm.
Democrats, on campaign strategies. Every time I ask Democratic candidates,
Right.
"Hey, where do you guys stand on reparations?" And they told me yes, right? And then I asked a follow-up question. Okay, then when are you going to post reparations on your website? Because Foundation of Black American Voters, are on the internet every
Mm-hmm.
day, comparing
Right.
candidates' platforms, right? Who's going to offer reparations? Who's
Mm-hmm.
going to offer a timeline, a plan, and implementation,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the responses I get from Democratic
Okay.
candidates as this is not the time right now. We gotta get focused on registering voters. And I say to them that's not enough
Right.
to make a dent. So for them to answer yes to reparations, but then not offering like any specific plan or updating the website, it's like
Right.
really a slap on the face. And so for me, it's like when the Democratic
Right.
candidates,
Well, yes.
right, and I just pretty much like withdraw myself
No,
from the
go ahead, man.
Democratic candidates. Go ahead, Sabaka.
Exactly. Yes, sir. That's man. They're on puppet strings. Okay. And we got at AI Hal .9000 says that Bruce Lee is an American and born in California and not Chinese. Well, I'm going to tell you something now. You really need to take a trip to San Francisco, and you will be surprised of how fluent, that the Chinese there speak in their native languages. You see, Bruce Lee is very fluent in it. Okay. Now, the thing is, you have to say, okay, because I always debate with Jesse on this.
Mhm.
Okay, why did they have the yellow pearl case? Hey, Cal Dog, I'm hanging in there, brother. I'm hanging in there. Okay, why did they have the yellow pearl case? Okay, in San Francisco, and if you know about this, Michael, please elaborate. Okay, from what I understand about the yellow pearl case, it was foggy in Frisco Bay, and there was a ship coming in from mainland China. Okay, it's because San Francisco was the point of entry for a lot of Chinese people. Okay,
Okay.
all right. So the Neanderthals, going to try to take out their brutalization on people of Chinese descent. And I think they got their asses beat pretty bad. You know what I'm saying? Is because they have the ancient secrets, which is
Hmm.
part of their culture, which I understand. And Bruce Lee was very, very fluent in Chinese as well too. Although he was born in the year 1940 in San Francisco, California, but what he did was is that he had migrated to Hong Kong for quite a few years. You see what I mean?
Hmm.
Okay, so this American shit, you know what I'm saying? To me, it's a fucking joke. Okay, because if people wanted to identify themselves, yeah, as such, that's up to them. Diasporic African, period. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
then also too is that if we were truly American citizens, Michael, they would have not have had the Yellow Peril case in San Francisco, right? They
Right.
would not have had the Jim Crowism of the South, where they would lynch us for recreation. So bigotry, hatred toward people who are not white or European, okay,
Right.
tradition. Okay, now that there is just my aspect on it. And so I'd like to get some comments here in the chat room on it, as Brother Che, who's our host tonight, as he gets set up. He'll say, now I'm going to ask some of the people here in the chat. Okay, Cal Dog, how do you feel about what I just said, brother? Okay, so waiting to get some feedback from him. And then this Hal
Oh, I heard Lady Che called my
9000,
name.
I would like.
Oh, Lady Che.
Michael,
Yeah, I'm here.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, but you
Shabaka, can you
sound
hear me?
far away, Jay. Oh, yeah,
I
there you
am.
go now. Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear.
Okay.
I'm all the way on the other side
Now
of
you
the
just faded out. It sounds like you're on water.
room. I said I'm on the other side of the room.
Other side of the room. Right.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. Okay. Well, then you must have a pretty good microphone, because for mine to work, I got to be right up on top of the laptop. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna elaborate, Lady K. So, uh, 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 We built this damn country. You see what I'm saying? And this is what they owe the reparations for. And I believe we're up to 6 gazillion. And I'm to the state and just give us the whole damn Federal Reserve bank amount is because without us, there wouldn't have been no Federal Reserve. Without us, there wouldn't have been no rates. Without us, there wouldn't have been no Southern Pacific Railroad. You see what I mean? Because the Chinese had built the Union Pacific Railroad from San Francisco all the way through, okay, hold on, Michael, all the way through California, all the way to Nevada, okay?
Nevada.
Where they got and where they got the spike at is in Provo, Utah, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Provo, Utah is correct.
Now, okay, thank you, sir. Now, also too, Michael, the southern, which was built
over
in Georgia.
Yeah, I think connection's going in and out by accident. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Man. Hey, shit, boy, I'm telling you. Okay, now what about now?
Yeah, I think now it's better. Yep, now we can hear you. Perfect.
Okay, yeah, because I had the idiot box on in the other room. Okay, all righty.
Oh, what were you saying, Lady Tay? Go ahead.
Chay, I can't hear you.
I said it just doesn't surprise me anymore with all the data centers and all the, all the like the spyware and all that stuff. All the stuff that's going on. It would surprise me that if the internet would actually work right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Could not.
Yeah, exactly. Particularly when we're on. Yeah, particularly when we're on. You know what I'm saying? And then I want to see if we got idiots tonight. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I got to wait for Brother Che to shoot me the YouTube link so I could share it on my like page, which I'm having problems with. Okay. All right. So Hal 9000, if you want to come up and explain yourself on that.
Yeah, the link is open for
we got Mr. Cardenas. Yeah. And we got Mr. Cardenas and Pointez. Okay. All right. So this individual from Front of Black News says he's not African, he's FBA. Okay, teachers reach. You know what I'm saying? You want me to refer to you as FBA? That's your business. Okay. All right. Okay. Hal says he's not African, he's FBA, and I'm still a diasporic African because look at what the hell of how they treated us. Okay. Captain Hawk says, Lady Check.
What?
You still would qualify for the auction block, honey. Okay.
Right.
All right. Now. Okay, I was born in America, but was not raised in America. Okay, Cal Dog. Now that's something interesting, is because I've known a lot of people who had family members in the military, you know, during the Vietnam conflict, you know, in Europe, you know, who were raised over there, or what they call them military brats, I believe. But as we did on Mark Furman, and full-blooded American. Okay, Hal, that's your business, brother. You know what I'm saying? If you wish for me to identify you as such, so be it. Because for me to call myself an American, then I might as well go tell the descendants of the raping, slave trading pedophiles that owned my family in Alabama that I'm still their nigga. And guess what? I'm not nobody's nigga. I'm a black man in America, okay? So this is why, you know, for Malcolm X, that we had X up there, you know, saying what he was saying, you know, that the speech that I attended, you know, as a tiny tot, you know what I'm saying, I might add, but I am still glad that I witnessed, you know, that history. And then on top of it, when we get pulled over by like Mark Furman, okay, you know, he said how he honestly felt. Okay. Huh?
Yeah. Milky
yeah, fuck Mark Furman. You know what I'm saying?
I heard Mark Furman Yeah, yeah, definitely screw Mark Furman because when he was detective
I was like,
investigated,
what the fuck is wrong?
yeah,
I
I
was
heard that Mark,
shocked.
yeah, I heard that Mark Furman contaminated the evidence during O.J. Simpson's trial
Yeah, the
case.
whole thing.
Oh, yes, sir, he did. Now, here's something
Yeah,
that's interesting too, Michael.
Hmm.
Yeah, exactly, cow dog. You know what I'm saying?
Just
Sound like you
pissed.
got jacked up by him in LA too. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about Furman per se, but Crash. Yeah, may he rest in piss, you know?
Pissed,
Okay.
yes.
Now, okay, because Mark Furman made this statement, and I'm repeating it. Okay, because you all know where I'm going with this. I'm just saying this here for our new viewers. Okay, he
Hmm.
says when we interrogate black suspects, we take 5 niggas. We beat the first nigga, right?
mm,
We beat the second nigga worse than we beat the first one. We beat the third nigga worse than we beat the second. The fourth nigga is going to tell us what we want to know, and the fifth one is going to confirm it. Yeah, that's American as apple pie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Frontline Black News is saying, I don't know if this is Brother Che. Is that
that's
Brother Che
Jesse.
Frontline? Okay, okay. He says,
Yeah,
despite how we are treated, we steal from this soil and were born on the soil.
That's,
Okay, brother, you know that there's your
that's right.
perspective. I respect Jesse for it. You see,
Hmm.
but like I said, growing up in the goddamn city of Los Angeles, okay, getting jacked up by a crash and the rest of them lap dogs, okay, they treated me anything other than an American because had they did, they wouldn't have been
mm-hmm.
stopping me without no probable cause. But how, as we all do know, that the police are policy enforcers. Okay. Okay. Now, ask yourself this question, people. Okay. And then I see Jesse again. Okay. And I'm going to address that in I am making it make sense, bro. I just did, Jesse. Okay. Because you wouldn't have being subjugated to motherfuckers like Mark Furman if your black ass was an American, violating your civil rights, beating you to a pulp. You are innocent. LAPD evidence.
Yeah,
The police
the whole
evolved from slave
Slave
patrollers.
patrols.
We were property. So this is why when we talk about the reparations, you see what I'm saying? That's why they just need to give us the whole damn Federal Reserve. And even Dumpster said, you all did build this country. You know what I mean? You know? And then as the X-Man had said, about how we preserve our culture, as the former heavyweight champion, Muhammad Ali had said the same thing. Yeah. Hal, uh, okay, Hal, is this your first time being here?
I think it's his first time, I believe. Yeah, I haven't seen Hal before.
We got certain rules right here. So, okay, and I'm gonna let Jesse deal with that when he comes on.
Mhm.
Okay, okay. Africans did not even accept us as an African, but you prefer to die on that hill. Shaking my head. Who is that? Okay, I wonder if that's Jesse saying that. Okay, but you have to understand is that in the beginning in Africa we had the land and the European had the Bible. We closed our eyes and bowed our heads to pray. Okay. When we opened up our eyes, we had the Bible and the European had the land. You see? So what's wrong with that besides everything? Then not to mention the fact that China is making these non-payable loans, so they season the land, for the collateral on the default of the loan, and they trying to African highway all the way from North Africa, Southern Africa. No AI Shabaka, they only Pan African on this channel. Okay, okay. You, bruh, you African, not with. Okay, how 9,000? Speak for yourself. Okay, that's your business. I don't hate you. You know what I mean? Okay, and then part two, we also have to look at the era that I came up in as opposed to the era where the majority is of the population. You guys came up in the 90s and what have you, and they did a lot to strip that. Now, these motherfucking tethers on a continent, you neo-colonialized, brain-dead motherfuckers need to get your head out of your asses, okay? It's because you sure enough fuck ain't gonna come over here and take our reparations, okay? Okay. All right, but let's say, okay, now Jesse says, no, you're African, you ain't getting no reparations, identifying that. Yes, I will. Okay. Now, another thing, too, okay, is that we're in a process of doing our, what do they call that? Genealogy, I believe, Michael. Okay, but the source I question is from a dude named Skip Gates, and I don't have no respect for no man who's going to sit up there, hop in his own fence, get jacked up by a policy enforcer, then goes tell this here to old Sambo, and then old Sambo, well, man, let's have a bit. Man, fuck that. Old Sambo should have been same place that motherfucker under arrest and had him brought up on federal charges. Okay, Hal. Okay, no, you on honorary tether. Okay, Hal, check this out, man. When the executive producer gets in this episode, man, I'm gonna ask him to kick your ass up out of here. Okay, we had the land here as well, and they did the same thing over here. Not getting your point. Okay, brother Che, we disagree agreeably. We disagree agreeably on it. You know what I mean? Okay. Now, the thing is, when you go to Black Wall Street, okay. And when you go to Black Wall Street, okay, we are indigenous to all geographical land masses. The out of Africa theories and myth, FBA. Hal, speak for yourself. Okay. And when Jesse gets here, Hal, I'm gonna have you kicked out the studio. Okay, because Jesse's the executive producer on this. If you was on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancement, you would have been gone. Okay.
But I don't understand.
Go ahead, Lady Jesse.
What did he do?
Okay.
Are you?
He's sitting up here. Okay. No, he's up here trying to debate me, telling me what I identify as. And I already told this individual if he chooses to identify that, that's on him. Okay? That's on him. Because he ain't coming up in here running shit. Okay?
So what's the problem?
The problem is we're indigenous to all geographical land. That there is FBA us. Okay, Hal, that's your opinion. And Hal, we're going to bid you a good night. Okay? All right. Now,
don't do that to Chewbacca, not here. So you got to back all that up.
No, he ain't pissing me off, Lady Che. I don't want to call this man out of his name, you say. But me and Jesse decided to tear this motherfucker up. That's on me and Jesse. We built it. You know what I'm saying? Because ain't nobody gave a shit on it. You know what I mean? That's me and Jesse. Me and Jesse, we disagree agreeably. You see what I'm saying? From the graveyard, Pan-Africans are conjured up by the tethers to do their bidding. Reverend Green, the man in High Castle. I heard a Reverend Green elaborate on him, Hal 9000. Elaborate on him. Okay. So moving right along, and I'm just ad-libbing. Hold on a second. Let me check Jesse's email. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. All right.
I hope Jesse's doing okay there.
Now, we need to. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. But I want to get in on the situation. Go ahead, Lady Chat. Go ahead.
I said, I'm here holding it down till it gets here, so we don't lose the stream. So
okay, all right, yeah. Right, okay, and you got that itinerary, right? Because I got because I want to make sure I'm not getting the topic right here. All right, now enlighten me, you guys. The co-writer of the hip hop hit "It Takes Two" dies at 59. What happened with him?
Yeah.
What did he die of? Okay. Should Juneteenth be mixed in with other agendas? No, Juneteenth should stand on it should stand on its own foundation. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Now. Huh?
I said they shouldn't even be talking about Juneteenth with other foreign blacks that isn't from the soil, or from here.
And then keep in mind, okay, and then so keep in mind too.
anybody else, they can't talk about it. Like, what is going on? Like, they can't
Right.
like
Right.
recognize it. Can't do any of that. That's not what that's about. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, it's ugly, and even that is ugly. But Jesus, like everything, you're either gonna put your little spin on, or like for what? Like, what's the motive? It's
Yeah.
weird, but what's the motive? Like, what's the benefit, or like when they're doing this kind of shit? Like, what do you get out of it? Like, I wouldn't be just acting an ass. Okay, I wouldn't be acting an ass just because like something's got to motivate me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay. And then on top of that, okay, the NAACP, they just need to go on and dismantle that organization, just like the Congressional
Very
Black
petty.
No Black
Caucus.
Caucus.
They
Yeah.
need to go on and dismantle them. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. And then he has up here that Nasheed is going to talk about Chud's reduced bail. Okay. Well, to hell with Chud. Okay. Until Jesse gets here. Okay. All right. Now, inflation outpaces the pay. The U.S. economy struggles. Okay. Now, what's happening is that look what you got up in there, the dumpster. You see what I'm saying? Who is screwing up the whole damn economy, anyway, on purpose is because, he's taking care of his business associates and his cronies, right?
Right.
Okay. And then also, too,
Mm-hmm.
social experiment exposes other groups wanting to be white. The imitation
Yeah.
of life
Hmm.
syndrome. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what that is. And if anybody have ever saw that film called The Imitation to yourself, because it's going to make you sad, angry, all up in one. And if you really want to get off, there's a film called Home of the Brave, where GIs is coming in there, uh, calling his brother, and the actor's name was James Edwards. They called him nigga, and all kind of foul crap, right? And then what he does is he's in the scene by himself. Okay, it's a World War II flick, and he sits down there and cries. He's not crying because they called him a nigga. He ain't crying because they called him a jigaboo. He's crying because he is not white. You see what I mean? Which is extremely
Shit.
sad. And that there is engineering, of the American social order. Okay, now hell, okay, now, okay, I'm gonna mention Cow Dog, right? Cow Dog. The Democrat misleaders mix and conflate the alphabetized agenda and political independence with Juneteenth. Okay, now how? The LGBT, um, how can we say to be politically correct so they don't strike our channel? You got too much juice. You see what I'm saying? Now, they have the human rights, they have the civil rights, but ain't no man is gonna shove his ass until that he's menstruating. No man is gonna sit there and with a crack of his nasty, funky, disease-infested ass. It was a woman's fault. No, 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 no,
I
no.
It works like that.
We don't do that. And also too, okay, and like I said, shout out there to Denzel Washington, and there was another sister, oh Lord, out of Hollywood. Okay. Oh, Angela Bassett, Denzel and Angela Bassett, and as we uh, all know that they played in Malcolm X together, and they do not embrace this alphabetized agenda. See what I'm saying? And I agree with them wholeheartedly. Now that LGBT shit, yeah, that's an American tradition. You know what I'm saying? And I make that plain. And I'm taking personal responsibility for that comment. All right. And then on top of it, but why does everybody else want to sit up here and figure they're gonna ride our coattails on that shit? Okay. Yeah, Val. I had to cry after that movie, particularly at the end. It was beyond interesting. Now, if you want to see something more interesting, check out this film that I had mentioned called Home of the Brave, and it's made in the late 1940s, I think, because that there's where they were, where you had Black Hollywood. And then, as Cow Dog says, we don't give a damn about these Democrats because they never gave a damn about us anyway, which he's right about. That Congressional Black Caucus, you all need to take your Yassa Boss and Chicken Peck and Uncle Tom ass scratching asses and go get educated about yourselves. You see what I'm saying? Because you ain't did shit for us. You take our fucking votes for granted every fucking election cycle. Vote Democrat. And then I think not Uncle Tim Scott, but somebody had just lost their seat, in the Congress. You know what I'm saying? And then too, my sample ballots came in the mail. I put them in the shredder. You know why I put them in the shredder? Because I didn't see no crook Scam Brown up there. See, he was the only one I was going to vote for, Scam Brown. I'm going to tell you why I was going to vote for Scam Brown. Because Scam Brown is honest that he ain't going to do shit for you, okay? Don't expect shit from him. You see what I'm saying? And I respect the man's honesty. That's the only reason why I would have voted for the no-good bastard. You see what I'm saying? As opposed to some motherfucker up here telling me they're going to do all this holier-than-thou shit for us and all this old shit, but then when it comes down to reparations, now you motherfuckers are stuck on stupid. Act like, oh, well, man, I don't know, talking out the side of your neck. Bullshit. You see what I'm saying? And then also, too, just wait until Jesse gets here. Sada Shakur. I hear that they was attempting to try to make a biopic about Ms. Sada Shakur. Guess what, Black family? Being a West Coast correspondent and Hollywood is in my region, it ain't gonna happen. You see? It ain't gonna happen. They don't want you all having that militant aspect. Trump 32 us. Hey, Hal, are you a dumpster? Earth calling hell. Trump 2032.
Jeez, that's a long time.
Okay, Cow Dog, you got a wrench, Cow Dog. Bump Hal out the studio, man.
Why?
No, he said the wrong shit right there. No, because he's talking about the dumpster in 2032.
Like Donald Trump, right? About Trump running for 2030, but Donald Trump is going to be already turned out anyways.
I mean, like how many attempts in his direction, right, is gonna happen to him? Like, hold on a second.
Yeah, you see,
like somebody just actively shot down his street. You know, like they had the thing like a month ago at the dinner. Like, Jesus, he's like covered in everything. Somebody got a cover over his head. Like, come on, like this is real shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that
yeah, Cow Dog, you're right. Okay, hold on one second, Lady Che. I just want to do something here. Okay, the movie was made in 1959. Yeah, Cal, that's right. And they had our sister in there, Ms. Juanita Moore, who's done many films, and she transitioned, I think, a couple of years ago. But she went from old Black Hollywood into quote unquote modern day Hollywood, just like Isaac Davis and Ruby D did. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here, y'all.
Okay.
Jesse, welcome. How you doing?
Oh, hello.
Okay, man. Okay, Jesse. Yeah, Jesse. Okay. All right, Jesse's in the studio. Okay, turning it over to Jesse. Okay, Jesse.
All right, so let me get share my screen.
Okay. Did I do well, man, filling in for you, man, or did I fuck up?
Yeah, we're just gonna agree to disagree on that last part.
Okay. Okay, I write it. Okay, and then Cow Dog says Trump don't give a damn about you while you have your pom poms out for him. Cow dog, did you see American sad ass man of the clown who got up there and said with his drunk ass, if
Yeah.
you fuck with Trump, you fuck with him?
I don't know what to do. Should I finish playing the clips or just go
What?
right into the show?
I didn't even go into the show. I just stopped it after one of the clips.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I didn't do tangibles or nothing. We just
Okay.
The tangibles is the whole Federal Reserve Bank, Lady J.
I know.
But if we could quantify that into an amount, Shabaki, it would be 100 trillion.
Yep.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, it'd be 100 trillion up there. You know what I'm saying? But one thing about the dumpster, he did say, "Hey, you all did build this place." You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, kind of like, is Trump a paradox, or is Trump a contradiction, or is Trump on the borderline, or what? You know?
Yeah, I think Donald Trump is probably on the border. It's probably using paradox to get American freemen's attention, right?
Yeah.
And then Donald Trump created a slush fund for the January 6 rioters, claimed that they were victims, but the January 6 rioters were actually
yeah.
What did it finish on, Lady Che?
Yeah, exactly.
Was it do you like that, or was it waving your flag? And your baby boy trashed my apartment. He got damn paper towel all over the goddamn place.
Oh wow.
Amaru. He's getting his sparring in, man.
Yeah,
he's practicing.
A roll of paper towel.
Oh wow.
The quicker picker up.
Oh no. Oh no. No. Bad kitty. Real bad kitty.
Well, I guess Jesse was basically taking care of kitty before coming onto the show, right?
Yeah. I guess you're gonna have to put Amaru on lockdown, man.
Yeah, he's on lockdown now. I'm putting him on lockdown.
Yeah, throwing Amaru in the hole, huh? Damn.
First one to run.
Yeah.
Came in. I'm like, oh, you
damn.
Amaru.
No. Yeah, put him on lockdown. And then also too, ladies. Go ahead, Jay. I'm sorry.
He cut up like a half or a third of the roll.
Oh man, he's sharpening those claws. You know what I'm saying?
He's scratching every damn
thing. Yeah.
The pad, those moving pads. I have one of those moving pads on my bed, and that shit is all from the kitties.
Okay. All right. Okay. So,
I'm gonna play the clip.
Yes, sir.
That I didn't get to, and then we'll start it out like normally would.
Okay. All right. Okay. Going on mute. Okay.
Khalifa, get down, girl. What are you doing? Get down.
We're really making history. Mike Larry, man. You did it again. We're really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that? Do you like that? You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Stealing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our gift. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face. Like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from. Where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought. That's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundational Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of Black News. I'm your host, Chroma. And we're joined with the other host, Lady Che, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka San Corey. It's Shabaka's Black Experience in hand, so I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And on this, brother, man in the what? You're gonna have to come on camera, brother, so I can add you up. Cause I don't know if you're trolling or what. Just show your face real quick, and I'll add you
and
on.
You got 10 seconds. Yeah, and you got 10 seconds. Count down. 10, 9, 8.
Otherwise, I'm gonna have to permanently from the studio.
Okay, say oops upside his head. His 10 seconds is up.
All right. Let me delete that link.
Okay, and Cat Dog said, "Hal, here's the link." Okay, all right, okay. So keep on moving, man. He ain't coming up, man.
He came up, but he won't come on
Trump
camera.
ain't helping us.
I ain't got time for that.
Okay, so move right along.
All right, so on this season 6, episode 27, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is, of course, those tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, Black. All the way between now and 2100. Then we got our brother Kukizi. He gonna give us an update on these Democrats and their statuses on reparations over the last 15 years or so.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got DNC releases Autopsy, the most high ATAC number. Well, you can't come up here. Yeah, he didn't show.
What does he mean? Okay, TMITH never cams up. Okay, bye, Hal. 9,000. Have a good night.
All right, he's gone.
He's through. Okay, you know who that might be? Oh, brother Che.
Oh, that
Why
could
does
be
that shit has? No. What's our boy Regal?
Yeah. So the Keith give us an update on the Democrats' record on reparations. Hashtag Democrats. Hashtag reparations. Then we got DNC releases autopsy report on 2024 election loss. They're finally coming to grips on why they lost in 2024, and it's not because the Gaza conflict either. Then we got our brother Rob Bass, a co-writer of hip hop hit "It Takes Two," dies at 59. It's my understanding he died of cancer. Shabaka.
What was the cause of death?
Cancer.
Oh man, damn.
Apparently,
what kind?
I don't know what kind, Shabaka. I guess it'll tell you in the clip, but he had been battling it for a while. Then, should Juneteenth be mixed with other agendas? Tariq chimes in. Hell no. I'm so sick of them trying to co-opt our damn days and holidays. That's why this whole weekend is an FBA holiday.
Yeah.
It's Memorial Day weekend. There wouldn't be no Memorial Day if it wasn't for the foundational Black Americans that fought in every single war this country's ever had.
Right.
And we got
that is true.
The NAACP protest is backfiring badly. Great news.
Good. Great news. That's better than when the ponies lose.
That's better than when the Gators lose.
Yeah. The question is,
I already told them, Che, to change their name or leave town, man.
They ain't get the memo because they're still there. Inflation outpaces pay. U.S. economy struggles. Tariq talks about Chud the Bush's reduced bail. Why is this podcast asking non-FBAs their position on FBA reparations? Social experiment exposes other groups wanting to be white for one reason. The Friday crime report. Florida man attacks 80-year-old veteran. Tariq Nasheed exposes why
man.
have nobody to blame but themselves for J6 reparations. Malcolm X, if you Black, watch this before they censor you or take it down. And that is the Ballot of the Bullet speech. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. You get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of New Black Media and New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News was first started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the founder and original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. It started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Remember, family, hit that like and subscribe button. Hit the bell.
Please.
Thumbs up.
Please. You know what I'm saying?
And share this out to all on your social media platforms. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Yes, Amaru, we all hear you.
He wants to come on TV.
He's just a growling.
Yeah, he wants to be. Yeah, he wants to have his moment, man. He wants to be
I
like
guess
the
your cat,
MGM line.
Yeah, Jesse. I guess your cat's very popular.
Yeah,
wants to be a celebrity.
He's in the bathroom though. He's not out there. I don't know what he's meowing about, but
yeah, I'm sure you feed your cat food like every day, right?
Yeah, he's spoiled. They're all spoiled. They don't miss no meals. They haven't been missing any meals.
Yeah, so he's up there being a kitty. Okay, he's being a kitty. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna say because Lady Che hates what I say there.
Yeah, don't say it.
Yeah.
She'll hop on here and cut you out. So then we got Frontline Black News, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chan Kruma. Make sure y'all sub to that so you'll be abreast of all the city council meetings in Denver and Aurora and local Denver events like I was at earlier with the Democrats. Oh God. Then we got the Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub to that. Start going live on that channel. Then make sure y'all check out her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda, which she should be dropping sometime this weekend. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub to that so Shabaka can start going live again on YouTube. When's the last time you checked your Shabaka? I think you're at 40 subscribers.
When's the last time I I think I'm at about 42 now. Yeah, I think I'm about 42 now, Brother Che. You know.
You're at 38, Shabaka.
Okay. Oh, all right, okay, thank you. Okay, all right, well, we are coming along. You know,
you need 12 more subscribers.
And then okay. All right, and then too on the imitation of life, because somebody was asking about it here.
I'm not done.
Huh?
I'm not done
go
with
ahead.
the description. And then we got
okay.
Our locals throughout the Bay Area, Jay Militant, who was live earlier in the park.
Hey, Jay Militant.
What's cracking to me with Jay Militant? Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. Then we got our brother Cool Keezy out the Mile High and Bellside, Montbello, to be exact. And he is going to drop some knowledge on us to start the show. And make sure y'all check him out. He drops the FBA culture reports. And he is an MC, an artist out of Denver. Mighty dope MC. Kind of reminds me of DMX. RIP. Then we got Breeze Omega.
Oh, yeah.
Our brother out of VA by way of Hempstead, Long Island. And he drops content on his platform as well. So make sure y'all check him out. He should be tapping in right now. It's probably ghost listening. Then we got Church of Black Power. And he just passed 1,000 subscribers too. Then we got our brother, the Church of Black Power. It's out of Watts, California, the Jordan House. And it's now in Houston, Texas. And make sure y'all check him out. He does similar content to what we do over here. And he's been over here a few times. Just salute to church.
Okay. And then also too.
Hold on, Shabaka, I'm not done. Then we got Twin Reloaded. It's been around for a good decade now. Can we get co-host?
Shout out to Twin.
Yes, it's in the comment section. It's in the description. If you just look at the description, all the links are in the description. You should be able to look directly on the links, because that's what I have it pulled up on my phone right now on the description.
Okay.
Then we got.
Okay. Go ahead, Jay. I'm sorry. Okay, let me go on mute until you finish. Go ahead. Okay.
We got Twin Rain Reloaded, who's been around for a good decade now. He actually put Lisa Cabrera on, kicking people off. It's unknown. Got to keep him around. Okay. Black Truth United. Let's turn at least our brother Black Truth United. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. He's been on hiatus, but he did come up with the B1 Rolodex, which I just played the ad for, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. Then submit FBA, your FBA certified businesses to the Rolodex, Black Truth United's Rolodex here. The link is in the description. The link to the Rolodex is in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. Long overdue. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got the Anti-Reparations Fund and the Anti-J6 reparations. The link to that is in the description. We have found possibly a way in to get our reparations, Black family. We are the target of politically motivated actions. Or were we the target of politically motivated actions by the DOJ? Yes, since time immemorial. Was the DOJ weaponized against us from start to finish? So the link to that is also in the description. Then we got Sister Brooks' call to action in New York. I timed in earlier the public comment. I left a voice message, but yeah, the Reparations Commission in New York is on that same shit Cali was on. They got tethers on the commission. They got tethers and OTB speaking on our reparations. It was a travesty. But shout out to Sister Brooke.
Yeah.
She set the record straight and a few others. But yeah, some Latino called in, Shabaka, then some damn, I don't know, a Nabisco. I think it was a Nabisco called in. And then it was some coon mammies.
Oh, Lord.
Said the whole diaspora needs reparations. No, we say you need to sue your damn colonizer.
Exactly.
That's what the hell we say. Stay the hell about our claim.
Yeah, exactly.
And that'll be more effective. And that'll be more effective, Brother Che. I just want to put that in there.
To help Sister Brooke and Brother Divine and the family out there that's fighting for reparations, Brother Melrose. Sister Brooks' call to action link is in the description. Submit those letters and those emails so they can get that free Middlesboro off the ground in New York State. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Support that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Josh, who's a hero. Standing with Josh and family after shooting from Dalton, aka Chad the Bussy. The link to our brother Josh's GoFundMe is in the description. That's the military veteran who is disabled that put hands and feet all over that Nabisco and caused him to shoot himself. Then we got me for House of Representatives, State of Colorado, as you can see from the background. I am on the ballot for Colorado State House of Representatives for House District 8, and that includes the East Side, Park Hill, Central Park.
Okay.
And the link to my website is in the description. Then we got a copyright disclaimer on the section 107 of the cop, and we got a treat for y'all. Lady Che been concocting some stuff. I can't wait for y'all to see it.
What's the treat, man?
We're gonna love it, Shabaka.
Is he talking about Mark Furman again?
No, Shabaka, it's an ad. They're the political ads. That's the only hint.
Okay. The political ads for yourself running for office.
Yeah, against my colonizing opponent. And then
all right.
That's
copyright disclaimer. Yeah. And then we got copyright disclaimer on section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 areas of human and people activity, and that is economics, that's education, that is entertainment, labor,
Right.
law,
Facts.
politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, and that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And this is the compensatory code concept for victims of racism and white supremacy, textbook, workbook, study guide for victims of racism and white supremacy. Get it if you haven't already. You can get it on ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism and white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was the late great master teacher, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing.
May she rest in power.
Exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. She would have been 90 as of a month ago. Hey, we got Goddess Nobby in the building. Salute.
Hey, Goddess.
We were having some technical difficulties, but we got it together now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to our FBA brother Tariq Nasheed out of Los Angeles, California, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Cow Dog, I put the links in the comment section. Hopefully you can get them.
Okay. Okay, where's Brother Deuce in the Quarter tonight? Is he with us tonight?
No.
ESB 225.
If he is, he hasn't put anything in the chat yet.
Okay, all right. Okay, shout out there to that brother. You know what I'm saying?
Got 9 people watching. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, so about to hop right into it because we're kind of running on schedule now.
Okay.
So Kukizi. Oh wait, actually I got to get to the tangibles. So this is a year and a decade of tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way between now and 2100. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag Tangibles2020 off of the First Damn movement, which was a direct response to the Me Too movement. It's always First Damn, Black family, always First Damn. And on the other side of that was Tangibles 2020, and in it we were detailing everything that we, meaning the foundational Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen, we're going to demand from the two-party system. So instead of 2020, it's 2026. Right. But everything else remains the same. So I'm going to read this like I've been reading for the past 7 years now.
Yep.
Tangibles. So instead of 2020, it's 2026. So the 2026 midterm elections are coming up. The 2027 Denver and LA elections are coming up. And the 2028 presidential elections are coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups of minorities, immigrants, people of color. Oh my God, the latest one they've been using is vulnerable, underserved, underprivileged, underrepresented, downtrodden, distressed, marginalized, communities of color, communities of interest, underserved, under-resourced, etc., BIPOC, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups in this election cycle, like I said, the midterms is right now, 2026. 2027 is the Denver and LA elections. In 2028 is the next presidential election. And foundational Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And when we're talking about something tangible, we're talking about something that's real, something with substance, something you can count, measure, feel with your own hand, i.e. a check, i.e. reparations, in the form of direct lineage cash payments for past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people and continue to be brought against our people in 2026. So if they're not offering any of that, anti-Black, anti-FBA hate crime bill, an end to qualified immunity in all 50 states, land grants, land allotments, tax-free exemption for the next 150 years, then don't waste your time voting for them. And that goes for the local, state, and federal levels.
Facts.
In Nabisco, I seen you, Nabisco, James Edwards. Yeah,
come on up.
We've been voting. Yeah. I've been voting since I was 18 years old. I'm sure Shabaka has too.
I've been voting since I was 18. Yep.
That's a combined damn near 60 years. I'm sitting up here coming up here talking about we don't vote, so we shouldn't get nothing. We've been voting for the past 60 plus years, and I've got nothing tangible for our vote from these Democrats. So if they want our vote, they want us to get our booties and souls to the polls, they're gonna have to do something specifically for us. Otherwise, they're not getting our vote. It's just as simple as that.
Yep. And then also too, and as Goddess Navi is saying right here, 24% of our community is undecided in voting for a new governor. Mm-hmm. That speaks volumes. And yeah, it does. Okay. It's because, like I said before, and I'm saying, you already know I'm going with this, brother Jay. I'm just saying it for our new viewers. California will elect a damn Republican governor and a Democratic light governor, then turn around and do the exact opposite. Oh, and speaking of which, y'all, Goddess Navi and Cow Dog, I know y'all up on this. There's a major gas leak that's happening out there.
Toxic leak. Toxic dump
leak. Yeah, and they don't know, man, if they're trying to let it leak out or they're just waiting for it. Yeah, or they wonder if the motherfucker's just going to go on and blow up. You know what I'm saying?
Lady Chase said there's an oil leak on the east side of LA, in East LA.
Oh my gosh.
God, that's wild. That's very horrible. It kind of reminds me of the cancer alleys in Louisiana.
Yeah. Yes, Michael. Yes, that's exactly what it is. And then what's happening is
you're a ways away from it, Navi.
Nabi, you won't even get the fumes is because she's behind the mountain range that's going there. Okay, in Southern California, it's close to I-5. Yeah, it is, Cow Dog. It's out there near Disneyland, from what I understand. Because I was looking at the maps
Orange
on
County.
it.
Yes, Orange County. Because I seen the Orange County toxic hazmat people.
Hey, Sabaka.
Yes, sir.
Hey, good question. When you left California, did you try to encourage all your brothers and sisters to leave California at the same time?
Oh, yes, sir, I did. Yes, sir, I did. And the reason why I said to leave California is because I was talking to a loved one, right? And they talking about how high the car registration is in California, right? Okay, it's Garden Grove. Yeah, you're right, Cow Dog. Garden Grove. That's it. I stand corrected. Okay, because for you to register a car,
exactly, you're right. Doesn't help.
Yeah, it's Garden Grove.
Okay. But Chris, we still owe the debt. So yeah, they can stop the property tax all they want. They still need to pay us our damn reparations.
Yeah, exactly. And where's Chris at? I don't see him.
You don't see Chris? He's on the virtual or the vertical.
Okay, I don't see him here.
I got his comment up on the screen.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I'm just going back. Okay, yeah. All right, so how's this Bluetooth sounding? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all righty, yeah. Okay, so Michael is saying is that Chris, JIA, I agree with you. However, reparations immediately, exactly. And the thing is that the only thing that's going to happen with the reparations money is going to get submerged back off into the U.S. economy anyway. See, that's the economical fact. You see what I'm saying? That's the economical fact. It's only going to get submerged back off into the U.S. economy. Now, some of the biscuits telling me, what about the Irish and all that? And you know where I went off on his ass at, Brother Che.
Back on topic, the tangibles.
Yeah.
Tangibles.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, the tangibles is a debt that is owed straight out. Give us the whole damn Federal Reserve. You know, because it was the Federal Reserve that stole the Freedmen's Bureau's money.
All right, Michael, what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
Tangibles, my thought on tangibles is that, you know, foundational Black Americans are making a very strong point about lineage-based policies. Without lineage-based policies, no vote. And it's very simple to Democrats, because the Democrats have always taken foundational Black American voters for granted, and the Democrats understand that if they want to stay in business in today's times we're living in, then they're going to have to adapt to the foundational Black Americans' needs and deliver substance. Otherwise, if the Democrats don't change their strategies, which of course they're not going to change at all, and I will say that foundational Black Americans did everything they can to get Democrats to change, but obviously the Democrats are too rigid, too old. Too many Beckys, Karens, Brad, and like they're still stuck under Bill Clinton's neoliberal thinking of.
That's exactly it, Michael.
We got to co-op. Like what Bill Clinton said, we had to co-op. Foundational Black Americans. We can't go straight to reparations. We got to do co-op. And FBA say Bill Clinton and the neoliberal Democrats, screw you guys. Give us our check. Or no vote. It's like in the movie Negotiator with Samuel Jackson. When Samuel Jackson said,
exactly. Yeah.
I'll give you the hostage, but you got to give me the information. No information, no hostage. I'm sorry, no hostage given.
No info.
Right, no info.
And then on top of it too, and you remember how Bill Clinton signed that federal crime bill and who introduced it in there? Biden.
Pro Biden.
Yeah, I remember 94.
Yeah.
When Bill Clinton's I saw there were two police officers who stood by Bill Clinton to sign the 94 crime bill. One was a Black officer, and I think the second was a white officer, September. I'm sure you remember that date, Sabaka.
Yeah, you're saying that was a sad day, man. You know what I mean? That's another reason why I got out of California. Now, the one who introduced that shit.
I heard somebody call it the Alabama of the North. Somebody called California the Alabama of the North.
Hell, of the West.
The West?
Yeah, because Nevada's the Mississippi of the West. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Is that it for the tangibles?
Yeah.
No, just give us the whole Federal Reserve.
Bank.
And
right.
Move on to the next subject.
You got to multiply it into amount. So it's 100 trillion. The past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people.
Yep.
That equates.
Yeah. And then also too, Brother Che, and have it accrue interest as well too.
It is accruing interest. It started at 100 trillion.
Right.
Hey, Jesse, a quick question. What do you think of Goddess when she said, I want tax exemption?
Yeah, man. That's part of it.
Yeah.
That's part of
She
it.
said from her Japanese,
Cherokee,
Indian ancestries added as well. Or do you think just be focused on?
Now she might have a good point on that.
That's where it's going to get convoluted. Because then you're going to have to sue them individually.
Like the three groups, the Japanese,
Cherokees. Like you're going to have your claimed,
because
and he claimed, and your Japanese claim, like that.
Right.
Yes,
yeah, and that's why I said just give us the whole damn Federal Reserve. You see what I mean?
Money left, they gotta print money.
Mm-hmm.
They gotta print money out of thin air, like they did for COVID.
Right. Are you familiar with Stephanie Kelton when she talked about the modern monetary theory, where the government does not have to raise taxes to spend money? Like, you can print money easily.
Yeah, they make it out.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's why they can raise the interest rate so high, because they got enough money to make up for it.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then y'all remember when Nixon took the country off the gold standard?
No, Shabaka, none of us were born then.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard,
Nixon took the country off the gold standard because see, when anytime that you look at a $5 bill, $50 bill, $20 bill, it would say we'll pay bearer on demand.
About it, Shabaka. We remember reading about it and being taught about it, but we were not living when that happened.
Okay. All right. So I'm speaking from a live experience on that, because that was 1971 they did that shit.
That's the same year my mom was born, Shabaka.
Yeah. Now, what happened 2 years after that? The so-called gas crisis, right?
Right.
Okay, remember that? And then that shit happened again, man, when Edmund Brown was the governor of California in 78, and I think Carter was the president, and the damn presidential limousine ran out of gas. And
we're late 80s babies. We didn't come around until a decade after that.
Right. I know Sabaka has very strong memories of what Nixon did.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And he was the most crookedest bastard going on. Now, taking it up to the 80s, y'all. Now, the 80s is when the T-Prams came out. And then the T-Prams was the total programming access memory, I think. Because I remember, man, I had me a job, man, working in this warehouse, right? And I'm, and it looked to me like a bunch of, not wires, but like a lot of long sticks that had these chips on them. So, like when you working, man, and you ask them what they is, those are programmable chips. You know what I'm saying? It's because, because Japan had the monopoly on it. Then when Steve Jobs and them cats came along, then Japan lost this monopoly on it.
You're not getting out, Amaru. You tore up Daddy's paper towel. The bounty. I know.
Free Amaru. Free Amaru. Kitties are beautiful. Free Amaru.
You guys remember the movie Bait with Jamie Foxx when he asked the Treasury to pour forward $2 million in gold at the Bronx Zoo?
Yeah.
And Mexicans out. Yeah. Oh, that's why they did the gas leak, to run them out.
Yeah, exactly.
They want them and Asians and Mexicans out of there so that white people can move in.
Okay, and what was the movie, man, where Jamie Foxx was driving the cab, man, and he was protecting Vivica Fox?
I know it came out in 1997. I know what.
Yeah, and Tom Cruise was the bad guy.
Oh yes, I know. Oh, I know what. Oh, that was actually Jada Pinkett Smith. Yes, Collateral.
Oh, okay. It was Jada Pinkett Smith.
Yes.
Okay. That's what it was. Collateral Damage. Yeah.
Yep, Collateral Damage.
And then and then also too, I never forget the scene where they threw that motherfucker out the window, man. He landed on top of the taxi cab. I said, "Damn."
All right, so wrapping up tangibles. Continue to mass up intangibles for your vote, Black family. We said since the very beginning, this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint, and we in it for the long haul. We've been new to this. We true to it. We've been down with this for the past 7 years at least, and we're going to continue to mass tangible for our vote, and that goes for the local, state, and federal level, including myself, because I'm a candidate on the ballot. Man, something tangible for me. If I'm not offering nothing tangible, don't waste your time voting for me, including myself.
Okay, introduce the legislation in Colorado, Brother Chase, because as you know, I noticed that the Congress really don't pick nothing up, man, until it starts rolling real tough through the various state legislatures. I've noticed that.
Yeah. anywhere, and they're allowed
Yeah.
that. Well, now they see what our community dealt with. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no one has an issue. It was them that's being affected. They didn't have no issue
Yeah,
when it was
exactly.
affected.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's kind of too late.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
see?
kind of too late. Yeah, it's too late for Asians and Mexicans in California to ask for Black Americans help. It's way too late, anyways.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
So moving along, exactly. Suck it up, Buttercup. Get over it, like you always tell us.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Democrats on record about reparations. So our brother Kukisi gonna give us an update on the Democrats' horrendous record on reparations.
Okay. All right. Going on mute for Kukisi.
Okay.
So I put together some footage of some Democratic politicians that I found talking about reparations, and notice the hostility
Only
and the
1%
tone that they're
Black.
using here. Check this shit out.
That's very small.
Your position on reparations?
It's majority Asian.
Hispanics.
I think the reparations we need
Asians and
right here in
Hispanics.
South Carolina is investment, for example.
Remember
in
when
our
Osambo said this?
Yeah, I did
I remember 2008 when Dennis Kucinich answered yes to reparations.
in Florence, South Carolina, in an area called the
That's what he
Corridor
said.
of Shame.
Yeah.
They've got
It's not
that
the
students
divided.
are
It's
trying to
not
learn in
Black
that were
America.
built
It's
right
not
after the
white
Civil War.
America. It's the United States of
We've
America.
got teachers
That's what he said.
who are not trained to teach the subjects they're teaching in, high dropout rates. We've got to
Sorry, it's so
understand
small.
that there are corridors of shame all across the country. And if we make the investments and understand that those are our children, that's the kind of reparations that are really going to make a difference in America right now.
Is anyone
That's
on the
not
stage
reparations,
for
Heather
reparations for
Obama.
slavery for African Americans? Are you?
The Bible says we shall be and must be repairers of the breach. And a breach has occurred, and we have to acknowledge that. It's a breach that has resulted in inequality in opportunities for education, for healthcare, for housing, for employment. And so we must be mindful of that. But it's also a breach that has affected a lot of poor whites as well. We need to have a country which recognizes that there is an inequality of opportunity, and a president who's ready to challenge the interest groups, be they insurance companies or mortgage companies or defense contractors who are taking the money away from the people who need it. Yes, I am for repairing the breach. Yes, I am for reparations.
So the question specifically, my Black son, okay, I know you're scared to say Black. I know you're scared to say reparations because it seems like every time.
Ma'am, I don't think that's a fair
I let you
statement.
finish as well. But it seems like every time we talk about Black people and us getting something for the systematic oppression and exploitation of our people, we have to include every other person of color. So today, can we please talk about specifically Black people and reparations?
We can talk about what I just indicated, in my view, is that when you have, and you and I may have a disagreement on this, because it's not just Black, it is Latino. There are areas in America, in poor rural areas, where it's whites, okay? So I believe that in a country which has more income and wealth inequality than any other country, that yeah, the time is long overdue to start investing in poor countries. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country on earth, especially within the African-American community. So what I've said Black 50 times, all right? That's the 51st time.
Bernie
all right?
Sanders getting
But
impatient.
this is a national issue, all right?
Bernie Sanders.
So what we want and what I believe we should do, all right, is to invest most heavily in those communities most in need. And when you have 35% of Black children living in poverty, when you have half of the kids in this country in public schools on free or reduced lunches, when youth unemployment in the African-American community is 51%, those are exactly the kinds of communities that you invest in.
Do you support reparations for Black people?
Here's our favorite part, y'all.
Again, we had over 200 years of slavery. We had Jim Crow for almost a century. Segregation and discrimination that is not legal but still exists and is a barrier to progress. We have disparities around housing. We have disparities around education. We have disparities around income. And we have to recognize that everybody did not start out on an equal footing in this country.
You don't say.
And in particular, Black people have not.
Okay, so what you gonna
And
do
so
about
we
it?
have got to recognize
Come
that
on,
and do
go
something
drink your
about it and give
alcohol.
folks a lift up. That's why, for example, I'm proposing the Lift Act.
The Lift Act.
Give
That's
people
not
who are
reparations,
making
Kamala.
$100,000 or less as a family a tax credit,
That's not.
which will benefit and uplift 60% of Black families who are in poverty.
No. That's not.
So by default, it affects Black families, but there's not a particular policy for African Americans that you would explore.
But no, if you look at the reality of who will benefit from certain policies, when you take into account that they're not starting at the same place and they're not starting on equal footing, it will directly benefit Black children, Black families, Black homeowners, because the disparities are so significant. So if we focus on the specific issues that have resulted in the greatest
Exactly,
disparities,
got it.
and we understand that that's part of why we're doing
You gotta say.
Listen, the reality also is this: any policy that will benefit Black people will benefit all of society.
Yeah, he
Let's be
does.
clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people.
No. Go get drunk.
Whatever benefits that Black family will benefit
Exactly.
that family and
Go get
society as a whole in this country.
Exactly. Bernie needs to go
Come on.
and spend time with his grandkids before he passes away at 90 years old. I mean, Bernie Sanders is getting up in age, anyways, to 290s soon.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here.
Just reminding us of the Democrats' horrendous record on reparations over the past 15 years. So no, we're not getting our booties to the polls. No, we're not getting our souls to the polls.
Yeah, like I said, I put my sample ballot in the garbage, man, because I didn't see my man Scam Brown. Because I know he's a crook and he ain't gonna do shit.
Hey Jesse, when Kamala Harris answered the lady's question, doesn't Kamala Harris kind of remind you of Karen, the way Kamala talks?
Yes.
Right. And that answer Kamala Harris gave was like a long answer. It was like it sounded to me like Kamala Harris was lecturing, like giving an American history lesson, right?
Yeah, that's how them Democrats do. They try to talk down to you,
right?
Like you're beneath them.
But have you noticed Dennis Kucinich? Although Dennis Kucinich answered the reparations questions at the very end, said yes. Have you noticed Dennis Kucinich was more aggressive than Obama was? Like, what have you noticed? The difference between Kucinich
Whatever
and
happened to
Obama?
Dennis? Whatever happened to him?
Oh yeah, he ran as an independent, I think, for Congress and didn't get enough support. I did reach out to his staffer about reparations, and guess what? One of his staffers told me.
What?
That Dennis Kucinich had I'm paraphrasing. Yeah, former Congressman Dennis Kucinich has a history of supporting reparations, but then I asked, like, is he really going to put reparations on his platform? And his staffer said, I'm going to have to get back to you on it. But I'm like, no, you got to put I said to the staff, you got to put Kucinich got to put reparations on his platform. He's very serious about it. And he was interviewed by Sabby Sabs.
Yep, they're dummy crats, and they think you're gonna play dumb right along with them.
Right.
We're not going to do anything strictly for the Democratic Party. No.
Guess what? I found out. I heard that Michelle Obama and Kamala Harris are going to run for president in 2028. Can you imagine?
Oh, hell no, man.
Like Michelle Obama. Can you imagine Michelle Obama teaming with Kamala Harris?
We're having the oldest.
But what? Yeah, you remember the dude who was from Ohio, man, was running for president, I think, man, and the motherfucker looked like the straight Otis the drunk off the Andy Mayberry show.
Oh, he ran for president in what, 2020?
2020?
Something, yeah, I think so, man. And the dude looked just like Otis the drunk, man. Suit all wrinkled up, tie wasn't straight.
You talking about the dude from North Dakota? I think you talking about the dude.
I think it's Graves. I think you're talking about Graves, right? Who ran as a writing candidate for.
No, he was actually on the ballot.
Oh, ballot. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But he didn't make it.
But he looked like Otis the drunk when they had the debates, you know?
Yeah, did Otis drunk ever had?
Forgot his name.
Yeah, did he ever had reparations on his platform in
I think he
2020?
was the governor
No, he
of
didn't.
North
No,
Dakota.
Of Ohio.
Ohio. Right.
I think he was out of Ohio, brother Che.
Oh, this one I'm thinking of was the governor of North Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
but
don't
Jesse
know what I'm
Sabaka.
talking about, Goddess Navi. Be more specific. What do you mean I don't know? She says, I don't know. Oh, let me put my bifocals on. She says, I don't know who Shabaka's talking about. Okay, well, anyway, there was this dude, Goddess Navi, that had running in the presidential election, right? Okay, and dude looked straight like Otis off the Andy Griffith show. All you had to do was give him a key to his own jail cell.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
You're not getting out of your jail cell.
Free Amaru. Amaru wants a writ of habeas corpus or habeas kitty. Amaru want to go before the judge.
Hey, Jesse Sabaka, if you guys were at the 2008 convention at the CNN town hall forum at that time, how would you disrupt the moderators and tell, hey, moderators, you got to go aggressive with reparations? Like, how would you guys frame it at that time if you had to turn the clock back?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're absolutely right. Because from what I've been seeing from my observation is that these moderators, man, they only put up so much heat. They got a regulator on them. You know what I'm saying? Because I noticed that a lot of these moderators on these questions, they'll avoid the serious issues. Okay, case in point. Let's look at Uncle Tom Ben Carson. And you remember when Ben Carson got up there with his loaded ass, man, he damn sure had to been on his own meds. And he's up there talking about them when we was brought here as slaves, from the Carolinas, from the slave ports, that our people was up here looking for democracy in America. Once again.
First thing is no damn democracy. It's a
It's a republic, right?
Right. But I'm just going by, I'm going by what Ben Carson was saying. He was definitely fucked up off his meds, man. Because I damn sure wouldn't have given. Yeah, he sure enough fuck wouldn't have got the keys to my car, man. I mean, dude looked like he was on one, man.
Bad boy. But to answer Nabi's question, why is Amaru in trouble? He tore up a whole half a roll of paper towel, a bounty.
Wow. Paper towels. So it sounds like you're gonna have to buy more paper towels for your place, Jesse.
Okay. Well, in Amaru's defense, speaking up for Amaru was getting his sparring in, and he got to get his claws together. So he didn't have a kitty speed bag for him. So Amaru said, "Okay, well, I see a roll of toilet paper. You know what I'm saying?"
Paper towel. The
paper towels
kind, the bounty, the quicker paper.
Amaru, you in trouble. That's high value stuff you messed up, Amaru. Okay, Cow Dog says that we live in a corporation. Okay, Cow Dog, could you elaborate on that?
The USA is a corporation.
Like Plantation. He's probably talking about Plantation Corporation.
Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, that's what them damn Federal Reserve Board of Governors are.
He's being a bad boy. That's why he's in his jail. He's in a dog kennel.
Amaru. Kitties are beautiful. Free Amaru.
He's in a blue dog kennel.
Yeah. Sounds like Jesse. It sounds like Jesse. Sounds like you've been trained as a sheriff before. You know the trick.
The new sheriff of town. No rules.
Yeah.
Free Amaru. Okay.
Hey Jesse, like going back to 2008, if you had to turn the clock, how would you disrupt the moderators to put reparations?
If I could get that close without getting arrested.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you had to be the moderator at the CNN town hall debate in 2008 and you asked Obama a question about reparations.
For those, Michael, you have to be invited to.
Yeah.
That I know for a fact. You would have to be invited to. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, hypothetically speaking. Yeah.
If I was invited, what would I say to him turning back the clock? What are you gonna do specifically for Black people, goddammit?
Like would you yell at Obama in his face?
Yes.
Oh yeah. No, I'll
Hopefully,
go tell Obama. I say,
follow suit.
Obama, we got something in common.
I don't know which one of them did it, but Amaru, he was like the most guilty party when I came in.
Wait a minute, man. What physical evidence do you have, sir, to charge Amaru, the kitty client, man?
When I came in, Amaru was acting like he just got done doing something bad. And I seen paper towel all over the floor. And Amaru was the first one that I seen. And Amaru was trying to pretend like, oh, I didn't do anything. Hi, Daddy. Hi, I'm glad you're home.
Okay. So Amaru, wait a minute. Now, hold on now. Amaru is employing the Fifth Amendment. He does not have to be a witness against himself.
We need a Black Mayberry, Asriel said.
Yeah, did you have to tackle Amaru just
I picked him up, I spanked him, I said bad boy, and I threw him in the jail cell.
Jail cell for like 24 hours, right?
Well, no, I'm not gonna keep him in there that long.
Yeah, I'm just joking, yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna be in there for a minute though. Oh yeah, he had to did it. Yeah.
Okay. Cow Dog says, hell no. The so-called country ran by presidents selling America to the highest bidder and don't care about the people in the country. You will get no argument from me on that there, Cow Dog.
Yeah.
Right. All right, so Lisa give us an update on why the Democrats lost. DNC releases the Autopsy report on 2024 election loss.
You're doing well. Well, the Democratic Party is full of crap, and they're just releasing the autopsy explaining why they lost the election in 2024. It should have been released 2 years ago, not now. And that's how you know
they were getting their lies straight.
It was bad. Because if it wasn't bad, they would not have hid it all this time. And the fact that they sat on this thing for 2 straight years, it says a lot right there. And, and it says what went wrong. And I'm surprised Kamala came out and said, release it, put it out there. And I think the biggest mistake the Democrats make is they don't listen to the people, and they definitely don't listen to us, who is their biggest voting base. And they done got carried away with that benign and neglect stuff. And they paid the price for it. They paid the price. So I want to let you listen to what came out, and it shook them. But, you can't go into each election ignoring your base. And that's what they have tried to do, y'all, not just in 2024, but for decades. They want the vote. They want your support when they're up for election. And then the rest of the time, they spend all of those years in office ignoring us, shutting us down, not talking to us, running from us. And one thing that I noticed that came out in it, young people don't like the Democratic Party. They don't attract young people. And I think the Democratic Party has taken on an old ornery spirit. You know how you meet those old ornery people? They have no patience. They're angry all the time. They don't like young people. They don't talk to young people. That's what they have turned into. That's why sometimes you just need new, fresh blood. Y'all got too many damn Geritol people up in there, and they don't want to do anything for the community they're supposed to represent. And now you got so many first and second generation immigrants in these positions, which I don't believe they should ever be eligible to sit in Congress or the Senate. But hey, this is America, and this is the way they wanted to do things. So, let's see here. Let me share my screen. Let's see. Not yet. Okay. So before we get started, I just want to also remind you that my 40% off sale is in effect. So you can go to any of my stores, Etsy, Shopify, or TikTok shop and get 40% off on your order. There is no minimum. So you can buy one item and get 40% off, or you can buy 20 items and you get 40% off. So take advantage and rack up on the things you need for your hair. I am doing pretty good with the inventory, so it's a lot available. So just grab it up, and I'm kind of glad we got the long weekend. That way it ensures I'll be able to get everything out on Tuesday. All right, y'all. Let's get to it. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And let's see who's the Crawford Experience. Thank you so much for your super chat. The younger generation said, hey, it just went by too fast. Hell no, the couch is the best option. Yes. And if they come around the same way, even in 2028, they're going to get more of the same. People are going to take the couch over them. That's exactly what's going to happen. Thank you for your support for my channel. All right, y'all.
Well, we've been waiting for this. The DNC finally releasing its autopsy report on the 2024 presidential election. DNC Chair Ken Martin writing, I am not proud of this product. It does not meet my standards, and it won't meet your standards. I don't endorse what's in this report or what's left out of it. Shannon Bream is the anchor of Fox News Sunday. She joins us now. So this just happened. Why do you think he thinks that it does? Well, do you know why it doesn't meet his standards, or why he thinks people will be disappointed?
Well, we're going through what CNN says is this report. We haven't verified it independently, but it's got all kinds of notations on it that are apparently the DNC's objections or questions that it had. And Ken Martin says he initially didn't release this after he had commissioned it because there wasn't source material. They felt there were issues with it and they wanted to see more, pull more together before they'd release it. And then he said, after we had, some success in these special elections and other things, I didn't want to release it because I thought it would be a distraction. Then I realized it was a distraction not releasing it. So CNN says it's gotten its hands on this thing, and what they're purporting that it is. It talks about a lot of different things in here. They say Democrats have lost ground at every level, from inconsistent messaging and improper planning. They talk about funding and not equipping their state parties. And, the document I'm looking at goes on a deep dive through a number of state races, down to the attorney general level, and looking at where things matched and didn't match with messaging and voting. And they said, in some of these cases that you couldn't just have a message that we're anti-Trump. We hate President Trump, or he's not good for us. He's not good for the country. You have to have your own independent messaging. So it's nearly 200 pages. We're starting to dig through it, and would like to independently verify it ourselves as well.
Wow, I did not expect to see this. Kamala Harris is demanding the Democratic Party release the top secret report as to why the Democrats and Kamala Harris lost the 2024 election to Donald Trump. Former Vice President Kamala Harris, according to NBC News, is talking with donors and telling them that she is perfectly okay and wants the DNC to release the now buried autopsy that they put together using donor money to investigate why Kamala Harris lost. They did this whole investigation under DNC Chair Ken Martin and said they were going to release this information to the public so we can study and examine what happened in that election. And then when they finished the report, they buried it. They have no intention of releasing it as of now, and everybody is scratching their heads thinking to themselves, why do the report if you aren't going to release it? What are you trying to hide? And the reality is they're hiding the real reasons Kamala Harris lost. We know what some of those reasons may be, but I'm excited for the fact that Kamala Harris is calling for its release, because if she's calling for that, they might actually do it.
All right, folks, gather around. The DNC's autopsy report of the 2024 election is finally out. And honestly, a lot of this is what some of us have been trying to tell people for years. Before I go any further,
Michael, the Democrats are too soft on those reptilians.
Give a flying you know what about the DNC's autopsy report. They want to know what elected officials, what Democrats are going to do to make their lives better, to bring gas down, to bring the cost of groceries down, to address the issue of childcare, housing, affordability, all those things we're talking about. They actually do not care about this report. But if you are somebody that is interested in building political power for Democrats, if you are a strategist, a would-be candidate or a candidate yourself, if you are somebody that is thinking about 2027, 2028, you got to pay attention to some of what this report is saying. The report argues that Democrats became too dependent on consultants, on television ads, on late money, while they underinvested in organizing, voter registration, state parties, and also year-round infrastructure. I agree with a lot of that diagnosis. Power, folks, and the way you win elections, you do so in state legislatures by organizing in county parties, school boards, hiring local organizers, getting people who are willing to knock on doors early in the year and in the middle of July when nobody's paying attention. And I think the part that gets lost is that the Democratic Party of 2024 is not the Democratic Party of 2026. There is no way that Democrats in Mississippi have flipped state legislative seats. There's no way that Democrats in Florida have literally clawed back power from Jacksonville to some very, very, very red places. There is no way that Democrats in Omaha, Nebraska unseat a two-term Republican incumbent and elect the first Black mayor to ever represent Omaha, Nebraska, if changes haven't already been made. The deeper issue here is not just messaging, okay? It's whether the party became too disconnected from the actual mechanics of building durable power. We gotta go back to the basics.
Black woman.
Elections are not won by vibes and ad buys, folks. They are won with infrastructure. They're won with relationships. They're won with trust. They're won with organizing. They're won with long-term investment. Like I said, frankly, some of us tried to tell folks this already.
The DNC's long-awaited 2024 autopsy was finally released today after months of pressure on Chair Ken Martin.
I just think it was a huge mistake. The story is bigger than the actual results, which mirror absolutely everything that we already knew about what happened in the 2024 election. And also, it seems like this guy, Paul Rivera, who wrote it, he's a Democratic strategist who's known Ken Martin for a very long time, just did, frankly, like a really shit job. Like, if you're going to put data in there, it has no citations, conclusions that come from interviews with no information about who they were interviewing. This guy seems quite ill prepared to have done something that was going to carry this level of weight.
It felt like a senior in their second semester after being accepted to college and is just phoning it in. I would have loved to have assembled the team to look at all the data and just write about what they thought happened. It felt like, look, we got to get this out. We don't want to offend too many people, but it felt like a giant nothing burger.
So the Democratic Party just released their autopsy on why they lost in 2024. And then, I'm not kidding, they stamped a disclaimer on every single page telling you not to trust it. There were 192 pages written by a Democratic consultant named Paul Rivera, and he was commissioned by the DNC chair, Ken Martin, who promised transparency. Then he tried to
you're right, Cal Dog.
But today,
he's right too.
He caved to pressure and released it with an apology for, quote, creating an even bigger distraction, end quote. So, okay, the substance now. The report says that the Democrats abandoned Middle America and the South. that working class voters did not see themselves in the party. Surprise, surprise. That state parties were neglected, that Biden's White House never bolstered Harris, that the campaign never defined who Trump was, and that Trump's they them ad was one of the most damaging attacks in the cycle. But here's what matters more in the 192 pages. Gaza is not mentioned once. Israel, not once. The single biggest fault line of 2024, the issue that fractured Michigan, that broke trust with Arab, Muslim, and young voters, erased. Biden's age, not mentioned. His decision to run again, skipped. Harris getting the nomination without a primary, also skipped. Tim Walz, he was not mentioned once in the document. So an autopsy is supposed to tell you what killed the patient. This one refuses to name the cause of death. If you walked away from this party in 2024, your absence is the loudest thing missing from this report. Make sure they say your name in the next one.
The DNC finally released the 2024 autopsy, and I read the entire 192-page report, so you don't have to. I'm going to be so honest when I say that this report looks like a rough draft of something my 8-year-old would bring home from school, but I did find 2 interesting points in between all the slop and scribbles. It claims that Kamala Harris lost because Democrats are always late, meaning they go dark in between elections while right-wing media stays locked in year-round. And I just found this hilarious because it's absolutely true. And it shows that they know it's true, but they literally did the same thing after the 2024 election. They ghosted us while Gavin Newsom stayed in the media, which is exactly why he's the current frontrunner. This second point gets me genuinely heated. It says that the 2024 presidency came down to roughly 270,000 votes across 4 states and blames everything under the sun except for Gaza, which is crazy considering the uncommitted movement got over 100.
She had no agenda. She had no policy. She had nothing. We documented it from beginning to end. She didn't have nothing up until like the last 2 months.
Last minute, yeah. Going to November 2024.
Yeah.
Sleepy dementia Jim Crow Biden refused to step down.
Yeah. And also because Kamala Harris, you know, it's interesting when I think that lady's Arab, right? Who said that Democrats have been in the middle. No, Democrats have not been in the middle. If the Democrats did have been in the middle, then why did Kamala Harris chase so many suburbanites and white Republican voters?
Where is he hateful?
Okay.
Yeah.
What did he say that was hateful, Shabaka?
He said if Hillary could not beat Obama nor Trump, how was underprepared Kamala finna beat a man?
He has a point, Shabaka. I mean, we knocked her off the pain in 2019.
Yeah. Yeah. What is it?
We knocked Hillary out too. Hillary.
Yeah.
Sauce. I carry hot sauce in my purse, and Roly Martin sitting up there doing a jig with her. To hell with Hillary.
Yeah.
Hillary for Chris.
And
Can you imagine? Can you imagine Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton trying to cook oxtail at the cookout event?
I don't need oxtail.
With the collard greens in the bathtub, no.
Yeah.
You know, let's say like on the grill, they overcooked the collard green. They said,
"How do you cook a collard green?"
Right, because Kamala Harris is like, "Look, if I put the coal in high gas, this is gonna be perfect. Because I know my brothers and sisters are gonna like something food that's like hard to eat. You know what I mean? That's a way Kamala Harris is trying to attract the black votes."
Oh my God, she gonna be eating that food with her hands and feet like they do in India.
Yeah, but can you imagine? Can you imagine Hillary Clinton doing it worse than Kamala Harris?
She gonna try to pull out the bottle of hot sauce again.
Damn.
Yeah, but we could agree that
and Roly Poly Martin gonna do the jig for her again.
Yeah, with his fat ass.
Well, we
definitely need to go lose some of that gut.
He gonna do the wobble.
Yeah.
The wobble with her. Tupac was rapping about in the 80s too. Oh yeah, with her line. I was listening to Pac and Biggie in the 80s. I was listening to Snoop and Tribe Called Quest in the 80s. I was smoking
Them
weed
cats didn't come out to the 90s.
in the 80s.
Yeah.
That's right, Fife.
But yeah, can you imagine? Do you think that Michelle Obama can make a perfect collard green than Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton?
Do I think
Okay.
Michelle Obama, Michelle.
Yeah, she's FBA.
FBA. Yeah. So I know, let's say Michelle Obama decides to run for president in 2020. Wait, hypothetically speaking, right?
Okay, Goddess Nobby's with you, Shabaka. She says she don't eat oxtails either.
Either. Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Well, oxtail has like what? Very like a lot of fat, right? In the meat.
No. What it is to me, Michael. Okay.
It has a lot
There's
of
an old
gristle.
saying. Okay. The thing is, man, is this. Okay. Oxtails, man, I equivocate to shitlins. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I leave people's houses when I smell that funky, nasty ass, stinking shit. You know, the smell of shitlins, man, makes me want to vomit. You know, motherfuckers will ask me, man, why are you leaving? And I didn't have the heart to tell them, well, hey, man, I can't stand the smell. I just say, hey,
invite somebody over your house while you are cleaning them. That's on their part, Shabaka. That's disrespectful that they even invited you over.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? Knowing that I don't, you know what I'm saying? Because there's an old saying, one man's meat is another man's poison.
Even if you
See what I'm
did,
saying?
though, that's still disrespectful. Like, who does that?
Yeah, exactly.
House while I'm cleaning chitlins.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Cow Dog asked a very, very good question right here. How come don't nobody celebrate Kwanzaa in Canada?
Oh, they do.
And you
They have Kwanzaa.
They do?
Yeah. It's something like that. They celebrate it's either Kwanzaa or Christmas. They
In
celebrate
Canada.
in Canada.
Right.
Okay.
But the
because
Kwanzaa in
Sister
Canada-
Harriet,
Right.
because Sister Harriet on the Underground Railroad, you know, she took a lot of slaves into Canada because from what I read on her, she tried to get them north. And then she says, well, why not just get them out the whole damn United States altogether, you see? So I could see the reasoning on that, you see. And then keep in mind, you know, Sister Harriet kept that shotgun with her, you know, and had a whole lot of big buff motherfuckers up there. Oh, Sister Harriet, we can't leave, Master. And then Sister Harriet says, fool, you got 3 seconds to make up your mind, or otherwise I'm going to decorate your tree, that tree with your brains and guts. So I'm sure she got a lot of their minds right.
Kwanzaa is Pan-African. That is true, Cow Dog.
Okay.
I see. Okay.
But we're the only ones that celebrate that. They don't celebrate that on the continent. They only
No, they don't.
in the diaspora. Only FBA celebrate Kwanzaa.
Kwanzaa. That interesting.
Okay, hold on now. Hal here says Kwanzaa is FBI.
FBA. Oh,
FBA.
FBA too.
No, he says FBI.
Yeah, it is. Ron Karinga, Shabaka.
Yeah, exactly. And I told you I met that fool, man. Hey, brother, how you doing? And hey, Mr. Karinga, how you doing? And kept it moving. You know what I'm saying?
That us movement that try to break down the Panthers.
Exactly. And Newton stepped to Karinga and whooped his ass and told him, man, either they get in line with their program, get out of town, or change your fucking name.
Right.
He sure did. Newton's family ain't nothing to fuck with, man, and that's for real.
I like the principles of Kwanzaa, but yeah, besides that, yeah, there's a Pan-Africanist holiday.
Yeah, right. And then you got a lot of motherfuckers out there that's looking at it as a marketing opportunity. Now, they can impress the fuck out of me, man, by building some grocery stores, building some trade schools, colleges for our youth. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. So in other words, you just want Kwanzaa to be more than just symbols. It should be substance. Like
exactly, Michael.
It's a coin
exactly.
holiday or a celebration.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're not getting out, Ruru. Shout out to the 25 viewers. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button.
Yeah. Free Amaru.
1,000 votes
Free
in just
Amaru.
Michigan alone. If you want more information, here's an analysis that links the original report too.
So the DNC released their autopsy report of why they lost the 2024 election. And this thing is either incomplete or it was half-assed thrown together. So this thing altogether was 192 pages. Now let's look at some of the things that just weren't mentioned at all. Not a single mention of Mr. Biden's age, a regular concern to voters. No mention of Israel-Gaza, which pretty much split the left during that election.
Yeah, that was,
things that it does include. He had that Trump ran against Kamala Harris where Trump said, like, Kamala is for they, them. That was very effective. I think we all know that at this point. They said that Mr. Biden's team failed to position Kamala Harris for success, which she's his VP. What do you mean failed to position? If Biden's term was so great, you just continue all the same talking points. It also reported that Democrats tried to shift away from identity politics in favor of economic issues and cost of living concerns, which is really funny because in 2020, it was all about identity politics. Joe Biden had the most diverse cabinet ever just based on how people look. Then it started to backfire by the time 2024 came around. They wanted to shift away, just forget that whole thing ever happened. I think for the most part, it didn't matter if this came out. I don't think Democrats are going to change the way they are. Honestly, the Democrats are going to win or lose based on how Trump and the Republicans perform. And right now, the midterms aren't looking too great.
Man, the midterms coming up are garbage, man. And like I
what's
said, the only
worse about
motherfucker I'm
this? The
voting on
report is
there
crappy.
is Scam Brown.
But see,
Because
this
I know
is
he's
what
crook.
happens when you hire somebody by the name of Rivera to put your report together. Let's just say it all right there.
And me.
So anyway,
Oh, yeah, of course, you. Yeah.
the Democrats are not going to learn a thing.
That's a damn shame, Lisa.
When the next
They're going to have to
presidential election come up, y'all,
Cow Dog
I
says
think
Amaru wants
Donald
his
Trump
phone
is going to
call,
make
man.
a serious
Block her.
attempt to stop any upcoming elections. That's what I think is going to happen in 2028. I think he's going to stop it, and the Democrats will just sit there and let him get away with it.
Yeah.
That's what I think, the Republicans are preparing to do. And the Democrats will not be prepared to deal with it. Let's face it. That's why Donald Trump is so asphyxiated on that ballroom, because I told y'all he's putting a big old huge bunker down there, and he's having an underground hospital put in. So he's not leaving. That's what you're going to be dealing with in 2028. Somebody that's going to go underground and refuse to leave and make every attempt to try to run the nation from under that ballroom.
Right.
So
they had a movie in the
will
early
the
70s,
Democrats
man,
learn?
something
More
similar
than
to some of
likely,
that.
no. They'll still want your vote, but they're not going to do anything for you. That is their forever goal when it comes down to dealing with us.
Man, it's like the Democrats doing promotions,
It's one
right?
thing if you think, okay, they could learn a thing or two, they won't. They
Yeah,
won't. They're
exactly.
going to come with the same message and do all of the same things that they have done and play the benign neglect game because they never want to give up on that. And it's just going to be a repeat of the same thing. But look, we already got people saying they're not coming back out for them. And see, you're all wrong about what can win the Democratic Party the election. Reparations can. Reparations. And we know the Democratic Party keeps running from that subject matter. Or if they do talk about it, they need to throw in some study that nobody else seems to need. You look at Donald Trump and what he's doing, the J6ers sure don't need any type of study. In fact, nobody does. So we know what the study is. It's just a typical stall tactic. We'll just stall them out and get in there and try to win the election and then stall them again and then just ignore them when they keep bringing up reparations.
You know how Roosevelt died in his fourth
So that's
term.
all.
Yeah, in his fourth term, but what he's saying, he did 4 terms as a wartime president. So he's saying he's going to do the same thing, even though the Constitution was changed so that we would never have another Roosevelt.
And this was done
was
by
that? The 25th Amendment, I think.
Yep, 25th Amendment. Yep, to the U.S. Constitution. It was actually introduced by Democrats.
Okay.
Yeah.
But wait a minute though. But what his setup would be, man, is that he would have JD take over his agenda.
Yep.
And then
JD
Dump
Vance.
Jr. as his VP.
You know, interesting. You bring that up, Sabaka. I was talking to a client. I was talking to my client's brother not too long ago. The brother told me that Donald Trump is preparing his son. Preparing his grandson for the next 20 years to take over the White House, passing down intergenerational wealth. And a lot of Americans are not talking about. You got to think long term because most American voters are short term voters, right? They're not thinking about look. You got to look at the big picture, what Donald Trump is doing for the next generation.
100 years ago with the Spanish flu.
Yeah. Okay. So how he's got his dates wrong? The Spanish flu, man, it was like about 19. Oh shit, 17.
No,
1918.
1920.
20. Right.
Oh, okay. Now look what's happening with this Ebola shit.
Well, Shabaka, that's every 10 years that happens, Shabaka. That ain't nothing new. The last time we had the Ebola was in like 2015.
Yeah, in Obama's last term.
Yeah, under old Sam.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, hold it. I'm not doubting you, brother Che. Hold on.
US got the patent on all this shit, Shabaka. Ebola, Zika, COVID, you name it. They got the patent on that shit.
Yeah, and you know it's interesting. You know all the diseases we have in America started with white presidents. Have you guys noticed?
Yeah, that they carry disease everywhere they go.
Yeah, and you know it's so funny. It's so interesting how like the Becky and Brad presidents like to say, "Look at what Africa's doing," but what the African government is telling Brad and Becky.
That was given an African or exotic language name. Zika.
All right. And you know it's so funny.
Okay, say you guys, the Spanish flu was 1918 to 1919 was a global influenza pandemic caused by the H1N1 influenza, a virus affecting roughly 1/3 of the world's population and causing an estimated 50 million deaths.
Shabaka, I said that. I said 1919.
Yeah, you did. Okay, all right. Okay. I was just putting that out there for our listeners.
Yeah, so every 100 or so years, they have a serious illness that comes over the people. Then the latest.
Didn't FDR get afflicted with polio?
Yes, Shabaka. He was affected by polio up until like 1950.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, FDR, when he was president, unfortunately, the Black deal he tried to make with Black Americans failed because Congress refused to permanently fund Black cabinet positions. I'm sorry, cabinet positions for foundational Black Americans.
Possibly.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Jesse.
All right.
Yeah, Justice Baca, guess what? I know the Democrats, they're gonna use the same tactics. The old Democrats like James Clyburn.
Oh my God. Well, he's done.
Oh, he's done for sure. Yeah, but I'm Jesse. I'm sure you remember when you worked on Obama's campaign. Did you have to educate the white the white Beckys and Karens how to use the internet, the older folks in 2008?
Yeah.
Like how to use social media, because I'm sure like the old folks who are on Obama's campaign could barely use the internet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was just registering people to vote.
To vote.
Yeah, I've done that. Got into fist fights behind it.
Really, fist fights.
Yeah. People
Oh
are
my gosh.
to be
Yeah.
real standoffish if you ask them, "Are you ready to shit the vote?" What the fuck is
Yeah. You know, what the fuck is it to you? I don't think that's none of your goddamn business. Oh yeah, all kind of foul.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
You know?
Yeah, you can tell, man. Shabaka been through it.
Been through it, man.
Yeah.
It's probably like,
oh yeah.
probably worse than phone banking.
Yeah, I'll take phone banking over this.
Yeah, because at least with phone banking, man, you're sitting down at a desk. You know what I'm saying?
I had my call me everything but a child of God one time phone banking.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. You ought to hear me, man, go off on these people, man, who still calling me up about these health maintenance organizations, right?
He said, "Listen here, nigger." He said, "Listen here, nigger. Don't call me no more, nigger."
Oh no,
Wow.
man.
Oh, that's crazy. Wow.
I would have hopped through that phone, man, and would have put some Ali on them. You know?
He said,
"Ask that motherfucker, what's my name?" You know. But putting all BS aside, though, okay, you can understand that, okay, is because you know I get these get these calls.
Guess where he was at? Guess where this disco was at?
Where?
Florida.
Florida.
Oh my God. Florida.
And this was on the fiscal, right, Jesse?
Obviously, Michael.
Yeah, I bet he's like, I'm going to vote for John McCain. Right?
Yeah. Okay. Now, Hal here is saying your thoughts or opinions on Hunter Biden on the Candace Owens interview. Hal.
I haven't seen it. Yet.
Yeah,
haven't seen it, but I don't think shit about Candace Owens. Okay.
To hell with Candace
Yeah,
Owens.
Florida is ratchet.
Amaru, get your ass out the cart. I let him out.
I mean, he won his lawyer.
I let him out. He gets
an
hour.
Okay.
And then he goes back to
all right, so the judge dismissed his case. All right, Amaru. Okay.
All right, Jesse.
He only get out.
In Florida, and I'm saying this here for our new viewers, okay? I was in Florida, right, Michael?
Right.
Okay.
I was in Florida too.
And Nabisco comes up to me, "Man, you heard about woke theory?" I said, "Man, what in the fuck is that?" I thought it was a damn name of a disease or something. Well, man, out there trying to make us white folk feel bad about slavery. Now, knowing that I'm behind enemy lines, okay, hold it. Knowing that I'm deep behind enemy lines and I'm down there by myself, okay?
Wow.
So I played stupid, okay? Well, that makes us white folks want to feel bad about slavery. I said, "Hey, Cat, I ain't got no comment." Because that motherfucker damn sure didn't want to hear my comment.
They bad now.
That's for real.
They definitely gonna lose if they run Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well,
yeah, Gaddis Nabi. Yeah, he did go there. Yeah, he did, Gaddis Nabi. That's why I don't do the South. I only did the South one time because of people on social media saying, "Hey, Shabaka, when you going down south?" I went down south. I went through Oklahoma. I visited the Black Wall Street. I said, "Nevada, here I come."
You know, interesting, Sabaka, Carolyn Essex used to live in Nevada. I think it was Henderson, Nevada.
Okay.
Outside of
I know where Henderson is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know
Las
exactly where
Vegas.
Henderson is.
Yeah, and she used to be part of the chairperson of the Las Vegas Democratic Party, and she told me that she had a lot of issues with the Democratic Party there.
Oh yeah, because see, keep in mind the only strongholds in Nevada for the Democrats is Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
You go off into the rest of this damn state, man, that shit is straight repub and dumpster supporters, you know. So when American Sad Ass got up there with his drunk ass, you know what I'm saying? I just would have told American Sad Ass, "Look, man, you drunk, you got that booze talking, okay?
Right.
And like I said, and that there's another industry that owes reparations heavily for our people chopping down all that sugar cane. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah. Sorry, Jesse. We didn't want to take so much of your time.
If the Democrats don't switch their message and deal with reparations, you're going to look at a repeat of 2024. A lot of people are going to choose the couch again.
Yep.
That little baby. Oh no, how did you get that?
So y'all, Antithesis, thank you so much for the super chat. Alcha supporting. Thank you. Thank you. I deeply appreciate it. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you for being here, and be on the lookout for my lives for tomorrow. And we also have our Bible study tomorrow.
Yeah, that's
so, and I look forward to that. And I know many of you do too.
Yeah.
So have a wonderful, wonderful evening. And
they call it the Mississippi of the West for a reason.
Mm-hmm. And I also heard that Nevada, the police officers tend to be very bold and racist.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right.
That's why, Michael, when the speed limit says 45, I'll give him 43.
43. Right.
All right.
Under 2 miles.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this autopsy report that Democrats just released?
Yeah.
Okay. What it is, Brother Che. The autopsy report that the Democrats released is prepackaged bullshit and garbage.
Yeah. I would attest to what
might as well use it, man. Might as well use that damn autopsy report for shit paper, man.
Yeah. You know, to be honest,
throw it in the outhouse.
Yeah. My opinions about the autopsy report really is like, are the Democrats going to embrace those changes?
No.
Based on the recommendations? Definitely not, right? And even when I read the autopsy report, 20 pages, the short version, right? And it was actually real. It said Kamala Harris and Democrats lost because they abandoned millennials, Gen Zers, people, people from Palestinians. But what the autopsy report failed to mention was foundational Black Americans as being key of voters, in addition to progressive voters that they need, right? And the officers saying that for Democrats to really win, they got to do these followings. I'm like, yeah, right.
At that event I went to earlier, Michael, that candidate forum. We're divided as a party. We got a progressive wing, and then we got a moderate wing.
Yeah.
Big ass about the cart.
Right.
We're gonna hop this big ass in the cart.
Now, I'm getting in mischief.
Yeah.
Wait, Jesse, say it again about the progressive and moderate the division. You said you went to the meeting yesterday, right?
Today, no, yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, them Democrats. We're divided as a party.
Right.
We got progressives on this side and moderates on the other. Whatever will we do?
Right. And you know what's interesting? Have you noticed the Republican Party is very united? There's no moderate or conservative. It's all like
you got rhinos. That's not true. You got the rhinos. And you got the MAGAs.
Right. Yeah, but what I mean is like the rhinos, they're kind of like diminishing, in power because MAGA has took over the Republican Party.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I was like,
MAGA for all intents and purposes is his own political party.
Right. But I'm saying like the MAGA is kind of like the Tea Party. You remember when the Tea Party took over Congress in 2011?
Party,
Right, because the Tea Parties were fed up with the rhinos because the rhinos like, hey rhinos, why are you guys working with Barack Hussein Osama?
Yeah.
Right. Hey rhinos, you got to cater to our demands. We need to have totally limited government. And the rhinos like, we can't do it. You see, if we do it, we're going to lose our rhino support. And the Tea Party actually said, we don't care. Rhinos, you do it, or you do right by us, or we're going to do we're gonna run you guys and we're gonna primary you guys out of office. And unfortunately, the rhinos got ousted in office in 2011. And then for the Democrats to say that there's division between progressive and moderate, yeah, there are not too many progressives in the Democratic Party, which the moderates kind of exaggerate because the moderates still control the Democratic Party like 90% of the time. And even the
Man,
moderates
get your ass out the car, bro. Y'all don't understand. He's like 30, 40 pounds.
Wow.
He's about to break my whole damn cart.
Court. It sounds like you have to play tackle football with him, right, Jesse? Yeah. It sounds like Amaru's like very fast, wants to score a touchdown.
Leopard. He's a baby snow leopard.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he
that
is.
means he's first cousin to the Panther.
Yeah.
Well,
that's why he be growling like a damn lion and shit.
Yeah. But yeah, anyways, the autopsy report, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Democrats keep producing the autopsy report every election cycle when they eventually, if they do lose, right? Same thing, but they're not going to follow through on it. It's like saying like,
right,
we have a promotion. Hey, we need you to come to. Hey, our store's about to go out of business. We're going to give you guys 40% off.
When I was zero, it was zero tolerance in Reno and Vegas.
Yeah, on the herb. Yeah. See, the only way you can smoke herb legally in Nevada, you got to go to the dispensary, right? You cannot smoke that shit outside. You got to smoke it inside.
Ooh, he
like
got
inside the house, right?
I got the catnip spray for him and that little catnip place.
So Sabaka, so you're saying that marijuana is legal, right?
Right, but it's tightly regulated here. You see what I'm saying?
I see.
Okay. And then what it is that if you're driving, okay, they got here in Nevada what they call internal possession, where you go take a piss test, man, and it comes out dirty. Well, you're in internal possession of it. But the thing is, man, you got to figure out, just like with alcohol, okay, like Malcolm X said, and keep in mind that's a government seal that you break it on the alcohol, on cigarettes, and on MJ. You see?
Right. But how about let's say someone has like heart attack and needs to take medical marijuana. Are there exceptions to it?
That, Michael, I don't know. I will research it.
Okay. Also,
you can get away with CBD.
Yeah. How about Jesse in your state? The marijuana is also regulated as well, right?
Yeah, we got recreational and medical.
Okay.
Right.
Remember, we were the first state outside of California.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Virginia, where I live in, it's like it still makes Virginia's medical marijuana law still has not been up to date. Like it's still stuck in the past.
Yeah.
It's crazy in Virginia. Yeah. Oh, it's like, oh my God. Yeah.
You got dispensaries like goddamn coffee shops out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Wanda James claimed that she got the first Black owned. That's a lie.
A lot. It's mostly like white people there, right? That she hired.
But she don't have the first Black owned dispensary. She got the first Black owned dispensary. No, you don't. That belongs to Bieber.
Mm-hmm.
Bieber.
And when you said, right. And when you said that to her, what was her reaction?
I haven't said it to her yet. She said it on an interview earlier.
Oh my God. Did I tell you, Jesse? Wanda James was interviewed by Karen Hunter.
Who's that?
You remember Karen Hunter and that dude? I can't remember his name. I'm trying to remember. She has a YouTube channel called the Karen Hunter Show.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, she goes like very hard against Trump, and doesn't
sound like a Democratic shield.
Yeah, she interviewed your candidate Wanda James.
Oh, she did? Send me the link.
Yeah, I sent you a video clip a couple weeks ago, a month ago. I'm not sure you saw that email, but I was reading the comments right from the Karen Hunter. So this person said, Karen, Wanda James, I'm not sure I can support her for Congress because
she's black.
Right, symbolism. In other words.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is it raining in my city? Yes, it is. At Goddess, yes, it's been raining the whole day today. I mean, whole day since yesterday in Virginia.
Yeah, I've seen on the news I have some flooding back east.
East, yeah.
Okay, how's the humidity there, Michael?
Humidity today, it was like cold outside. I didn't wear my jacket. I thought it was gonna be like from a couple days ago.
Okay, because I've been in humidity at 96%, man. It's like just sitting in the breathing water.
Right.
Yeah, you see, that's why I like this desert sun, this dry, arid climate. You know what I'm saying?
Scrapping time now. It's scrapping time.
Right.
Yep.
They're scrapping now.
Who's scrapping?
Amaru Khalifa.
Amaru Khalifa.
Oh, really? Well, they're getting some sparring in.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Sabaka, Nevada. Yeah, so in Sabaka, Nevada, so Nevada's like hot all year round, right?
No, sir. Nevada will go from one extreme to another because in the summer months it will get up here to like say about 120 degrees.
Wow.
But in the winter months, man, it will get down here to 40 degrees.
Wow.
Yeah. The last time I was there in the winter time, it was 70 degrees.
Yeah. Okay, Cal Dog is saying not Louisiana came to as a baby born in the same hospital as Huey P. Okay. Okay.
And then, wait, you were born at the same hospital as Huey P. Newton? Okay, Cal Dog.
Okay. Okay. Now, Goddess Nabi. Now, here's something that I'm kind of confused on.
I got to get to this. I got to get to the next
Oh,
topic.
yeah.
Yeah, next topic. Yeah.
Okay.
So we lost the great this past week, and that was brother MC Rob Bass. And he was part of the group Rob Bass, D Rock. And they had a hit back in 1988 called It Takes Two. So I'm going to play that. And then it was about his untimely passing from cancer at 59.
Okay.
Yeah, Goddess said that used to be Cali.
Talk about Rob Bass and DJ Easy.
88.
88. It looks very similar to the early 90s, the style.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. Yeah. He passed away at 59 years old, right?
Damn, he was younger than me.
Oh, man.
Yep, 59.
Man, 59.
Yep, R.I.P. Rob. All right, so now I'm going to flip on him passing.
Yeah, that was a video that Carolyn Essex posted on Facebook.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good good song.
Sirens outside.
Uh-oh.
Hold on, man. Let me go on mute for a minute. I just want to.
Okay.
Hey Jesse, would you say it like that? Would you say that rapper was better than Ja Rule?
Yeah. You have to actually have skill.
There's sad news in the music world. Hip hop pioneer and New York native Rob Bass.
You have to actually have talent. You have to be able to actually fit.
The rapper was a member of the hip hop duo Rob Bass and DJ Easy Rock. Bass, whose real name is Robert Ginyard, rose to fame in the late 1980s when he was a DJ. A message posted on his Instagram said he died peacefully, surrounded by family after a private battle with cancer. Rob Bass was 59 years old.
In pain.
Damn.
Sunshine.
Man, guess what I just saw?
Yeah, we on Boss Talk TV. Shout out to E. He the reason.
Where'd you see Sparky?
A damn movie with Ronald Reagan's raggedy ass in it.
Oh.
Yeah.
You don't turn the music crisis.
Okay, Bass Talk 101 podcast. This dude here looks like he's out the bay right here.
Not base, boss.
Okay, boss talk 101. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Breaking news, man. This is a bomber right here, man. This one right here, man. This one hit home, man. Only 59 years old, man. Rob Based passed away, man. It takes two to make a thing go right, man. This here is breathtaking, man. I can't even believe this here done happened. 59, man, is early, man. Shoot, that's just a little bit older than me. Good Lord, man. Guys, if I done told you more than once, man, hug and love your loved ones. Reality TV, you there?
I'm here.
Man, Reality TV, when you told me this, man, it floored me, man. It's like, man, every time you look around somebody, we lose another soldier, man.
Another soldier gone.
Man, this one right here.
I know the kids don't know who he is, but
You're right, Cowgirl. Dancing will keep you in straight.
It takes two to make a thing go right. It takes two to make it out of sight. I heard that was on a few movies too that had that on there. Commercials, a lot of stuff. Yeah. Let me read here what TMZ had to say. TMZ said it takes two. Rapper Rob Bass dead at age 59. Rob Bass, one half of the legendary duo with DJ Easy Rock behind the classic hit It Takes Two has died at the age of 59. Rapper born Robert Ginyard passed away peacefully after a private battle with cancer on Friday, surrounded by family just 4 days after celebrating his birthday. His family remember him in Instagram posts as loving father, friend, and creative force whose impact will never be forgotten. Alongside of DJ Easy Rock, who died in 2014, Rob helped bring hip hop into the mainstream with the massive 1988 hit "It Takes Two," a track that became a pop culture staple, as was a later sample by artists including Snoop Dogg and the Black Eyed Peas duo. Also scored hits with Joy and Pain and Joy and Pain was a big one. Get on the Dance Floor. Rob and Easy Rock met in the 5th grade while growing up in Harlem and later built their rap careers from the ground up after recording early demos together. More recently, Rob continued performing on the I Love the 90s tour, also acts like Vanilla Ice and Young MC, while also mentoring up-and-coming artists through his company, Funk Bass Inc. Man, I mean, he was RIP to Rob Bass, guys. Get in the comments and let me know if you guys really enjoyed Rob Bass music and you remember who he is. Man, get in the comments and let me know the songs. He was friends with Biz Markie, you know, a lot of those original hip hoppers. And, you know, that's the thing I say, man, like the other day when I was really just thinking about it, it was crazy because when I seen Max B kind of, you know, saying what he said and doing, you know, the thing, it just throws me off, man. Really, it does, man, because these are your legends, man, and they won't be here forever, man. Reality TV, what did you remember the song?
Of course. I'm an 80s baby.
All right, Cow Dog.
Okay, so you that was a 90s song, so you were 10 when we were jamming that.
Yeah, like he not that much older than me. I'm almost 40.
Yeah, you a young grasshopper is what I call it.
I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm happy that I was born and got a chance to hear real hip hop and got to see, you know, the realness of everything. I'm happy we went through the struggles and didn't have all this convenience. Because if all this shut down, we don't know how to survive.
Wow, when you look at just who he was as an individual, that song, It Takes Two to Make a Thing Go Right, was his biggest song. Yeah. But that, you know, he had multiple songs.
Yeah. Right.
And the other guy that was with him, DJ Easy Rock, he passed away in 2014. Yep. So he's been carrying the torch for that group ever since 2014 by himself. And really, a lot of people respect what he done and who he is. Right?
Yeah. Some of these kids need to go look up people like this because a lot of the songs that y'all sampling are coming from the hip-hop pioneers
dance with me.
Like him. Yep. Y'all need to know your history of what y'all listening to.
Yeah, we used to dance off that song, and Joy and Pain, that was a song that he had actually got from
baby, Miss
that Joy and Pain song actually came from I believe Frankie Beverly made.
Yeah, to you, Shabak, everybody a baby. But she the same age as my
I'm
mama.
gonna live long enough, son. You'll live long enough, Shani. You'll be old too and losing your teeth to some gum and grits.
It's already happening. Shabak already lost it too.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it is. Yeah, man. It ain't nothing nice, you know.
That's y'all had them house parties back then.
Yeah, we did. You know, at the end of the day, we definitely did, and
gonna have
this was a just great thing, man. And
disturbing.
It's just a thing that it's a time capsule for us, you know.
Yeah.
We definitely I just want you to know, man. If you got somebody that you love, I want you to make sure. I mean, if you got a loved one around, you love them tight and hold them longer.
Can I say this too? Y'all need to go get a checkup. So in case you do have any cancer or anything,
you old, laughing
I don't never want it to be too late because a lot of people are dying because it's too late.
Shabak is 10 years your senior.
You catch it too late, and by the time they catch it, it's too late. So I advise for everybody to go get your yearly checkups or however you want to do it. Make sure you get everything checked. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
Not just sexual transmitted disease.
Yeah,
we need you to check for everything.
Yep.
Wow. This is like I said, this is flooring me that these things are happening so fast in real time.
Came on the 79.
It's some tough times, man. You start to look at just like man, these guys, man, like I said, this is that age, man, where you may not make it through. That's why it's detrimental. Like I said, when I hear, I just seen Big Daddy Kane and Max B going back and forth. I say again, and it's like Big Daddy Kane is a guy who's outlived a lot of people, and you know he's still here and he's still looking good.
In his 60s.
And I just don't.
Hey, that man was fine back in the day. Let me tell you something. I don't know. Listen, the young ladies, go Google this man. And y'all, listen, thank me later.
But the one thing about it, you know, just this
y'all. Hey, I'm telling you.
But the disrespect from people who wasn't in his era, we can't. I can't ride with that. And I was really rocking with Max B.
They got to do the history of, you know, these are the people that helped you become what you want to be.
Now you said that earlier. It's true, and we just gotta value that, man. We gotta value that.
Yeah.
But this stuff here, man, you know, it can be gone in 1 minute, man. It can be gone in 1 minute, man.
And there you go.
I tell you, man. Like I said, when I seen this, it's about when you send this to me, because I listened to that. That's my era, man. You know.
That's your era.
That's my era, man. That it takes
y'all lost another one, man. Y'all lost another one.
Yeah, and we getting on up out of here, man. That's why. You know, Kobe got out of here early, but that's why I say you never know when it's gonna be your time to go, man. Michael Watts just got out of here. He was young. He was younger than Rob Bass.
Yeah.
These people getting up out of here, man. My boy B King got out of here. He was 39.
I know nothing about it.
39. These guys are young as ever, man. What's the name? Big D the Mogul got out. He was 39.
39.
Just up and down.
I am now.
I'm talking about getting on up out of here. You don't understand, man.
That's sad. That's the same age MLK and Malcolm X was assassinated.
Yeah, and you got to be careful who serves you food too, man, when you're off in this type of arena.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you see, you know, when you're off in that type of arena, man, you got to be careful of who is serving you food. You know what I'm saying? And I got some inside stuff on that.
If I didn't cook it, I'm not eating it.
Yeah, I haven't been to arena in a long time, and I used to go to arena a lot when I was younger.
Reno?
No, I'm talking the stadium.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were talking the stadium. Sorry.
Oh, no, he's talking about the arena of politics.
Oh, arena politics. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah. And politics is an arena, you know what I'm saying? And then, not to mention the fact, you know, maybe young man.
Yeah. But they said he had
okay. Yeah. Now see, what Hound 9000 is saying right there, Khalid, he died of food poisoning.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, and keep in mind, they shot Khalid at UC Santa Barbara.
Well,
and then you remember when we did that clip on Khalid, man, when he was talking.
What you know about some Michael Watts, Val? You know about Michael Watts? You must listen to a lot of H-Town hip hop. I was raised.
Okay, she said she was raised Pentecostal. No, apostolistic Pentecostal. And my daddy was of the church too. Okay.
Okay,
Brother Che, didn't we do a story about the power of the Black church, man, during the slavery times, where it was the meeting place, the strategic place?
Yep, it was.
Yeah.
Bad babies, what are y'all doing? They fucking something up in my bathroom. Bad babies.
Yeah. But you see, though, people, if you want some classic R&B, three names I'm going to give you. Curtis Mayfield, the Staple Singers, okay, and Smokey Robinson and the Miracles.
Yeah, he was. I listened to some Chopped and Screwed. R.I.P. to DJ Screw. Robert Davis. R.I.P. You still screwed up.
Hey, Sabaka.
Yeah.
What do you think has changed with the songs since the year 2000 compared to like the 1970s when you grew up?
The frequency.
The frequency, and on top of that, there too, in the 1970s, that was in the disco era. Donna Summer. Okay, wait a minute, because she was a big hit because she did a big hit with Bad Girls. She did the Bad Girls album. It was a 2-record set, late 70s. But then in the early 70s is where then our music started getting plagiarized, like the Average White Band and shit, Casey and the Sunshine Band, man, fuck them.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because it was hijacking James Brown's shit.
What about Bobby Caldwell?
You can't hurry. Wait a minute. Yeah, I remember him, Bobby Caldwell. Yeah.
He was a white boy.
What was it, Bobby Caldwell? Somebody, if you can't hide love, you can't deal with love. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But but if you really want to hear some good Southside Chicago blues, definitely check out Curtis Mayfield, man. Keep on pushing, boom, boom, doom, doom, with a little bit of soul. Boom. Now, Jolena Taban, who is she saying F them? To whom are you referring, man?
Oh, the white bands. The white bands try to imitate us.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. AWB plagiarizing James Brown shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Casey and the Sunshine Band. Old Head Shabaka, how Camilo, you think Curtis May? Okay. All right. I didn't see your full statement up there, sir.
Old head.
Because Curtis Mayfield, how come you think Curtis Mayfield and Marvin Gaye never vibed? Okay. Enlighten me. I didn't know that they were at odds, because Marvin Gaye, he was a big hit there in the 1960s. Stubborn Kind of Fella. Ain't That Peculiar? You know what I mean? Okay. And then when Tammy Terrell died, he kind of went off into a hiatus. Marvin Gaye did. Then he came out with the What's Going On album of the early in 1970s. Yeah. Talking about what's going on, talking about only love can conquer hate. Okay, but how the hell you gonna love somebody and hate yourself?
Right.
You gonna love somebody that hates you?
Yeah. How you gonna love somebody that hates you, but then at the same token within the American, keep on pushing, Val, keep on pushing, boom, 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 with a little bit of soul, Boom, 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 boom. Oh, the Staple Singers. They big hit. Respect Yourself. That was a real big hit. Yeah. Okay. And Gotta says she can't stand Bobby Caldwell. What you do for love? She says that song sucks. Well, yeah, well, you know what I'm saying. And then you had your boy Rufus Thomas there. Do the funky chicken now. Dun, dun, dun. Do it right now, y'all. Dun, dun, dun. But if you really want to get a good sample of the music of the late 60s, definitely you got to check out James Brown's Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud. And then Aretha Franklin's song, Respect. Yeah, Marvin Gaye was a preacher's son. And Ms. Taborn, I could take you right to the front door where Marvin Gaye was shot and killed at. Okay, on 21st and Gramercy in Los Angeles on the day before his birthday in 1984. Okay, move on up. Yeah, see, that's the thing about Curtis Mayfield. Yeah, move on up, keep on pushing, you know, and then him and the Impressions made a song in the late 50s, 1958 to be exact, called And the Woman's Got Soul. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah.
What was the one that he did about Black people? He did a song that's specifically about Black people.
Okay.
It was when
Keep on pushing.
No, it was after
Keep on pushing.
After that.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. I'm trying to think what Mayfield did, man. Before he did the Superfly album.
When he had the accident, Shabaka.
Right, yeah. When because he was in a recording studio, man, and he was paralyzed. Okay.
Yeah. So what the album that he did while he was paralyzed?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember it, Brother Che. This is what happens when you get old, man. I'm going through a bunch of mental files right here. Okay. The Woman's Got Soul. Keep on pushing. Moving on up. Okay.
Yeah, it was after that.
Yeah. Okay. Wait a minute. Then he did one called Future Shock. I know that.
Yeah, it might have been Future Shock.
Yeah, he did one called Future Shock, and then that's when he went on and did the Superfly album.
Was Future Shock when he was paralyzed?
I think so, or just before he got paralyzed. But I do know that a big hit that he had off the Superfly album was an instrumental called Chase. Okay, if you ever saw the movie Superfly,
yeah,
it was a cut on there called Chase, and then of course the one, the Pusher Man song.
Oh, it was the New World Order. It was the New World Order.
Yeah. And then Mr. Mayfield passed away. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if Mr. Mayfield had, some copies of any future material, because from what I understand, a lot of what these artists would do, Rock Steady by Aretha Franklin. Now, Goddess Knock. You talking about the Queen of Soul.
Yeah.
Rock Steady, yeah. But another one that she did was called Spanish Harlem. That was a remake. It said, la 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 na na na. There is a voice in Spanish Harlem. Yeah. And then Aretha Franklin did a Simon and Garfunkel hit that they wrote. Okay. Called Troubled Waters. Wait. Dun dun bum 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 bum. Okay, James Brown, that there was the sound of a generation, Ms. Taborn. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. With your bad self. Yeah, that there was at the height of the Black empowerment era. Wowza, Shabaka. Marvin Gaye was shot on Gramercy. I've been through. He was shot right there on the corner of 21st and Gramercy, Goddess, because I went to elementary school right around the corner from there.
Yep.
Yeah. You see? And this is what happens, man. You see, I couldn't listen to secular music, but I did. Okay, Miss Taborn, tell me what secular music is.
Worldly music, Shabaka.
Okay. Yeah, Superfly was good. He outsmarted those devils. Okay, but I'm gonna tell you that was another hit for me. When Richard Roundtree did the I remember King Heroin by James Brown. And then I remember when the Four Tops did a song called Are You Man Enough, which was a big hit for you. You see, you know. And then keep in mind is that you had a lot of these white songwriters, and Curl King was one of them that wrote the songs but wanted the black people to perform them, okay? And just like I got off into it with this bastard about Elvis Presley, you know what I mean? And I'm saying this here because I told you, Brother Che, and I'm saying this here for our viewers. I'm over here, man, at one of the hotels in Las Vegas, right? So I'm walking through there, man, and there's an Elvis imitator up there. Hey, man, you want to take a picture with Elvis? I said, hell no, man. And I said, that motherfucker right there, man, stole nothing but black music. Like, and I met Little Richard, who told me, talking about me and about 25 other people, man, in South Central. He said, Elvis Presley ain't the king of shit. It was him, Chuck Berry, and Bo Diddley. Those were the inventors of rock and roll.
Yeah.
Say, but they don't want to give us credit for shit. They're going to try to, they're going to tell you. Yeah, and Fats Domino. Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Big Mama Thornton.
Yeah. That you ain't nothing but a hound dog. And then our sister Rosetta Tharpe.
Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah. Okay, now the thing is about Hendrix was, in my opinion, Mr. Hendrix, he played left-handed like Ernie Isley did. Okay.
Exactly. He not the king of nothing.
Yeah, but the thing is about Hendrix was, man, he was off into that psychedelic.
Nobby says she loved jazz, 1971. Ooh-wee.
Oh yeah, that there was the start of the black exploitation films, and you know who was off in that film there too? Goddess Navi was Bondini Brown. Yeah, you see,
was a billionaire.
Yeah, he was supposed to be a billionaire. You know what I'm saying? But see, what they do off in that industry, man, and oh no. No, he didn't go there with Shabaka over. No, Elvis, fuck Elvis Presley. And that's what Little Richard told me. Those were his exact words.
I believe it.
Now, Jolena Taborn said, yeah, Hendrix played left-handed, but so did Ernie Isley, too. Particularly when you hear Ernie Isley on that cut there called Who's That Lady?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because the Isley brothers been around since the late 50s with their song called Shout.
Go for your guns, Shabaka.
Yeah, that was in the mid 70s of with the Isley brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pops
and then
play that the wheels fall off.
Yeah. Who's that lady? Oh, go for your guns, yeah. And then they also did one called Fight the Power.
They did that one called
I remember that. They did another one called what now?
Pride. It was off the Go for Your Guns.
Yeah. The Isley brothers made a lot of hits, and Mr. Big, I think, man, he's only there are only two left of them. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we was gonna cover that. We're gonna cover that on Monday though.
Okay, the University of Colorado Regent Wanda James has filed a federal lawsuit challenging a censure issued by the Board of Regents after she criticized a public health campaign. Public health campaign, she said, included racist
imageries of foundational Black Americans. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. What was it? Some of that Kingfish and Amos and Andy shit.
No, it's racist ass white supremacist shit.
Like using they're trying to get Wanda James to promote a public health initiative saying that foundational Black Americans are the #1 victims of drugs. And Wanda James post-fact said, no, that's not true. It's actually white people in Colorado.
Exactly. Okay. Now, Goddess Navi said that she said Richard Roundtree was so sexy, Goddess Navi, I ain't never seen a sexy man before in my life. But I tell you, what I liked is when he did Shaft in Africa and had Vanetta McGee's fine ass, and then Vanetta McGee, as we all know, is married to Max Julian, and Miss Vanetta McGee had passed away at the age of 65 in San Francisco. Now, another singer that I met who was natural beauty, and it was all natural, that was Vanity. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was Vanity.
36?
Huh?
You talking about Vanity from Vanity 6?
Yeah, exactly.
You met her?
Yes, I met her, and her name was Denise Smith. And she didn't have no makeup on or nothing, and her beauty was all natural. You see, now Vanetta McGee with her fine ass, she's the one that played in Shaft in Africa. You see what I'm saying? And then, of course, as we do know, is that Vanetta McGee was married to Max Julian. You see,
you said
Jim Brown.
Gullah Gucci.
Oh. Yeah, the Gullah
Okay,
Gucci.
what is a Gullah Gucci?
Geechee, Shabaka Geechee. They from South
what
Carolina.
in the hell is that?
That's the name of the people that's down there in South Carolina. They've been there for centuries.
Yeah, yeah. Greg Marcel Dixon is part of the Gullah Gucci tribe.
Geechee.
Yeah, sorry, Geechee.
Okay, what was that crazy movie, man? Wait a minute. What was it? Was that called Uptown Saturday Night? Lola Falana was a bed wench.
Ooh. She was another Dorothy Dandridge.
Pretty much, yeah, because she used to play a lot out here with Wayne Newton in the 70s. Okay. Yeah. All the shafts were good, and yes, she was a gorgeous woman, but the best shaft that I liked was Shaft in Africa. And when they sent him on the mission in Ethiopia, they told Shaft, you can't carry no weapons, you got to use this stick. Okay. So they showed Shaft how to work the stick and what have you. And then Vanetta McGee, she goes over there because the way Shaft in Africa starts out is where they killed Vanetta McGee's brother. I didn't know Vanity was biracial. She had a white mother. Okay. I didn't know that. I thought she was Mexican for many years. No, she wasn't essay. No, she wasn't Mexican. And then and let me see what else. Oh, and then another film legend that I found out that passed away about 10 years ago, who played with Max Julian in the movie called The Mac. That was Carol Speed.
Oh yeah, Carol Speed.
Yeah, Carol Speed. She was 72 there. She went, but I don't think Carol Speed got enough roles that she should have. But another sister that projected a strong Black image, although I didn't appreciate this bed wenching scene she did, was a sister by the name of Rosalind
You don't
Cash.
understand, man. These boys, man, yo, you can't never put a number on it. You don't know when you're going to get, nobody knows the day and time when your clock stopped ticking.
Sorry, I got to finish the clip.
So to sit up and act like you got it all figured out is beyond me. Man, hug your loved ones, man. Show love to those people who you love, man.
Make things right with people that you, your mamas and daddies and stuff.
If you had an issue.
Make it right, y'all. Make it right.
Yeah, if you had an issue, man. I'm just saying, man, Rob Bass was young. I'm pretty sure him and his family was together, as it says in the TMZ article. It's a tough thing, man. It's just crazy because, like I said, it seemed just like yesterday when, man, we were dancing to that music. And we were young and we were vibrant and everybody was kicking it. And now to hear the day that he passed on, man.
Back in your trap boy days. Oh, my bad.
Watch out now. But he'll truly be missed, man. And I just say, man, take a moment of silence for Rob Bass, man. It takes two to make a thing go right. These boys brought that's hip hop. That's hip hop.
That's hip hop.
Rob Bass was a heck of a songster, man. Rob Bass was a different type of animal, man. Rob Bass, he was He was American hip hop duo. He was from Harlem, New York City. Rob Bass is a stage name. Robert Grennan, May 18th. He was born in 1967. And you know, this is crazy work. They're all best known for a single, "It Takes Two," and that actually was in the top 40.
Rosalind Cash.
And it also it was certified platinum by RIAA. That song was a part of the duo's album of the same name, which also has been certified platinum. They are known of being pioneers in crossover success. Rap music wouldn't have been even the same without Rob Bass, man.
That was the name
and
of
DJ
it. Yeah.
Rock. Real talk. I love hip hop, man. True pioneers, man. When it come down to this hip hop thing, I really jump back into hip hop. That's why y'all be mad a lot of time when I tell y'all I rock with Jay and them, I rock with Jay-Z, but not like Eric Sherman and them, not like
Eric B. and Rakim.
I'm not saying that I don't like them and I don't rock with them and DMX and them, and they didn't have a wave. But when it first popped off, it was something different. Special Ed, D Nice, when it first hit the scene, MC Shan, Boogie Down Production, Kool Herc, all of these guys, man, when hip hop first hit the scene, it was crazy, man. Curtis Blow, man, all of the patriarchs, bro. When you look at LL Cool J, Run DMC, all of these guys, man, they getting up in age, bro. And we all getting up in age. And to see where they came from with this whole dynamic of hip hop, Russell Simmons, all of them working hard for hip hop to be something, and not all of our culture. They really did a grandiose thing because it blessed all the culture to be entrepreneurs. Everybody you see walking around with their hat to the side, Biz Marquee, they call it the Vapors. Like all of these different people, man, when you start to go back and look at the music, man, what it really meant to us, man, Houdini, all the stuff that was going on, man, these guys were patriarchs, man. They might not have got the bag that these other artists got, like the Jay-Z's, but LL, shout out to him, he kept it moving and he was able to get his financially equipped right. But a lot of them artists didn't get their just due, man.
Sarita and Tommy Payne.
Don't ever disrespect the man. Just respect what they pay. Because without them, it wouldn't be no you. You younger artists got to get that love and give it back, man. The West Coast jumped on it. Ice Cube, NWA, for sure, Too Short, Need 40, which was even before them, you know. It's like, man, respect the ones who paved the way, man. Right. And we have to respect ourselves first. I was just telling my boy Dub C that, like, I build my platform to show the respect to the OGs first, man. The OGs, the people who I relate to, who paved the way, man. I give it up. I take my hat off to these guys because I seen it happen. The UGKs, the Buns, Scarface, Willie Jordan. All the Fifth Ward boys, which I'm about getting ready to drop their interview I did, man. But all them boys, man, they deserve their roses while they're here, bro. Because at some point, like Rob Bass, man, they'll be gone. And I'll never get to get that Rob Bass interview. I didn't even realize he was sick. But at the end of the day, man, because of who he is and who he was and the group that they had together, man, them songs are unforgettable, man. Unforgettable. A time where we really enjoyed music on a whole nother level, where they had to compete with R&B a lot. R&B was one of the main focal points during that time. Hip hop was just driving through, and he was one of those guys that made you turn your head away from whether it was Teddy Pendergrass or whether it was at that time it wasn't Teddy, it was more like a Keith Sweat and all of them, and made you look from all of those songs that was going on then over to hip hop. And you had a choice. I'm gonna put this R&B in. Now I'm gonna go with this hip hop. Yeah. And hip hop eventually just treaded its way through, but that was a time when they were parallel.
Then the hip hop and the R&B, like you said, it was like parallel. Like they was on. You have hip hop on one track. You have R&B on a hip hop track. You have R&B on a hip hop track. Hip hop on an R&B track. That was the thing back in the 90s.
90s, right?
Yeah.
It's,
Mhm.
and that was a
But
good
another
combo,
album,
right?
yeah, but another album to check out from the 70s, late 70s, 79 to be exact, is Donna Summer's Bad Girls albums.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a 2-record set. You know what I mean?
Disco era, Shabaka. That was the last of the disco era.
Yeah. But then, you know, and it's kind of like that the genre of the music evolves, you know what I mean? Because you went, you know, from rhythm and blues, then you went off into the disco music, and then you had KC and the Sunshine Band and the Average White Boys. And that one there, that's the way, I like it.
Oh, I know you're
Fuck
talking
Kate.
about Old Life. That song, yes. It came
Yeah.
out 2001.
Yeah. You guys won't believe I went to my first movie when I was 19
Wow.
years
19
old.
years old.
Okay.
Was it like your first?
Yeah.
Did you watch your first rated R movie at 19 years old, Sabaka?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Harold Melvin in the Blue Notes, yeah. The love I lost was a good one.
What y'all know about some Blue Magic in the Side Show? Like the Side
Yeah,
Show.
I remember that. Yeah, well, I remember Blue Magic. Then I remember they had this other crew out there called the Temprees, and then we cannot forget the Ohio Players.
Oh yeah.
And the Ohio Players.
George Duke or George Benson? What was it? George Duke?
Okay, yeah, George Duke and George Benson. Now the thing is about George Benson. Okay, he was mainly a jazz player, and then he went off, man, into the other genre of music is because he did an album called Live on Broadway. Okay, where he redid a song called On Broadway. He'll say,
mix a lot.
Another woman, and then another woman who, and then of course you can't forget Dionne Warwick. Okay. Yeah. You see.
The name sounds so familiar.
Burt Bacharach. Yeah, and Burt Bacharach used to write a lot of her songs. Now, Dionne Warwick was the one who got mad at Snoop Dogg and them, you know what I'm saying, the rappers talking about the B word, and she invited them out to her mansion, and she says, now, which one of y'all want to sit up here and call me a bitch to my face?
Yeah, that's when they were smashing records in the street.
Yeah, you see, because, you know, I remember people were selling their CDs and shit, you know, out the back of the cars in the parking lots in L.A.
Yeah, popping trunk.
You know, yeah, you see, so you know they were promoting themselves, and I ain't mad at them for it. But Ebony Woman is a beautiful song. Yes, although Ohio Players are deceased, that's sad. Yeah, okay, because I remember the Ohio Players made an album called Ecstasy. Then they did another one called wait a minute. I'm looking right at the fucking album, man, and I can't see the name. I just see Ohio Players. Oh, they did. Then they did a song called I Wanna Be Free.
Yeah.
Okay. Dionne Warwick did Alfie. What's it all about, Alfie? And that there was a movie starring a guy out of England by the name of Michael Caine.
That's what they used for the Bounty commercial. The quicker Bounty. I think that's what it was. My cousins love Ohio Players, right?
Okay. Yeah. And then another cool ass band that was real good, that they start off as a jazz band, then they went on and did a song called Hollywood Swingin'.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that there was Cool Gang. Okay. And Summer Madness. It's a
Get down
classic.
on it. Go my sketch, Rocket. If Get Down on It, come on, I'm going to start dancing.
Get down on it, boom, boom. Get down on it, boom, boom, boom. I forgot who sang that song.
It was them. It was Cool Gang.
Yeah, it was Kool and the Gang. And then when they did Summer Madness, you know, that's still a hit. And then, but then they did two versions of Summer Madness, Brother Che.
Yeah.
Where they had the woman came on there singing scat. Okay.
And RIP to our brother Roy Ayers too.
Yeah, he wrote a lot of hits. Rodney Williams, R.I.P. to him. Yeah, Roy Ayers, he wrote a lot of hits. Now you got to keep in mind that during and Heaven Must Be Like This. It's funny you should mention that guy, Navi. Yeah, that there has special personal memories for me.
Yeah.
I want to be free, you know, that there's 74, 75, easy, because that there's right after the time that Ali had smashed George Foreman in Central Africa, you know, the Rumble in the Jungle, you know what I mean?
Okay,
and then, of course,
minute left.
Loving each other, man. And Rob Bass was one of them times where we danced out of our seat, man, messing with old Rob Bass, man. So shout out, man, to Rob Bass family to say keep being strong. That's what he would want. And guys, if you got a loved one around you, need to hug, love, hold tighter, because one day you're here and the next day you're gone. Man, RIP to Rob Bass. He'll truly, truly, truly be missed.
That's right.
And if you're still watching, make sure you check this out right here, man. The Wayman brothers had a hell of a lot to say with Barry Spears, man. Boss Talk 101 review.
Yeah, we on Boss Talk TV. Shout out to E. He the reason you see.
Wait, hold on. You said your cousin OD'd? Oh, man. I'm sorry to hear that.
Wait a minute. They want to put the pride agenda with Juneteenth.
Yep.
That's unacceptable.
Yeah, totally unacceptable. I agree.
It's unacceptable. That ain't nothing but a damn pride getting ready to happen.
Remember I was telling you some years back they was trying to do that out here? They was trying to have Juneteenth.
Pride of Juneteenth.
They're trying to go on the same weekend.
Yeah, is that Snoop? Yeah, is that Snoop Dogg in that video?
No.
Yeah, down there in the right-hand corner. That is Snoop Dogg.
It looks like Snoop Dogg to me.
Wait, in the right-hand corner.
Yeah, down in the lower right-hand corner of the picture you got there.
Oh, yeah.
Pride, the single reason Democrats will never win another presidential election. Yeah, Angela Bassett and Denzel Washington came out putting that shit down, saying they don't need to have that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You know, they're up there trying to mix pride and Juneteenth and all that shit. And then Angela Bassett and Denzel, they have came out speaking publicly against this LGBT agenda. And I cannot say it enough. Okay. You motherfuckers got your human rights and you got your civil rights.
But you ain't got the right.
Yes, you ain't got the right plumbing for it, and there ain't nothing about the crack of your ass that is a woman's womb. And I want to make that very, very clear.
Perfectly clear.
You see?
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. You know?
All right, let me get the clip, Shabaka. So I already alluded to the Democrats are trying to merge pride, you know, the Rainbow Skittle community with and
that's a disrespect to our ancestors that died.
So this sister is going to give them a reminder of exactly that, Shabaki. Exactly.
All right, let's. What's the clip? About 3 minutes long. Is this clip 28 minutes, Brother Che?
Yes.
All right.
Just going to speak one. We'll make this Juneteenth and Pride all in one.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. No, it's the representation of intersectional identity.
I am too.
Yeah, Chicago is such a wonderful city. We will keep each other together. We will keep our city together. We will be united. And I think that's the theme, right? The theme for the Pride March this year. It was the theme for our Father's Day Artisan Wall Festival. at Loyola Park this year. All together. And I think that as we face division, as we stare down hatred, bigotry, people moved by their hatred.
Take that bullshit to San Francisco.
That might happen. Keep it up.
Facts got us now.
We just
Facts.
got Juneteenth in 21 and y'all gonna make it. Juneteenth and Pride together. Exactly. Pride month is okay, but for Juneteenth with Pride month, that's disrespectful to every black person.
That's right. That's right.
I see this is in the city of Chicago.
I believe, but y'all cannot.
How do I know this is in the city of Chicago?
Juneteenth is Juneteenth. Y'all cannot do that. That's disrespectful to everything. That's disrespectful to every.
You can sit down or you have to leave.
Disrespect.
Have a seat, Mike, please.
So, to clarify, this is a resolution for Pride Month.
Tell them to quit disrespecting us. We got to listen to that. They going to listen to us. I can leave.
Yep, Jessica Jackson.
That pride shit ain't no motherfucking revolution. That shit is counter-revolutionary.
Right. Look at this.
Okay, now Michael says here,
I'm gonna be black again
alphabetic
tomorrow.
gender
And
never went
Juneteenth
to
ain't gonna be
slave.
what black people tomorrow. That's right. It's gonna be the same thing tomorrow. Juneteenth is Juneteenth, and gay pride is that junk. It's gonna be the same thing tomorrow.
Amen. Amen.
Right.
I think, let me show y'all something real quick. I think this was, I want to say this was in Chicago.
Yeah.
Y'all can probably let me know. But I want y'all to see this video.
It was in Chicago, nigga.
While
You from
the
there?
Democrats were trying
You
to.
didn't see what the fuck
This
I
was.
saw. You ain't from
I think
Chicago.
today.
It was clearly obvious it was Chicago, and I'll tell you how it was after you finished.
Shabaka, he not from Chicago. Where are you getting your information from? He's not from Chicago. He's from Detroit, not Chicago. Jesus.
This dude is from Motown?
Yes. He was born in Detroit, Shabaka.
Okay, did he grow up in Chicago like Matt?
But the Democrats.
No, Shabaka. He took a plane. He took a bus ride to LA and never went back.
Okay. All righty. Okay.
Are trying
so
to tie
in
in
Angel Town. All right.
Pride Month. And some of the people in the grassroots were calling them out, as they should. Shout out to the family for calling this out.
People in the shop.
Let me show y'all this. Y'all follow me on this. Watch this. All right, let me show this real quick. All right, hold on. It's a town hall meeting. Was this in Chicago, people? Some of y'all might be familiar with this. Hold on, listen.
Make this Juneteenth and Pride all in one.
No, it's not.
No. They're like, make Juneteenth and Pride all in one.
Hell no.
Oh, yeah, that's Chicago, because I see Brandon Johnson.
No,
yeah, that's Chicago,
man.
I saw Brandon Johnson.
Intersectional identity, not an arrogance.
They're talking about intersectional identity.
I am too.
We will keep each other together. We will keep our city together. We will be united.
Exactly, goddess.
They're talking about
the crack of a man's ass is not a woman's
Pride and Juneteenth. We're gonna be united and together. And the community is like, no, this ain't. No.
For the Pride March this year, it was the theme from our Father's Day artists this year. All together.
So they want to do a Pride March and a Juneteenth March.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's tear down hatred, bigotry. People moved by their hatred.
I know it's kind of hard to hear her, so y'all bear with me.
It's happening politically.
But that might happen.
For our rights.
Keep it up.
Who can't figure out how to act within the.
We just got Juneteenth in 21 and y'all gonna make it. Juneteenth and Pride together. Exactly.
That's right.
Shout out to this sister here.
That's right. That's right.
I believe, but y'all cannot do that. That's not right.
That's right. That's right.
Juneteenth. Y'all cannot do that. That's disrespectful to every slave.
She said that's disrespectful to every slave, which it is. That's how you do that. Check that in real damn time. Hold on.
So, to clarify, this is a resolution of trust. They're disrespecting us. We got to listen to that. They're going to listen to us. I can leave. I don't care. I don't care because I'm going to be black again tomorrow.
Right.
Really?
Hold on.
Look at this.
Well, the sister's damn right about that.
I'm gonna be black again tomorrow.
That's
and
it.
Juneteenth ain't gonna be with black
Right.
people tomorrow. That's right. It's gonna be the same thing tomorrow. Juneteenth is Juneteenth, and gay pride is that jump. It's gonna be the same thing tomorrow.
Amen.
Boom. Man, the streets ain't playing no more.
Right.
The streets ain't playing, man. Everybody's tired.
Exactly, Michael.
Everybody's tired of this nonsense coming from these people. That is bad, my bad. Yeah, that's very disrespectful. And they do it to be disrespectful. They try to water our stuff down. This is why we have to protect everything from our lineage. It's up to us to protect it because they'll come in and slowly chip away at it and tie it in with other stuff. And then we get buried under all of these other agendas. That is disrespectful. Hey, if you want to do Pride Month, knock yourself out. But that's different from what we have.
Right.
That's different from us.
Right.
We're not going to be tied in with that.
Right.
Juneteenth is about lineage.
Right.
Juneteenth is about lineage. That other stuff is about a lifestyle. Juneteenth is a specific, historically grounded observation commemorating the emancipation of a distinct lineage of people who survived American chattel slavery. You're not going to conflate a lineage-based historical event with a lifestyle. You can choose or not choose to go get some pussy from some damn where or whatever you want to do. You understand? These are two different categories. You're trying to blend them in to erase our damn specific lineage. You're trying to dilute our specific demands. See, when the Black grassroots, we focus on tangible political deliverables and restorative justice for our lineage, they try to merge all these other things in so that if we get something, it has to be shared with these other groups, meaning the white LGBT, because that's what it's really for. I want y'all to understand that's a backdoor for white LGBT to get funding, family. They always do that. They did that shit with Black Lives Matter, man. That's the whole Black Lives Matter damn con game that they were doing. We say Black Lives Matter, and somebody come out there saying, well, Black trans lives matter too.
I agree with him on that.
And then trans lives matter. And then they get a big grant for some LGBT organization. That's a con game, fam. They always try to backdoor shit with us. And then start trying to shame us because we don't want to be a part of these little exploitive coalitions. You understand? When we say, hey, no, you got your own thing, but we're going to have to really look out for our lineage. Xenophobic. They try to shame us. Xenophobic, these nuts.
Right.
Because y'all got all types of little funds specifically for your group that we don't get to dip our hands in. I told y'all the other day about all of these little Chamber of Commerce organizations for Haitians, Jamaicans, Trinidadians. In damn near every city, they got a Jamaican Chamber of Commerce, Nigerian Public Affairs Committee, a Trinidadian Association, all these little organizations where they get all types of resources for their ethnic group. We can't touch that. So they like to double dip in those little funds and then come over here and dip in ours. Damn that. Damn that. Your family, you are not xenophobic for saying, hey, everybody, you handle your candle, you handle your business. whatever we got going on over here for compensation and compensatory justice, you can't fuck with it.
Right.
Don't let nobody tell you xenophobic. You ain't xenophobic for looking out for your ethnic group that people are trying to erase.
Right.
Damn that.
Damn that, Tariq.
See, the political establishment, man, they consistently use historic struggles and civil rights capital of foundation of Black Americans as a shield to legitimize and advance all these other agendas. We built the foundation, and it's entirely justified to push back when these other people want to set up shop on our cultural real estate. Shout out to them sisters up in that meeting. They stood on lineage business. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yep.
Juneteenth, that has to remain a time to highlight the role of our specific lineage group and what we did with the infrastructure of this country in the United States.
Right.
Bringing all of these unrelated demographics in there, that distracts from the reality of what we did and what we suffered and what we survived.
Yep.
We made this nation into a superpower by our free, uncompensated labor.
Yep.
It didn't become a superpower because people were bussy popping.
Right.
Let's be very clear.
Around sundown towns.
And also, man, it's just disrespectful to the ancestors. You know, emancipation, that marked the survival of one of the most brutal systems of human subjugation in recorded history. And treating the period of our ancestors being finally freed as some generalized diversity celebration. No, you're not going to minimize their trauma. You're not doing that. That's disrespectful to the blood, sweat, and survival of our specific lineage. Damn that. We have to stand up for the damn ancestors. It's up to us to do that.
Right.
You understand? Every other group and demographic in this country, they are allowed to have historic days and months dedicated solely to their culture. Let me tell you something. They would never tie no damn pride to Yom Kippur. They would never tie it to Cinco de Mayo. They wouldn't do that.
Nope.
They wouldn't do that at all. They always want to do that shit with us.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do that with nobody else's holidays and remembrance days.
Right.
You wouldn't dare do that to a Jewish holiday or Jewish day of remembrance. You wouldn't dare do that. You understand? Never.
Right now, where are you watching?
You wouldn't do it to St. Patrick's Day. You wouldn't do that. But with us, you got to mix us in with everybody. No, you're not going to dilute us.
Mm-hmm. They are sick.
At all.
Yeah, they sick.
And all that forced grouping, man, that's political pandering. See, the grassroots, we're rejecting this idea that all minority groups got to be packaged together for political convenience. Our history is not a convenient marketing tool for politicians to check multiple boxes at once. Juneteenth stands alone because our history and our place in building this country stands alone.
That's right, Tariq.
You understand? That's why I hate that. I think, wasn't Walmart, one of them trademarked Juneteenth, and they got mixed Juneteenth and pride in with all of these consumer items. See, that's why, you know, trademarking things are very important. Them tethers are mad because we trademarked FBA, so we're not letting them get in it and bastardize it and mix it up with nothing. You trademark things to protect
your meals.
They're mad that we beat them to the punch. You damn right, tethers, we beat y'all to the punch. You damn right we did. We weren't gonna let y'all bastardize it and mix it up.
What in the hell are you doing?
Which is what y'all try to do to all of our culture, just like they did with Essence. They tethered it up and messed up Essence.
Yeah, they do, Sister Val.
They just destroyed the Essence brand with all that bullshit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we got to protect that. We got to protect these brands. We got to protect lineage. We got to protect history.
Right.
Yeah. Man. All right, let me see who we got in here. Let me see who we got in here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Essence is a mess right now.
You got to go, Michael?
No, my thought is that, you know, this is the problem I see with Democrats, you know, when they pander to like ethnic groups, and I'm sure you notice too, ethnic groups don't say, for example, Vietnamese and LGBTQ. No, they say, Vietnamese people say purely for Vietnamese communities.
Right.
Right. And I think the reason why Democrats want to intermix
It's still
LGBTQ
new.
with
Yeah.
American freedom issues because Democrats know that FBAs are gaining in power, right?
Mhm.
And Democrats want to
Right.
slow down the momentum.
Yep.
And so the
Well,
dilution is the Democrats' strength.
Yep.
okay. Now you're right about that, Michael. Okay. Jesse is excluded from my next comment.
Right.
Oh,
Politicians ain't nothing but prostitutes, man.
Right.
No, they might as well go out there on Sunset Boulevard and sell the crack of their ass, man.
On
And I hate to
Figueroa.
put it like that. Yeah, Figueroa too. You know? Yeah, see, and then the cold part about it is when you sit up there and say you disagree with them, oh, well, what they say, oh, you're homophobic and all that. No, motherfucker, you are heterophobic.
You're a hater. You're homophobic. You're transphobic.
Yeah. And I tell them damn dudes with that bullshit, go get them some pussy, man. They might find out they like it. Excuse my language, God. It's not bad to say it to make my point.
That's a good one, Sabaka. A good comeback punch.
Yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? And then up there in San Francisco in the Bay Area where old Cop Mala was from, I ain't gonna do nothing strictly for black people. If you call exactly, and if you go up there and call one of them motherfuckers a damn man who's got a 5 o'clock shadow worse than me, right?
Yeah.
California gonna lock you up for a hate crime.
Yeah, they're in a protected class. Some weirdos is in a protected
Yeah, exactly. You see why I'm glad I'm here in Nevada? You see what I'm saying?
I understand, yeah.
And I don't hate them. If any damn thing, I feel sorry for them.
Right.
Right.
You know, because they might have been violated as a child, might have been through some type of traumatic experience with that bullshit, man, and got all confused. You know, going around seeing this motherfucker, man. Who was that? Who was that? Okay, hold on one second, Michael. Yeah, I'm very interested what you got to say. But who was that motherfucker, man, that was going around in a dress and they set him on fire or some shit like that?
I don't know.
Set him on fire. Where was this?
Okay, I think this is about 7 or 8 years ago, man. But it was a dude going around wearing a dress, man, and they set him on fire and shit. And then they was talking about that this was a hate crime and all this bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
I think it was in D.C. I believe it happened in D.C., right? I believe.
I think so. I mean, why the fuck would a grown man want to go around wearing women's clothes?
Some men like to feel a woman's clothes on their body. I don't know.
Damn. But something happened to him, you know, something happened to him. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, I don't wear pink shit. I don't wear lavender shit. What I wear is a basic black. You see what I'm saying? You know.
You know, I'll tell you that I can tell you, I'll say this. The LGBTQ gaining power actually started under Obama's presidency. I think early in 2000.
Yeah, you're right, Michael. And then keep in mind,
I remember because Obama was being pressured by LGBT community. Pressed by LGBT community to issue executive orders, right? Also because the LGBTQ community told Obama, hey, President Obama, if you don't do anything to repeal the don't tell policy, we'll make sure that we'll make you a one-term president. And Obama's okay, fine. Okay, Brad, Becky, okay. You know what I mean? Like Obama was like being like weak, like he didn't, so he was masculine.
Yeah, okay, but that's just it though, Michael. Now the thing is that I'm upset with Barack Obama about is that you had all these police killings of black folks, man, and he's the damn president, and you mean to tell me, man, that he couldn't issue some executive orders on that shit right there and had them bastards arrested? Look what the dump is doing.
It's not of the lineage, Shabaka.
Yeah, Obama's from of Hawaiian and Kenyan descent.
Right. Yeah. Okay, wait a minute. Let me make sure I got it right. His father was from Kenya. His mother was from
Kansas,
I believe. Okay, but he was born in Hawaii.
Okay.
In 1962. So officially at that time, Hawaii was a state. You see what I mean?
Yeah. But I understand. Yeah.
Around us,
And
didn't have the same experience we did. None of that. Sambo spent the majority of his childhood overseas.
Right. But I just,
and
Buck, I
then,
definitely understand
and
where
then
you're
he
coming
moved
from.
to Chicago. And then he was from. Then when he moved to Chicago, then that's when he hooked up with Michelle Robinson. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. You see.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, I definitely. Yeah. So
And-
Sabaka, I definitely understand where you're coming from. That Obama. You're right. That Obama should have issued executive orders for foundational Black Americans suffering from police brutality, especially going back
and
to.
And then hold on, Michael, not cutting you off. And what the fuck he should have did?
Sorry.
He should have sent out the goddamn National Guard to go after them fucking cops that did that shit.
Right. Exactly.
See what I'm saying?
The world, but this is not it.
Yeah, exactly. Like you say, Che, in the perfect world. You see what I'm saying? You know, but the cold part about it is this. Here, we go to lunch counters, get food thrown all over us, right?
Yeah.
And they probably will put the food off and shit, and in the bathroom, rubbed it on the floor, all that shit. And like Malcolm X said when we did the show on Malcolm, he says, yeah, y'all call me a demagogue, a hater and all that, but you, Uncle Toms, are sitting at a lunch counter begging a white man for a cup of coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And even Jesse, you remember? I think in the past clip when you mentioned that Obama had a beer with the racist Boston, Massachusetts police officer and a Harvard professor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I've never seen a president who wanted to have a beer, drink a beer with a racist cop. And the Harvard professor's like, Mr. President, what are you going to do about
Oh, yeah.
About
that was
he has a
Skip
black
Gates when that
professor.
racist ass cop.
Yeah.
That
profiled
was Skip Gates. You know, the man is have a beer to talk about it. That man could have went there, blew up his own gate. I don't give a damn if he was out there with some bolt cutters trying to get into his gate. When that cop ran to make on him and that his ID came back to that address, man, that should have been it.
Mm-hmm.
See, but that's that Mark Furman shit. You see what I'm saying? That's that Mark Furman shit.
Yep.
But keep in mind, Michael, as me and Jesse always say, is that the police are forces have no obligation to protect you.
Right. Yes. True. Yeah.
And ask yourself this question. How the hell that you got to go get you a JD degree, 4 years of college and 4 years of law school, right? And how the hell is this policy enforcement man going to know the damn law out of a damn 8-week academy course? Shit don't make no fucking sense.
Right.
No, because
all right, let me get back to the clip, y'all.
Well, yeah, I don't want to take so much of your time. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
And I love TikTok Shop, by the way.
Yeah.
Shout out to everybody in here. I love TikTok Shop. Man. Let me see who we got. Raise your hand. Let me get y'all in here. Let me see who wants to chop it up. Everybody raise your hand if you're ready to get up. Raise your hand. Yeah, Essence was culturally ours. And they're mixing all that stuff in it. They mixed it up and just tethered it up. Let's get Gaudy TV. Let's get Gaudy TV. Gaudy TV. Let me get Gaudy in here. Gaudy, what's up, brother? Mr. Gaudy, hop on in, sir. Gaudy TV.
Hey, Reek, what's going on, man?
Hey, brother Gaudy, how you doing, fam?
I'm all right. I can't complain. I'm from North New Jersey, and I called you before about getting behind some new blood, and I kind of knew that the brother wasn't going to win. You know what I'm saying? Because it's kind of hard to beat the incumbent when you just coming into the game at a short period of time that he did come. But we did get a few people in that may kind of balance what the hypocrisy. So now, me, myself, I was just wondering,
Oh, what happened?
He got
Brother Che. He's probably got a glitch on his end on his computer. Check. Okay, check. Earth calling Che.
Hey, Jesse, you there? I think we lost him by accident.
Okay, no, the avatar is still up. No, okay, I think he's going out to come back in.
Coming back,
But
yeah.
Anyway, this shit, man, that they got going on, Michael, man, just like our brother, the irritated genie, okay? Who I spoke with, you know what I'm saying? And he said that he have heard about us, but he says, hey, man, I'm going in, and I says, well, I'll get back with you, brother, you know what I'm saying? About that is because, he stated that he was going to make some statements, man, that were going to be very, very unpopular,
Right.
And I says, well, Mr. Genie, I respect you for that, you know what I'm saying? It's because I remember when he used to do his live feeds up on Facebook, I used to chime in, and he used to shout us out, or he did shout out Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And I think this is when in the third or fourth year of our existence, he would do that. Then all of a sudden, man, they took Genie all the way down. You know what I mean? Because, or he would go up there to the city councils and saying, no, man, y'all don't need to be teaching that shit, to school children. Now, in high school and college, man, that might be a little bit different, but don't fuck with the kids in their formative years. You see what I mean? Just like how they was going. Oh, there's Jesse. He popped back
Jesse,
in.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. And then just like if you saw that movie called Three the Hard Way, Michael, with Jim Brown, Fred Williamson, and Jim Kelly. Okay. They said it way back then. They was looking at how they were going to exterminate us through the water. Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
All right, I'm going to get back to the clip, Shabaka.
All right.
You understand? That's why we have been under constant attack with these people making all of these marathon spaces. Family, people, they sit up here making anti-FBA spaces. People be on here for hours with 30 and 40 spaces going at the same time. That's called panicking and desperation. These are not people just doing this for shits and giggles. They're paid to get up here to do this stuff.
Right.
They're paid because the DNC don't really understand the severity of this thing. Let me tell you what the DNC basically, what they do algorithm research when they win or lose or whatever, especially when they lose.
You did right.
A lot of reconnaissance. They do some research on the algorithms. Okay, what went wrong? What were the conversations online? What were people saying? They need to know what exactly went wrong when they lose. And they figured out what it is. The algorithms told them. They looked at the algorithms and they found out they got an FBA problem. You understand that? They realized, this FBA thing is a problem. All roads are pointing to FBA. They study every nook and cranny, believe me. They look at all the algorithms. They were like, wait a minute, all these people recognizing their FBA lineage was a problem for us. That was a problem. Too many of them are on that. Too many of them are recognizing their lineage and they're standing on lineage business, and that was the problem. And they don't know how to attack it because instead of dealing with it and acquiescing to what we want, they're like, no, we have to attack this thing and neutralize it. But it's a lineage and it's not a group, it's not an organization. So they have to create straw man arguments in order to discredit their straw man argument. And that's not working. This is why they got these desperate spaces of them basically just lying 24 hours a day. They're running around, FBA and MAGA, FBA is funded by Trump, FBA is funded by the Bilderbergs. They're just saying shit. Just the name of the game is to throw crap against the wall until you just try to confuse everybody. You understand? And they don't realize, and I think they are realizing that's backfiring on them because they're boosting it more in the algorithm because now the more people learn about the lineage, they're like, oh, I'm FBA shit. That's my family. And people don't have a problem with it when they learn what it really is. So this thing is backfiring on these idiots and they don't realize it. That's why they're getting very desperate. They don't know what to do. You know? Man. All right. Let me see who we got. Let's get the family in here. Let's get the family in here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we're standing 10 toes down on lineage business. They weren't ready for that. That was a wild card they weren't really ready for. Now they want to do all this cop and please. Well, I love TikTok shop. But why are we so divided? So much going on in the world. Stop it. I don't want to hear all that. I don't want to hear all that. Delineation is not, we don't want to correspond with people. That's not what delineation is. Delineation is we're respecting our lineage the same way we respect yours and you respect yours. That's it. Delineation is about respect, not dividing. We cool. I'm cool with everybody. I don't have a problem with nobody. But I'm standing on FBA business. I ain't no damn generic African. I'm not no fucking Igbo. They always try to claim we're some damn tribe that didn't even exist until the damn 1800s. I ain't none of that. That shit didn't exist. I predate that. My lineage predates that. You know?
I'm afraid
so you gotta watch these people. Yeah, this delineation is throwing a wrench in everybody's game. Yeah. We're just not generic Africans. And do we have any Democrat shills in here? Let's talk to you. Hop on. Let's have a conversation. Yeah, from what I'm understanding, they're trying to do the same thing in Britain. They're trying to get some foundational Black Britons up there. They're doing a mimicry of our movement here, over there now. Did y'all know that? Yeah, over there in Britain, they're trying to have like foundational Black Britons or some shit like that. I'm okay. I don't know how that's gonna work. Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna do that because Britain was already established. So it's different. There was no United States until we built it. You understand? When we say we're foundational, that's a literal term. That's not figurative.
Speak for yourself,
That's
Tariq.
a literal term. We were literally the foundation of the United States. I don't know how they're going to pull that off. I don't know. More power to them. More power to them. Yes, words matter. Yeah, words matter. Yeah. Yeah, Britain has been Britain for centuries. So, man. So they're foundational crumpets. Man. So I don't know how they're going to do that. I'm going to look more into it and see how they're going to work that. I want to see how they're going to work that. All right, y'all raise your hand. Let me get the family up here. Let me get the family up in here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let me see. Y'all raise your hands. Let me see. I'm going to just get random people in here. Who is this? Zari Solani? I'm just getting random people. Zari?
Oh my gosh, I joined on accident. I'm just a watcher. So I'm going to go ahead and get down.
All right, beloved. It's good. Thank you, dear. Thank you, dear. All right. Let me see. That's why when I get into the request queue, people be hitting the button by mistake. All right. Let me see who we got. I'm going to get James Evans. I'm going to just get random people. Some of y'all look like y'all hit the button by mistake. Maybe some did, maybe some didn't, but we're just going to hit the button and see what we can do. All right. Let me see. Who is this? James Evans?
Yeah.
What's up, James?
What's going on, bro?
How you doing, man? I'm all right. What's going on with you?
Oh, man, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I didn't even know I just been listening to you. I've been listening to you for years.
Thank you so much. He didn't mean to hit the button. Laura? Yo, Laura? Yeah, you got your headphones on, dear?
Let's see.
Yeah, I hear. It's not like your headphones are on.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you a little bit. What's up, Laura?
Hey there. I didn't request, but I'll say something.
What's on your mind?
So what really annoys me is when they have these Black panelists on these cable shows and the stuff they say is just total trash, but I just be hoping that people don't think that's how all of us are thinking.
Yeah.
You know, it's like they represent us and they really aren't.
Yeah, they got a real bad habit of doing that. Especially like publications like The Root and all that. They'll write articles talking about, the Black community, they really standing up for immigration right now. They really don't like ICE. No. Don't speak for us. We ain't doing all that. Yeah, don't speak for us. Roots, The Root, whatever.
Didn't they shut The Root
down?
down?
Don't you dare speak for us. You notice we ain't out there in them little immigration clashes. We ain't out there. We good.
No, it's still around. No, they didn't shut it down, Shabaka. It's still around.
Still there.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right.
All right. What are y'all thoughts on this?
Yeah, to be honest. Oh, okay. Yeah, so
okay, I agreed with 75% of what Tariq said tonight. So note your calendar on that, brother Che.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, I understand where Tariq is coming from, saying he has no issues with other people. It's just like he's commanding respect. Just how other groups of people command respect from FBAs, and FBAs are asking for the same respect. So it's really about quid pro quo.
Yeah.
And that, to be honest, Democrats, should not have an issue of understanding that, yes, people may have the same needs, but people also have diverse needs at the same time, because people's experiences are quite different. LGBTQ people, suffer from different experiences, which are totally different from FBAs, and that holidays cannot be celebrated at the same time or in the same month. That there needs to be a separate holiday every other month, because mixing together the one is like the LGBTQ people telling that, hey, FBAs, if we do this together, we will share resources together. No, but the LGBTQ people, they're definitely about money, because money to the LGBTQ, especially the white ones, is about maintaining white supremacy and perpetuating anti-Black racism.
Yeah, exactly, Michael. You're right. It's because a lot of them, man, invest off in these social media companies, particularly up there in San Francisco, because that's where the majority of them are based at, is around Frisco. You see what I'm saying? And then, of course, you know what Frisco is, you know what I'm saying? And then the cold part about it is, as soon as we sit up here talking pro-Blackness, talking about our reparations, then they want to start talking about some Irish. Hey, y'all, fuck you motherfuckers. Because look at all the Black people with their names. Now, Michael, I think I told you this here before. Okay, Jesse knows where I'm going. Okay, if these white Irish bastards did not own any slaves, why you got so many Black people with the last names of McWilliams, McDonald, Hennessy, Shaughnessy, and the list goes on and on and on and on and on.
Right.
And then they want to come up there and debate with me on my damn page. Well, the Irish man, motherfuck you and the Irish man. Y'all ain't my people. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, right.
Yeah. You say, and this is the same thing with this alphabetized shit. You see what I'm saying? Okay, you know, they always are trying to force that issue on our youth. Okay, what was that there brother Che had down there in Fresno, California a couple of years ago? What, Drag Queen Story Day or some shit like that? And to find out that, and to find out, Michael, that both these motherfuckers was child molesters.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the
You see what I'm
LGBTQ
saying?
people. Oh, I understand what you're saying because the LGBTQ people do a good job of being undercover, right? And they cover
Yeah,
up their
right.
anti-Black racism so well that you're like, wow, I can't believe LGBTQ people said that they're for equality, but then they really expose their true colors at the
Oh,
end.
yeah, absolutely. Particularly when we say, hey, we built this damn country, which we did, and, you
Right.
know, they need to pick out the damn check for the reparations. Well, what about the alphabetized agenda? Hey, you know, I'm a man who happens to like, well, we got a lady present, so, you know, I'm not going to say the P word, but she will get the idea. You see what I'm saying? And then
Yes.
they'll sit up there and look at you, man, and like something is wrong with you, man, because you like women.
Right.
And the first thing that goes through my mind is like, man, you are really fucked up. Okay, but keep in mind that a lot of these individuals, off of research that I've done, Michael, and Jesse knows where I'm going with that, a lot of them were victims of child molestation, they damn selves, you see,
Right.
which is really sad. You see what I'm saying? You know, and then Osambo, he didn't want to address it. Reagan damn sure didn't want to address it. Slick Willie didn't want to address it. Barack Obama damn sure didn't want to address it. You see what I mean?
Right.
Now, here's something for you. I was over in San Francisco one time, you know, when Mike Brown got shot, right? And this white fella was out there, and he had a sign that said, "Arrest Derek." What was that dude fool's name? Derek Wilson that shot Mike Brown.
Yep, Derek Wilson. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So I told the man, "Thank you for what you're doing, number one." And I says, "Okay, just out of curiosity, man, you're not Black. The Black experience ain't yours. Why are you doing this?" You know what the dude said, man?
What did he say?
Because he said because it was wrong. And I says, okay, you'll get no argument from me on that. And it was wrong. They say, and then you remember, Jesse, when we had old Dumbo Sarge up here, you know, Mike Brown was a this, he was a that, this, that, there, the other, you know, and then old Message Jesse goes out there to Ferguson, man, and them thugs stepped up to him and said, hey, man, you and Al Sharpton are not welcome here, man. We are not going to listen to none of your bullshit. And you got like about 5 seconds, man, to drive this motherfucker up out of here, man, and 4 of them are already gone. So Jesse J, standing there with his mouth fell open, you know what I'm saying? And whatnot. Then, of course, you know, what he did with Dr. King, man, you know, which was cool. You know, just like that dude that me and Che put that video up by Dick Gregory. And Dick Gregory did say, when y'all hear this, you know, you tell me. And the dude got up there and said, yeah, you know, man, yeah, we stepped out the way, and that's when they took the shot. The dude slipped. You see what I'm saying? I mean, man, y'all stepped out the way and the dude was shot. And Malcolm had told Dr. King when they did meet, he says, you know, Dr. King, you and I are both dead men. And then Dr. King, I give him his respect. Hey, I led our people into a burning house with integration. This alphabetized agenda shit is a side effect of it.
Right. Yeah, because
You
I know
see what
like
I'm
Elmer.
saying?
Yeah, and yeah, I definitely understand what you're saying because MLK unfortunately want to have a coalition in the first place, but the coalition was
Right.
never intact in the first place because other groups of people, including the white working class Americans, never wanted to have solidarity with MLK, but they wanted MLK to emphasize I have a dream speech and don't see color,
Yeah,
but
right.
color is still a
Yeah.
reality.
Oh, hell yeah, man, because I argued with some fool, man, on my like page about that. Well, Dr. King said, judge a person by the content of their character and all that. And I says, Nabisco, let's look at your character on a collective basis.
Right.
Hanging people, auctioning off body parts, you know, picnic. You know what the term picnic comes from, Michael?
Where does it come from, the term picnic?
It comes from pick a nigga to lynch.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? You know, and I know I'm going to get hate mail, you know, or in my inbox on my like page, you know what I'm saying? But I don't give a fuck. You know, just like the sister told me, man, at the 50th anniversary of the Black Panther Party, what are you going to do, brother? You're going to die on your feet or live on your knees.
Right.
And she popped her collar and she turned around and walked away, you know?
Right.
Yeah. And she was an original.
Right.
Yeah, she was an original. She was an original BPP member. And then she had her fro, but it was all gray. And she says, hey, man, you know, I've lived with this shit you talking about for 50 years. So what the fuck you going to do? Those were her exact words.
Exactly.
You're going to, okay, are you going to die on your feet or live on your knees?
Right.
You know, and I will never forget that. You know, so when I write my memoirs, I got to put that in there. You know, it was at the 50th anniversary of the Black Panther Party up there in Defirmary Park. You know what I mean? And people like the sister was saying, what was that, Brother Chair, a couple of weeks back when we had Huey Newton's niece up here, and she's saying that she was standing up for her uncle. Yeah, you go over there, man. You go to West Oakland, man. Yeah, take your ass to 16th and Adeline and diss Huey Newton. And watch how fast you will be fucked up. And that is for real.
Right.
She's got a bunch of nephews, man. And when I mean by a bunch, man, I'm talking about at least 20 of them. And they will come up there to you. You know what I'm saying? You know. Then when I went to the 50th anniversary, I kind of introduced myself a little bit, right? And they said, oh, yeah, man, you the one, man, who do the videos walking down San Pablo and stuff like that. I said, yeah, but don't tell nobody what I look like. They said, we won't, you know, and they said, we understand why. You see what I'm saying? That's why I don't put my face up on this shit, man. You know, Michael, do you know how many death threats that I've gotten, man, since doing this?
Like multiple?
Yeah, try more than 25.
25, wow. I know you're speaking truth to power, and I know you don't like, I know for sure that you don't sugarcoat things. I know people have an issue with that, right? I mean, especially the truth is going to come out, you know, anyways, regardless, right?
Yeah, right. You know, but also too, my family members I got to think about as well too. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's why when we had old Dumbo Sarge up here, you know what I'm saying? And Sarge, you lousy rascal, giving me that bogus email address. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker. You know, but then like Jesse said, you know, because Sarge is older than me, Michael, you know, Sarge might not be with us no more, you know? And if he's not, you know, may he rest in peace and power, you know, because Sarge, he did make the show, you know what I'm saying? And Sarge hated Democrats, which he was right about, you know. So I asked Sarge one day, I said, Sarge, how much bribe money did you take? I ain't never taken an MF bribe before in my life. I say, Sarge, you there in Chicago, man. They got certain traditions there. It was the home of Al Capone for many years. And those are the words that Richard J. Daley had said, the mayor of Chicago, to Martin Luther King. When Martin Luther King wanted to have his march in Marquette Park, and they hit him upside the head with a brick. And Dr. King said, you know, out of all my years of living in the South, this is the most racist ass place I've been.
Right. Chicago, the like, the liberal or racism, that is very covert.
Okay, but keep in mind, though, Michael, is that Chicago was founded by a Black man, you know?
Right.
You see, and Illinois was part of the Louisiana Purchase, you see? And they got a plaque, down there on Lower Wacker Drive, which is right by the Wrigley building where your chewing gum comes from. And they says, yeah, this is where he set up his trading post back in the what was that, Brother Chad? Think about 1735, 1736 or something like that. and they didn't. In Chicago, did not get incorporated into a city until 1837. And then while Tariq was on, and the reason why I knew that debate that they had right there with that woman was in Chicago is because I saw the Chicago police uniform, okay? And in Chicago, you know, they wear checkered hats. They look like cab drivers. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know what you,
Yeah.
yes, definitely know
and I
what you're
got
talking
stopped.
about.
Yeah, and I got stopped by one of them crooked bastards, man, when I was there in Chicago one year. You know what I'm saying? You know, and this dude, man, with his pot gut donut eating ass, man, if he had to go chasing somebody, man, that clown wouldn't last, man. Shit. I'd say 100 yards at most, but they will shoot you in the city of Chicago.
Yeah,
You
that's what
know?
I heard. Too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, see, Michael, they got certain traditions there, man. It was the home of Al Capone for many years, and ain't nobody gonna tell me, man, that they got rid of that influence. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely know what you're saying because the influence is still there in
Oh, yeah.
Chicago. The only difference is that the Chicago police is diverse, but it covers up the anti-black racism so well that's hard to detect. But eventually,
Oh, yeah, but you
they're
see,
going to like reveal. Eventually, they're going to
yeah.
show who they are, as opposed to tell who they are
Oh,
at the
yeah.
end.
And then Mark Furman, may he rest in piss. You see what I'm saying? That we did on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You
Mark
know,
Furman.
and
Yeah.
Mark Furman, and Mark Furman had the atypical attitude of the typical Los Angeles police officer. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
then, Michael, you got to read a book called Chief by Daryl Gates, right?
Chief by Daryl Gates. Yeah, let me put that on my list.
Because you know he was the chief of the LAPD, and he came up under William H. Parker. You see, because he works with William H. Parker. You see what I'm
Chief by
saying?
Daryl Gates.
Yeah, that was
Interesting.
him. Yeah.
Right. Interesting because Daryl Gates and Mark Furman, they're very similar and they're
Oh
very
yeah.
aggressive. I just read
Oh
something
yeah.
briefly about Mark Furman. Before he
Mhm.
became a detective, he had a
Yeah.
very aggressive police record and a lot of complaints
Oh
issued
yeah. You
against him.
see? No, yeah, absolutely. Do you know what division he worked before he became the detective?
He worked in the 5th precinct of LA?
Okay, no. Okay, the precincts you have, you see, in LA, they don't call them precincts; they call them divisions.
Division. Oh, okay. Was it the? I'm trying to remember. I think
Rampart
narcotics,
Division,
right?
Foothill Division.
Foothill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. And then Foothill Division is the ones that made Rodney King famous. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
77th Division. Okay. Bernard Parks, who shut down Crash when he became the chief, right? He was the captain of the 77th Division, you see? And then when you saw the movie Colors with Sean Penn and Robert Duvall.
Yeah, I saw that movie, I think briefly.
Okay, but look at it again, because there's one scene where Sean Penn handcuffs this suspect and he hits him handcuffed. You see? That's Mark
Right.
Furman shit. You see what I'm saying? You know. And
Yes.
and then when LAPD pull you over and you ask them what's their probable cause, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna tell you to shut up. You see? But they
Right.
pull that shit on me and then they ask me, well, what the fuck you do for a living? Oh, I go to school. What the fuck you study? Glad you brought it up. Concepts of criminal law, business law, civil rights in the law. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. Yeah, and then
and that motherfucker damn near shitted on himself. But I knew that they were gonna pull me over, Michael, right? Okay,
Right.
so I said, the key is if you're ever in LA driving and you feel the police are gonna pull you over, you want to get to a well-lit intersection. You see what I'm saying? You know? Yeah.
Like with a lot of witnesses, right?
Well, yeah, that's why you want to get to a well-lit intersection. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
You see, because you're hoping the store attendant is looking at you out there. You know what I'm saying? You're hoping that people who's going there or in that intersection, like going in and out to a store, gas station, that they're noticing it. You know what I mean? And then we had like these assholes who come up on our page. Well, what about black on black crime? I says, do you know, man, we only make up, man, about 20% of the population, man, you know, in the U.S., about 20 to 30%. So therefore, your fucking math ain't adding up, okay?
Right, exactly, yeah.
And then when you tell them about white on white crime, you see what I'm saying? Okay, like the dude who knocked off Charlie Kirk. Oh, they don't want to hear about it. Then they get to a bunch of racial comments and hate and shit like that, you know, and then that's when you just go on and say, man, fuck you. But what they try to do, they try to rage bait you to get your page shut down. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's like censoring, because they know that you're speaking truth to power, and they can't handle it. And that for them to handle it's like they're going to have to expose their guilt, their privilege, and force to do right by foundational Black Americans. And they know that, but they don't want to do it because they don't want to lose that privilege that they were given, regardless if they were poor or rich.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Michael, let me ask you a question.
Yeah. So
okay. What is your ancestry out of Asia?
Yeah. So my ancestry out of Asia is mixed with Taiwanese, Japanese, and Aborigine.
Oh, okay. You talking about the Aborigines like down there in Australia?
Aborigines in Taiwan, like people who were like dark skin. People moving from people who migrated from the Philippines to Taiwan, and because Taiwan was occupied by so many was occupied by so many countries, such they were occupied by Portugal, Japan, and I think Europe, if I remember correctly.
Okay, well, Portugal is in Europe, you know, because
Portugal,
yeah, because Portugal, they had Macau when the British had Hong Kong. I remember that. And the accords that they had signed, I think in the 70s, is where they were supposed to surrender Hong Kong to China in 1992. So then they pushed it back to 1997, and the Chinese said, no, fuck that. You motherfuckers are shaking the spot. You know, we raising our flag and all that, you see, you know. But, and then the Portuguese had Macau, if I'm correct on that.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, but I don't know too much about my parents' homeland country, but I just know a brief history of how Taiwan was colonized by so many countries because of like land, wealth extraction, and almost not that different from how the African continent was colonized by the West.
And then and then too on the African continent, Sister Nzinga, who she didn't capitulate to the Portuguese. Okay, but what it is though is that the first thing that the European always came in with, man, was the Bible. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay, and that's how they get them. And then too, like how a lot of the African nations up there capitulating to Trump. So that was very, very disappointing. You see what I mean? Because, you know, Africa, man, you know, is an equatorial continent, like, let me see. I think like parts of South America. Okay, but I do know the majority of South America is below the equator. Wait a minute. Yeah, Brazil. okay? Because the equator goes right straight through Brazil too, if I got my geography right. You know what I mean? Okay, because I don't have a globe with me or a world map with me. But they always wanted to make Africa look to be the smallest continent. But in actuality, it's the largest continent, and its land mass is tied directly to the core of the earth. You see what I mean? And this is why when you see on the continent of Africa, particularly in the Zulu Empire, when they make this stomp, right? What they're doing is, the theory is that they are stomping to get the power from the core of the earth. You know, there's a brother from South Africa explained it to me one time, you know, and the thing that really, really trips me out, you know, is how these people over in South Africa want to sit up there and identify with their colonizers, and then a sister who looked to be, okay, wait a minute, Kosa, they speak with the cliques like Mary McKeever did, but I think the sister was Zulu. And she's on African Diaspora Network. You know what I mean?
Renee's Zellweger, right?
Yeah. Okay. And she had went up there, and when she used the NGR term, I says, no, we need her. You know what I'm saying? And because that's what they call us here in America.
Right.
And then some sun dodger is going to come up here and debate with me. Well, the word only means ignorant person. And I says, fool, call me that word to my face and watch how ignorant I get upside your head.
Right.
You know? Okay. And then I appreciate the art of rhythm and poetry. But these rappers always keep using that term, man, you know, off in their lyrics. You see, you know, it's a beautiful art, rhythm and poetry, but just change the lyrics. You see what I mean? But a lot of these record companies, you know, other than the ones who started their own record companies, who says, well, man, you know, they won't sell the records, man, unless we use this term and all that, you know. But as they say, all money ain't good money. And keep in mind, I do recognize, you know, how a person got to go out here and make a living, just like with the Black exploitation movies that saved Hollywood. Okay. You know, we did a show on that. Brother Che, you still with us, man?
Yeah, I'm right here, Sparky.
Okay. 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 Just like Brother Che, when we did, you know, the episode on the Black exploitation films, and Sister Cicely Tyson, as she stated in her book, and I read the passage out of her book, her autobiography is Just As I Am. And she was on the movie set, you know, doing for Sounder, and this white producer says, yeah, niggas love sex, violence, and drugs, and we gonna give them a belly full. Speaking like the woman wasn't there.
Right.
Yeah, you see, but one thing, though, I respect Cicely Tyson's memory. She lived to be a 94 years old, I believe, Brother Che, when she transitioned. And then, of course, as you all do know, she was married to Miles Davis. You see what I mean? You know. And then and she's did great work, not only in Sounder, but she also did great work. What was that movie she made with Richard Pryor? What was that, Bustin' Loose? Or Richard Pryor had to drive the bus with the kids, or Brother Che? Was that Bustin' Loose, I think? Or Richard Pryor was in it with her, you know? And then she made other fine films, you know. And then, of course, she was homegirls with Ruby Dee, Ozzie Davis's wife. You know what I mean? And Ozzie Davis, you know, him and Ruby Dee both came out of Black Hollywood, or what they used to call the race films out of the 40s, you know. And Lena Horne, who played in Stormy Weather, you know, which was a big hit. You see what I'm saying? You know, and I think that was made 1946, I think. Okay, and then we can't forget about the movie that Otto Preminger made in 1956 called Shit, Dorothy Dandridge was in that one there too. Oh, Carmen Jones. They say, and the way I heard it, Brother Che, from a lot of old timers in the 70s, you know, who were around in the 50s, they said every black person in Los Angeles went to go audition for that song. You know what I mean? I mean, for that movie. You know what I'm saying? You know. And then and what I'm going to say, okay, how many more topics we got, Brother Che?
Oh, Jesse, you there?
Earth calling Che.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, so what question on how many topics?
Okay, how many more topics we got?
Like 4.
Oh, 4. Wow. Okay.
4. Okay. All right, yeah, so this is 5 hours. Okay, so let's move on to our next topic because I'm getting sleepy, y'all. And I'm gonna complete
I'm
the
getting
show with
sleepy.
Jesse.
Yeah, sleepy too. Yeah, I have to go anyways, but thank you guys so much for allowing for inviting me to provide my perspective and hear your perspective as well.
Yeah, by all means, man. You know, you're a contributor to
and
the
very quickly
platform.
too. By the way, Holly
Yeah.
Robinson got her wake-up call from her Karen.
Holly Robinson?
Pete, yeah, she was cutting a rose, and this Karen came up to Holly Robinson's like, "What are you doing here?" And Holly Robinson
Wait a minute, you talking about Holly Robinson, who used to be on 21 Jump Street and was married to the football player?
Yeah, Rodney Pete.
That's how she got the last. Yeah, Rodney Pete. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
there's a clip. I saw the clip not too long ago. I put in the private chat, and so Holly Robinson had to be like Richard Pryor and put Karen in her place, like cuss her out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Holly Robinson thought that.
Okay.
Yeah, thought that she would never be treated or would never face discrimination in a affluent area of California where she lives.
Okay. And then I see we got somebody else in here, Ms. Jolene Taborn, and she was talking about Lynette McGee. Okay. Lynette McGee was the one that played Malcolm X's mother in the movie called Malcolm X with Denzel. But Lynette McGee, you know, she. Okay, Michael, thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
And thank you. Okay, so Lynette McGee, her career didn't take off like it should have. You know what I'm saying? Because I thought that she was a pretty good actress in her own right. You know. Yeah. Then here, let me go get some glasses right here, y'all. I know I'm getting sleepy. You're getting sleepy. You know.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. And so then, of course, too, but also too, Brother Che, you know, out of all respect, you know, we need to do a show on Frank Sinatra of how he helped a lot of black entertainers here in Las Vegas.
Okay, Shabaka.
Yeah, because Khalil Ali, she had mentioned that as well, too. And, okay, I remember Sparkle. Now, you want to know something? Funny you should mention Sparkle, Miss Taborn. There was an actor in there by the name of Dorian Harwood, who I had the pleasure of meeting many years ago, okay? And he was the brother who used to be on that commercial. This is a little bit dated, y'all. There was a commercial in the early 70s about support the United Negro College Fund. And then they were saying that the course had been canceled and Dorian Harwood was the one who slammed the book down. And I met the brother, man. You know what I'm saying? I met the brother. This was years ago. I got the digits on him, man. And somebody stole the damn cell phone, man. You know what I'm saying? That had a number in it. But I saw him up on social media, so I'm going to keep reaching out to him again, you know, to jog his memory because he was in Sparkle too. You see? Yeah. And then, and okay, now, Jolena Taborn, okay, you saw the first movie of Imitation Life, the one they made in 1932. I believe, ma'am, that wait a minute. It was either 1932 or 1936. Okay. Yeah, it really was. And then, and she's right, Africa is the largest continent, although they try to shrink it. You see, this is the thing about this Eurocentric shit, okay? When it comes to Africa, okay, they always try to downplay it. Okay, now Miss Taborn, okay, Brother Che had informed me that Alex Haley's Roots was plagiarized, Brother Che.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now I remember I saw the series of Roots when it came on, man, in 1977, I believe. Okay. And John Amos, you know, he was in there. And then Madge Sinclair. Now, to me, the part that was kind of disheartening when John Amos said to Madge Sinclair, you know, who would wind up being Kizzy's mama, said that, you know, you have, I think he said Mandinka feature. She says, I ain't no damn African, I'm an American, you know what I'm saying? But they are in bondage, you know what I mean? And then keep in mind, man, once you took that point of no return, you know, like old Cop Mala tried to go to, you see what I'm saying? You know, campaigning for herself, you know. Once you went through Gory Island, brother, that was it. You know, you wasn't coming back, you know. And then off of further research on that is that the sharks used to follow the slave ships because they was always throwing dead bodies over. So you figure if they got, say, about 600 of them there in the hull of that ship, right? At least 200 of them are going to be dead, man, by the time they get into the Americas. Yeah. Yeah. You know, man, and I'm not even going to describe the horrors of it. You know what I'm saying? And what have you. Okay. And Ms. Taborn is saying was, yes, it was. I have the African, okay, with Freddie Washington, who was in the first version of Imitation of Life, and I think it was 1940. It was in early Hollywood, Miss Washington, Miss Taborn. Early Hollywood is like from 1915 to like about 1940. Then you had World War II. And that really boosted Hollywood is because they was making all these war movies. And that was the one I was talking about, Homer the Brave, with the actor by the name of Harry Edwards in there. When they was calling him the NGR term, various other stuff. And he breaks down and cries when he's by himself. And he's crying, not because of what they called him, but he was crying because he was not white. Cold part about it is, boy, this is what I tell all you clowns out there who are against us on the reparations. It wasn't just for slavery. It was all the brutalization, the Jim Crow era that went through it well, too. The unarmed killings by of our people by the race soldiers. You know, look at Breonna Taylor. Yeah. Look at Breonna Taylor. In the bed with her man, and they just come in there and shoot and kill her, you know what I'm saying? And then to find out that these cops had the wrong fucking address, okay? You see what I mean? You know, and the woman was a paramedic. So look at all the lives that she saved and look at all the other lives that she could have saved, you know, regardless of what the person's background was, okay? Now, Miss Taborn, I don't know if you have cable or not, but they do have Turner Classic movies, okay? And they bring movies all the way from 1915 all the way up to yesterday, you know, because I remember I was looking at some silent films on it and I recognized the mountain range in the San Fernando Valley, which is on the reverse side of the Hollywood sign. And keep in mind, originally, the sign on the side of the mountain used to say Hollywood Land. And then after earthquakes, rainstorms, and shit like that, that's always taking it down. Then they just said, we'll just leave it as Hollywood, you know. And they rebuild that damn sign about at least 10 times, I know, in my lifetime. When that rain comes, you know what I'm saying? You know, the earth gets wet, you know. And then one time it fell down, man, and they didn't build the damn thing, man, like for about 6 years. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I gotta move on, Sabaki.
And then
Sabaki.
Yeah, let's move on because we're getting tired. Yeah.
So
go ahead. Let's
moving along, the NAACP protest is backfiring badly. So Black Alpha Network gonna give us an update on
peace and love, family, from your brother Black Alpha.
Okay.
One love to all my certified FBA. One love to all my grassroots regulators, and one love to all of us. Fam, don't it feel good? Don't it feel good to be us? See, when you us, you can do what you want to do. You can say what you want to say, and you can regulate anybody that you choose. And today we're going to regulate some of these NAACPs. Yeah, you know, the National Advancement for Colored Punks. And ain't none of them like us over here. Certified salute to yourself. Tap in, family. Hope you enjoying your evening. Family, y'all see these NAACPs out here trying to have a national boycott against these football teams, basketball teams, basically everything that Black Americans is getting money for. And we done been known that these ain't nothing more than a bunch of ops. We done been known that they a bunch of sellouts. We done been known that they the Boule Biscuit Brigade. Well, guess what, family? The Boule is gone, the biscuits is gone, and that brigade done got thrown the hell out. We ain't playing no more with these people who try to act like they're the spokespeople for our community. We ain't playing with these people who run around the whole nation and pretend to talk for us, but write policies for everybody else. At the same exact time that the National Advancement for Ass Kissers and Colored Punks is trying to get Black American collegiate athletes to bypass millions of dollars with NIL, which means name, image, and likeness. These folks is flying over to Ghana right now, and they're about to have a Juneteenth celebration. And they about to discuss reparations for the African diaspora. They are openly against anything that we do when it comes to money, but they want all the money going to Mr. Lumbumba and Mr. Mutombo. Hell, half of them are Mr. Mutombos and Mrs. Lumbambas, because half of these folks is tethercrats anyway. So family, when you're dealing with a bunch of tethercrats, boules, outdated, broken bucks, bootleg advancements for colors and punks, then that right there is getting canceled by us right here. Again, it feel good to be a regulator. Family, whatever you're doing right now on this beautiful evening and afternoon, I want you to stop for a second, certified salute to yourself. Pop your own collar, because this is the regulator generation, and all the regulators done mounted up. And what are we saying collectively, family? Collectively, we saying you got 2 seconds to take your crumbs and your biscuits and get the hell out of the FBA paint, because we ain't standing for none of these boule sellouts no damn more. Isn't it funny, family, that they want to try to include Black collegiate athletes and their little boycott because they're running out of jobs? This all goes back to the Democrats running out of jobs, getting pink slips, and getting sent to Massa's principal's office. And Massa is about to send them to the unemployment office. Damn, they going from office to homeless. And your brother Black Alpha, as well as all my certified regulators, we got our hands up in the sky, and we taking full credit for all of them getting fired. Because that's what happens when you cosplay our lineage, heritage, and culture. If you don't know, now you know. So now, family, what you're seeing is these people going over to Africa. Look at your screen right now, family. Look at your screen. They're going over to Africa to have a celebration of Juneteenth with all the Ghanaians, the same Ghanaians that were over here in America talking about diaspora reparations. The same Ghanaians that have been running around here trying to include us as the 6th region. Y'all see how these people are always behind the scenes clicking up and locked in? But everybody understands that foundational Black Americans don't rock with them. And everybody understands that foundational Black Americans been checking them. The NAACP is the most outdated, irrelevant organization in American history. And FBA did that. See, you can no longer run around here and put a jacket on yourself, put a badge on and say, hey, I represent 50 million certifieds. No, the hell you don't. You may represent 50 million sellouts. You may represent 50 million shields, but you don't represent one of us because we FBA and we said so. So now they're trying to include foundational Black American collegiate athletes in this little protest they got, and everybody's clowning them. Oh, that done backfired. That done backfired, and they trying to send out Dollar Store, Dollar General, Family Dollar Obama, Hakeem Jeffries. And he running around here with the NAACP talking about some, I believe that we all need to do this. I believe that your hairline jumped on a plane and went right on back to Cape Verde, tether. And that's another tether crap while you talking about it. Fam, all of them are tethers. They're tethercrats and they're docs. Domestic off-code COONs. And the COON ain't no friend and they gone in the wind. Just like Al Sharpton's wig. You see what I'm talking about? They don't have no momentum, family. Nobody's rocking with their fake protests. We calling them out about their little connection with Africa, and FBA's completely exposing them in front of everybody publicly. And that's the power of this generation. Anybody who violates, we demonstrate. Gone are the days where individuals can just do and say as they please. In are the days where everybody gets checked while the cameras is rolling, face get put on that Summer Jam screen, and family, it's summertime. And family, you know, we hotter than July. And we done made the block hot for all of them. See, as they're running around now, trying to get the young collegiate athletes to join their BS protest, fam, this is about their jobs. This is what this is really about. See, the Democrats were running around here for 4 years, talking about illegal this, immigrant this, migrant that. They never thought that FBA would delineate and we would have them all against the ropes. And then all the districts would get gerrymandered. And now the same way they was fighting for Julio is the way they fight for their political careers. They never thought that, family. Oh, they ain't see it coming, but it's here now. See, they was running around here trying to flood our zone with illegals, trying to get all these people to vote for them. And Julio came over here and Julio said he's voting for Trump. And FBA said 2 middle fingers up. So now they sitting there trying to say, please help us, please. And the same foundational Black Americans that they was hating on is the same foundational Black Americans that said no tangibles, no vote yesterday, no tangibles, no vote today. We ain't changed our words. We ain't changed our sentiments, our phrases, our statements, our vows, and our nouns, family. It's still about reparations, and you still gonna cut the check. If not, you gonna get completely cut out of your own district. How you feel about that? And remember, the NAACP was the main ones running around here talking about amnesty, talking about sanctuary cities, talking about we's gonna get deported next. Because the NAACP is a democratic organization. And the only reason they've been able to go around and continue to have this front as some type of non-biased, nonpartisan organization, that's because they're doing the bidding for supremacy. Remember this, family. Anybody who's allowed to operate openly, breaking all types of laws and all types of jurisdictions and charters, are people who are clearly in cahoots with the system. And these people have always been this way because they were funded this way back in the day. You seen Brother Tupac was calling them out back in the day. Brother Malcolm X done called them out back in the day. And now the reparations generation is calling them out. Only difference between now and then, we calling them out and time is running out on them. That's the difference. It ain't gonna be no we call out the NAACP for another 20, 30, 40 years. They got about another 20, 30 seconds because now them jobs on the line. And it's kind of funny because remember they were saying, what's a black job? We don't know what a black job is. Remember when Donald Trump said that illegals, the same illegals the NAACP loves and supports and elevated above Black Americans? Remember when they were running around here talking about what's a black job? And they said that to Donald Trump. Well, now they're seeing that them jobs is all about to get canceled. Damn, you could have done something about black jobs. And now you want black people to help you save your job. And the answer is still no. I mean, we can't make it any clearer, family. We got all the power. We stronger than ever. We building, we working, we shining, we grinding, fam. Notice that everything we say now has no in it, no tangibles, no vote, no reparations, no vote. I mean, damn, I know most of them is tethers and they can barely comprehend English, but NO is a very simple word to understand. It's only got 2 letters in it. Don't come around Black Americans and try to figure out what we're saying. We keep saying no, NO. All of our statements and our phrases include that powerful term right there. So you might as well go run to all the other people that you love so much. And that's what we're doing. We're making all of these smuts have to go over to the people that they put policies for. Oh, yeah, go stand with the people that you brought to the party. Go stand with the people that you pulled out the pen and pad and wrote laws for. If you love the illegals so much, let the illegals go save your job. Let the illegals go boycott for you. You love liberals so much, let the liberals go save your job. Let the liberals go boycott for you. Notice all of them are absent, but now they want to come over here and get to the young Black American collegiate athlete. And family, that's coming down from the top. See, they're still serving their dominant society slave master. They've been wanting to stop Black American college athletes from making millions of dollars. Notice, y'all, they never wanted to have a boycott when Black American athletes were being hustled by those schools and institutions. They only started to want to have a boycott when we started hustling them schools and institutions. They ain't say nothing when them schools was taking Black American kids' scholarships away, when they was ruining careers, when they weren't making the dollar, when them institutions was building whole libraries, whole sections to the stadiums, having 100,000 fans there every night. The schools were signing billion-dollar contracts with TV networks, advertisement deals, commercial, merchandise, video games. And then something came along called name, image, and likeness, where now those collegiate athletes, Black Americans, because we dominate every damn sport we touch, then Black American kids started making millions of dollars because they can get paid off of their name. And then here comes the NAACP, and here comes the Democratic Party trying to throw a wrench in that. We see through you. You better go try to pull that hustle on them damn tethercrats that you love so much, or maybe them illegals can come help you. But FBA, we don't play. Nice try. We know exactly what they're doing. That call came from the top because they was tired of seeing people like Angel Reese make millions of dollars in college and say, you're not going to use her name, image, and likeness to get millions of dollars for that school while she doesn't get a penny. Shador Sanders generates millions of dollars for the school while he can't even get a hot dog at a damn hot dog stand. Really though? Hell no. And here comes the NAACP, and they're trying to tie this in to their boycott and gerrymandering. And they're talking about this is going to be like Muhammad Ali. No, the hell it ain't. Don't you ever mention Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali stood on business by saying he ain't going to get involved in a situation that does not pertain to us. They're trying to drag us into a situation that does not pertain to us. So Muhammad Ali would be on our side. Try again. And you can use whoever you want. Go back in the day, talk about slavery, Jim Crow, 2.0, 10.0, black codes, say Muhammad Ali, say any black thing that you can come up with. It still does not change the fact you about to get fired. And ain't nobody going for your boycott. Look at the news clippings, family. Ain't nobody rocking with this protest. Everybody's laughing at it. Because in reality, y'all, what they're trying to do is extort these Black American collegiate athletes. This is extortion. You're trying to include our babies in your little con game because you wanted to go give money to illegals and open the borders and undercut Black Americans. And now them same Black Americans you trying to run back to with your hand in the air. What did Black Alpha tell y'all just a month ago? I said it. I said that 1 year ago, they were trying to get us to help Julio not get deported. Right now, they're trying to get Black Americans to help save their jobs. And it was a hell no to Julio, and it's a hell no to the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored Punks. That's what it is. Oh, fam, it's all backfiring on them. That little Selma march got exposed. It flopped. Everybody was laughing at it. They press conference flop got exposed. Everybody's laughing at it. Hakeem Jeffries' thinning hairline exposed. Everybody's laughing at it. I'm laughing at it right goddamn now. I'm going to laugh about it later because nothing they're doing is getting any traction. They can't come up with nothing. Fam, I want you to think right now. Think about it right now, family. How many new agendas, new plans, new little backdoor sneak tactics have the Democrats tried that just ain't worked? I stopped counting probably about 50. About 50, y'all. I mean, the deportation, we was all going to get deported. That done flopped. The Selma March, all 10 of them, that done flopped. Kamala Harris is really a black woman. That done flopped. Shit. Jasmine Crockett's political career flopped. I mean, it seems like every day you're getting on social media, right? And you scrolling down your timeline and you see some new Democratic hustle. And that stuff lasts probably about 2 seconds. And everybody laughs at it. It gets exposed. And then they go off into hiding. They go sit in that little corner over there. Nothing they're doing has any motion because we got it all. There's only going to be one side with the motion. You don't share motion in life, family. Let's make this clear. You don't share momentum. Not in this country. No. You cruising or you losing. You're going to be the victor or the victim. Let's just say everything they're doing is bad. And they're all on the loser side. This protest ain't going nowhere. And all my young foundational Black American athletes, go get your money, man. Go get your money. Because I understand that they were already in the background trying to devise a way to stop Black American kids from getting paid. They don't like seeing these 18, 19, 20-year-olds out here getting all this money because they're generating all this money. Ain't this a capitalistic society? Ain't this all about the dollar bill? Ain't this all about money? Every time we do something that involves us getting money, the Democrats try to block it. Small business loans, they try to block it. Reparations, they try to block it. NIL for collegiate athletes, they try to block it. But they don't ever block all the money going to illegals. They ain't ever blocked the reparations that they love so much for Africa. This call came down from the top, and it came down from the top by Democrats and Republicans alike. Remember, y'all, the Democrats always say the Republicans block them, but the Republicans never say the Democrats block them. How can one party have the ability to block the other party, but it doesn't happen vice versa? You know why? Black Alpha gonna cook. Smash the like button. Right now, subscribe. We in here. The reason why the Republicans never say the Democrats block them, that's because the Democrats agree with the anti-Black policies that the Republicans do. There you go. Oh, we gonna wake it up. If you ain't woke right now, you better be. Family, the Democrats agree with everything the Republicans do. The only thing they really disagree with the Republicans for is when it comes down to a Senate seat, when it comes down to an election, and when it comes down to immigration. Outside of that, they agree on every damn thing. They agree with it all. Donald Trump is going to go give payouts to the January 6ers. How come the Democrats ain't blocked that? You mean to tell me you can't block that, Democrats? I thought we lived in a system where one party can block the other party. How come 100% of the time a political party is getting blocked, it's the Democrats when they're supposed to do something for Black people? The block excuse only applies to us. The block excuse never applies to liberals. It never applies to illegals. It never applies to Skittles. It never applies to the police. What did we say about Barack Obama, y'all? Barack Obama got elected and we watched him do everything for everybody else. How come the Republicans never blocked any of that? It's because the Republicans agreed with it. The Republicans were okay with the blue protection that Barack Obama gave the police. The same exact way that the Democrats are okay with the payouts for the insurrectionists. I said that a long time ago, family. They pretend that they don't get along with the Republicans, but they go along with the Republicans. That means they all on the same page. So the Democrats and the Republicans alike are working together to try to stop the Black American athletes from getting NIL money. Oh yeah, fam. That's called bipartisan anti-Black racism. That's what that is right there. Because both of them are watching Shedeur Sanders be a millionaire before he ever goes to the NFL. Angel Reese being a millionaire before she goes to the WNBA, already got a brand that they gonna eat off for the rest of their life. They don't like seeing that. The same reason why they were trying to hustle and milk Black American athletics for hundreds of years is the same reason why they want to stop you from getting paid right here, right now. Some phone calls was made from the right to the left and the left to the black-faced Democrats to the NAACP, and then voila, there goes a press conference, fam. It's all easy when you can connect the dots and the dots is connected because you certified, you see through everything because we thorough like that. Who were the two most hated athletes over the last 2 to 3 years? Shedeur Sanders and Angel Reese. Who were the first major athletes that came up in the NIL era, which was only signed about 3 years ago? Shedeur Sanders and Angel Reese. They were just making up stuff about them. Shedeur Sanders has no criminal record. Angel Reese has no criminal record. Shedeur Sanders was a first-round talent that they purposely didn't pick him until the 5th round. And then a lot of news leaked that the NFL was making phone calls and telling everybody, don't pick him. They were trying to set a precedence against the black athlete, and they were using Shedeur Sanders to do so. By all accounts, before the NFL draft, he was considered a top 10 pick. He fell from the top 10 of the first round to the second round, from the second round to the third round, the third round to the fourth round, ended up in the fifth round. And then when he finally got drafted in the fifth round, his coach came out and openly said he didn't like Shedeur Sanders, straight up. And his coach was openly trying to sabotage him, putting him in the game with backups, bad play calling. They drafted other quarterbacks ahead of Shedeur Sanders, and those quarterbacks that they drafted ahead of Shedeur, those quarterbacks ended up getting cut and aren't even on the team anymore. As a matter of fact, the coach who hated Shedeur so much, his ass got fired. Same thing they did with Angel Reese. Put out all this negative press about her, try to slander her name, try to paint her out to be some type of villain, went and created a whole W savior woman, Caitlin Clark, and now look at both of them in the league. Angel Reese has one of the highest selling jerseys. Shedeur Sanders has one of the highest selling jerseys in both of their leagues, respectively. Family, this is all trying to stop the Black American collegiate athlete from making millions of dollars. And then I ask this, how come the NAACP doesn't call for an NFL boycott? There's NFL teams in the same places.
And we've been saying that for the last 4
Why don't you call an NFL boycott? Oh, you just gonna skip over that, huh? You ain't gonna call out the NFL. You want to go to the college players. Family. If you need any more concrete evidence and proof to what your brother Black Alpha is telling you, then I want you to look at how come the NAACP isn't having a boycott against the NFL teams in those states. Why just the college teams? Because you don't want college players getting that money. There you go. Again, all we do is win. So let me tell you what I'm doing. I'm calling on a boycott from all the white athletes. All of the white athletes need to go ahead and take the place of the Black American athletes, and they need to do the NAACP boycott. That's what I want to see. All the Black American collegiate athletes, if you're listening right now, you're tapped into your brother Black Alpha certified, salute to you. Get your money, man. Get paid. I want to see all of my foundational Black American athletes, the dominators. I want y'all to go ahead and get all the NIL money. You're going to eat off that money for the rest of your life. I want you to get the fastest car. I want you to invest, buy your mama a house, go take care of your family. Now, all the white college athletes in all of these schools that the NAACP named, because remember, they said the advancement of colored people. I want to see them step up to the plate and they do all the boycott. Now I'm calling for, in the United States of America, a non-Black boycott. That's what I want to see. I want to see boycotts in the United States that are non-Black. Let's see how much everybody else wants to put it all on the line. Let's see how much all the allies is going to step up for. Remember, the NAACP and the Democrats love everybody other than Black folks. Then everybody other than Black folks needs to go out and boycott. Right now, we need to have a mass movement of non-Black boycotts, meaning non-Black participants, non-Black bodies, non-Black faces, non-Black energy. That's what I'm calling for right now. I'm demanding it. Chad, Brad, Karen, Ken, step on up to the plate and be a part of the NAACP protests. That means no NIL money for you. That means no Southeast Conference schools. That means no money, no dollars, no nothing. Just like the Democrats' agenda, nothing. And it all keeps going back to nothing, family. They ain't got no time, no energy, no vibe, no frequency, no agenda, no protest, no rally, no seriousness, no future. Because all the energy's on our side. And everybody's finding out the hard way. If you try to undercut our reparations and fly on over to Africa, you will get checked. If you try to scare Black folks, you will get checked. If you try to fearmonger Black folks, you will get checked. And if you try to stop Black American athletes from getting money, you will get checked and they gonna get the check. Either way, it goes back to the check. We gonna cash money from NIL, we gonna cash money from reparations, and we gonna cash money straight to the bank. While the NAACP is going straight bankrupt. Yes, indeed.
All right, now listen, your boy, ladies and gentlemen, Chud the Bussy, they had another bond hearing for Dalton Etherly, Chud the Builder. They had another bond hearing for him today out there in Tennessee. So the results were this. He's still locked up. What they did, they lowered the bond from 1.25 million to just 1 million. They shouldn't have lowered the bail at all, in my opinion, but the bail is still 1 million. And the judge explained that under Tennessee law, because he was already out on bond for a prior arrest when the pew-pewing occurred, his new bond had to be set at least double the customary amount. Because people forget, this fool was already out on bond. That's why I'm saying he shouldn't have got no damn bond. He was already out on bond. You out on bond and then you go do a more egregious crime? Yeah. So they said, now, if he manages to post a 1 million bail, his release would come with tight conditions. They said he would have to have GPS monitoring. He would have to wear an ankle monitor at all times. No weapons, so he can't run around there with them firearms. There would be a strict gag order. He would be barred from giving interviews or posting anything on social media regarding the incident. And that gag order also would apply to all witnesses in the case. There would be a travel ban on him. They said the judge will say that his passport application process has to be stopped. Any passport rescinded, given to him must be rescinded. That's if he gets bail. That's if, all right? He's still not bailed out. He's still locked down, by the way. Now, at the court today, a lot of the suspected white supremacist supporters showed up. They were showing up acting a fool, which made it worse for him, in my opinion, which is good. That's let them act a fool. You had Jake Lang, and I've debated him before. If y'all remember, go back and listen to some of my old podcasts about a year or so ago. I debated Jeff Lang. He was one of the J6 insurrectionists. He was out there in Texas trying to stir up some stuff as surrounding the Carmelo Anthony case down there. So when they were up in court acting a fool, Jake Lang, they had to escort him up out of there in handcuffs. He was in there acting a fool. Somebody else was up there. They didn't name him, but they said they were being a little disruptive in court, and they officially got charged with contempt of court. And they're in there acting a fool, and that's good. I want them to go in there and act more of a fool. That's good. Now, they revealed some more evidence, and this is very interesting. The detectives and the forensic investigators, they brought forth more evidence that complicated the case more for him, for Etherly's defense. The flight risk indicators. Detectives, they testified that during their investigation, they recovered a bulletproof vest and an airline ticket to Istanbul, Turkey. So what was this guy going to do? Sound like this guy might have been planning a mass pew-pewing and he was just going to hop on a plane and get the hell up out of here. And his flight was supposed to leave tomorrow. Yeah, he got a one-way flight ticket to Istanbul, Turkey. So sound like he was going to do something crazy and then just bounce. Now listen, some of the forensic people, they've looked online. Some of the online forensic investigators, they show that his social media posts and inflammatory videos made in the weeks leading up to the shooting most likely contributed to it. They put up that post that everybody's sharing where he said he'll use lethal force to defend himself and walk away free. They had some video body cam footage from the police the day of the pew-pewing showing Chud the builder telling an officer, he hit me, he started wailing on me, I had to defend myself. But the officer noted that Etherly never mentioned any prior threats when making that statement. They noted that all 7 shell cases were recovered at the scene, all 5 from the same gun, and the bullets were just going all over the place. He was just pew-pewing all over the place. There was bullets ricocheting off buildings in the background. So this was extremely dangerous. Dangerous for his victim and just dangerous for other innocent bystanders. So yeah, he should keep his ass up in there. Yeah, I don't like that they lowered the bail at all. Because the thing is, with all of them white supremacists coming up to court to support him, that demonstrates his influence over extremist elements. See, he done mobilized these individuals known for all of this political extremism and public disruption. So his ability to bring these volatile demographics up in a legal proceeding, that indicates that his release would serve as a rallying point for further unrest and more organized extremist activities in the community. And it would be an escalation of threat to public safety. The fact that his supporters went in there causing a damn disturbance like that, severe enough to require ejections and handcuffs and contempt of court charges, that shows a blatant disregard for law and order. You understand? So releasing an individual like that, who acts as a lightning rod for that kind of unlawful behavior, that increases the risk and public safety for everybody. And having all of them white supremacists in there, some people believe that that could be like some form of witness intimidation. Yeah, if he's in there bringing his supporters in there and they're acting a fool like that, they're willing to disrupt a secure environment like a courtroom. That raises serious questions about their behavior outside of the courtroom. And releasing him could really embolden these supporters to harass and intimidate and threaten witnesses involved in the case, and that'll undermine the integrity of the process. Yeah. And the judge ordered Etherly to adhere to a strict gag order and refrain from social media. So the actions of these supporters, that suggests that his message will still continue to be broadcasted through proxies, because we're seeing a lot of that now. There was some Asian dude, I don't know what his name was, but he was at the proceeding and he was outside the court lying his ass off trying to put out false information to the public. Did y'all see that? Some Asian guy talking about, yeah, I saw some footage of the surveillance camera and it shows that the black guy was the aggressor and he was beating Chud. Now, all of this is false. He's just saying shit. He didn't see nothing. He didn't see nothing. So he was outside kind of online, putting out some false information online. Also, the Myron Gaines out here crying and trying to put the cape on for Chud. Now, remember, they're caping. These are immigrants. Now, this is our minority coalition, ladies and gentlemen. This is our minority coalition, the black, brown, Asian, all that minority coalition siding with a white supremacist who tried to unalive an innocent black man. This is that minority coalition, ladies and gentlemen. Just let that sink in. You understand? This is why delineation is so very important, ladies and gentlemen. The whole myth of the automatic model minority, no. That concept of a broad model minority coalition assumes that shared skin tone or non-whitey status equates to shared political goals. In reality, it doesn't. You're trying to group distinct immigrant populations with foundational population, that ain't it. Many of these groups, they operate out of an immediate self-interest and assimilation, meaning that their political alignment can easily shift to support these systems that actively work against the foundational lineage. And they are proxies. Many of them want to be proxies for the dominant society's white supremacists. That's why they use these people as buffers or mouthpieces, because they're technically non-white T, but they're also non-FBA. That's what y'all got to understand. They're non-white T, but they are also non-FBA. So that don't mean just because they're non-white T, that don't mean they're with us. Because they are non-FBA, many times they are anti-FBA. You understand? So they send these people out here, they platform them to repeat the harmful narratives about us and gaslight the public and manufacture false evidence and all that stuff to do their dirty work for them. And that gives the false cover of diversity to these extremists and their defense narratives. See, in the social media landscape, there's a lucrative market for these non-YT commentators, like the Myrons and all that, to denigrate Black Americans by adopting this anti-Black rhetoric, and they defend these people who display overt hostility towards us. So they want to ingratiate themselves with these people. Remember, you got to understand that these tethers got spanked in their homelands by these people and fled. They're not going to fight YT supremacy. You understand? Who Myron's coming to UCLA next week? Say word. Myron's what day? Oh, what day is Myron coming to UCLA? Say word. Oh, really? When is this going to happen? When is this happening? Next Friday. Oh, okay. Okay. Man, that's going to be interesting. Oh, that's going to be real interesting. Friday, what date? What's the date? Myron Gaines coming out to UCLA? What date? Oh, is it Thursday, Friday? What, May 28th? Well, let me look at the calendar. Let me look at the calendar. Okay, that's a Thursday. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm going to keep that on the Rolodex. Oh, that's going to be interesting. I'm going to keep that on the Rolodex, ladies and gentlemen. But listen, I want y'all to understand these tethers like the Myron Gaines and these wannabe alt-rights, see, they lack a generational stake in foundational justice. These external groups, they don't possess a multi-generational stake in the repair or the protection of the foundational Black American infrastructure. And because they don't carry the specific ancestral lineage of the people who built the core infrastructure of this country, they have no inherent interest in protecting that legacy. So they harbor a proximity-driven contempt. So they view foundational advocacy as a roadblock to their own acceptance into the dominant hierarchy. So that's why, lineage delineation, that's a precise shield for us. See, without strict delineation, the political power, resources, legal protections meant to address specific harms inflicted on the foundational population, it'll be co-opted all the time. It'll be misdirected, subverted by all of these outside tethers. So delineation, it draws a clear, uncompromised line that really prevents a lot of external finessers and opportunists and all of these proxy actors from hijacking the narrative. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, these people want brownie points from the dominant society. And then who is that? It's Queen Royal. Hop on, Queen Royal. Hop on. Hop on and talk to me, Queen Royal. Hop on and ask me what you need to ask me. All right. Queen Royal, hop on in here. All right. Yeah, hop on in. Let's hop on in, Queen Royal. You asked me a question. I would like you to come on up and elaborate. Come on up and elaborate, Queen Royal. Hop on in, ma'am. All right. Let me see. And raise your hand. Let me talk to the family in here. Let me talk to the family in here, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Miss Sweets? I see you. All right. Let's get FBA all day. That account looks a little, FBA all day. What's up with that account, bro? FBA all day.
How you doing, brother?
Oh, this Rohan?
No, that's not Rohan. It's me.
Oh, who is this?
Yo, I was just wondering. I got a question for you, brother.
Oh, Lord.
I got a question for you.
What's with the fake accent, man?
There's no fake accent, man. I'm just trying to chill.
I hear the Jamaican accent, but so this might not be.
I don't have no Jamaican accent, bro.
This sounds like a kind of a Jamaican accent. Now, what? Okay, this one of Rohan's people.
Nah, it's me, bro. I'm from Jacksonville, Florida.
What's that guy? What's your name again?
Austin.
Okay, yeah. Get your ass out of here. You've already been defeated, man. I've reduced you to being a trolling punk. Yeah, that's Austin, the trolling punk. All right, let me see. Yeah, Austin is a trolling punk. Well, I got you shook, Austin. Yeah. This delineation is whooping your ass, boy. You just be trolling nonstop. You be on the YouTube page using spam bots. Boy, this delineation is tearing you up. Man, y'all tethers don't know what to do. Hey, man, it's the spirit. Don't blame me. Y'all blame me. It's the spirit. Y'all getting whooped by a spirit. I want y'all to understand something. Y'all try to blame me. Oh, that Tariq. Family, I'm just a vessel. All right? I am a vessel. The ancestors just use me as a vessel for them. That's it. I'm really not doing anything to you. The tethers swear I'm just abusing them. Why is Tariq doing this? It is Tariq's fault. Tariq, it is his fault. My fault what? What am I doing? I'm not doing anything to you. You are the leader. Ain't the leader shit. I ain't doing nothing to you. The spirit is whooping you. The spirit of delineation, it's whooping you. Hey, you get your shit together. That's why it's the movement is the delineation movement is a spiritual movement. That's why y'all getting frustrated, because you're trying to fight with spiritual energy. Yeah, the spiritual energy of the ancestors is looking out for foundational Black Americans. I told y'all that anybody who comes against us, there's a spiritual reckoning right now for people who come against us. It's bad for everybody who comes against us. You can't come against us. It's going to go bad. The ancestors are awakened. You understand? We didn't tap into the ancestors. They're tapping back into us. We're feeding each other's energy. They're looking out. We're looking out for them. That's why they don't want us to be on this delineation. They don't want us to activate these ancestors here, which is what we've done. You understand? Man, these ancestors ain't playing. Family, do y'all know on Lake Lanier there was another accident on Lake Lanier? A damn boat blew up. Like a few days ago on Lake Lanier. Y'all hear about that? A damn boat blew up out there. Boy, the ancestors be getting them all types of ways over there on Lake Lanier. Yeah. There's a boat randomly blew up out there. Where my Atlanta people? Y'all, I know y'all heard about this. Y'all look that up. This was like a few days ago. The ancestors don't be bullshitting out there, man. I love TikTok Shop. I love TikTok Shop. I love TikTok Shop. Man, hell, like a few months ago, somebody, well, might have been a year ago. Remember, somebody went out there and got electrocuted, and they don't know where the electricity came from. Remember that? Some white man went out there on Lake Lanier, and something electrocuted him, and they can't figure out what did it. Y'all remember that? Look that up. To this day, they don't know what happened. How the hell did he get electrocuted? What electrocuted him? I love TikTok Shop. Yeah, man. The ancestors are not playing out here. But family, listen, don't get mad. Don't get mad. It's not me. It is the ancestral spirit. I'm just a vessel. That's why these tethers always run around talking about I'm the leader. And I'm never claimed to be the leader. I'm not the leader of anything. But the ancestral energy of this delineation is so strong. It's like, it got to be led by somebody, something, some entity. It's the spirit that's doing it. You understand? They just use me as a vessel. I'm just a vessel. I'm sorry. And I'm not the leader of anything. I'm just a vessel, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. For some reason, the ancestors wanted to use me. I guess because I have honest energy. And I guess because I don't want to be the damn leader. I don't want to be the leader of shit. Those are the people that the ancestors choose. The folks who don't want to do all that leadership shit. You know what I'm saying? That's who the ancestors and the spirit will choose to deliver certain messages. People who don't really want to do it, but you have to do it out of your disposition of honesty. See, the ancestral selection is based on frequency, not ego. The ancestral spirit. Can we get metaphysical for a minute? Can we get a little bit? Family, ancestral energy and spirits, man, they're constantly scanning the earthly plane for a clear channel. All right, we're surrounded by spirits and energy. So somebody operating on a high frequency of truth, who's uncompromised by fear or the need of validation, that's who the ancestors want to go to. The ancestors, they don't really choose a vessel because that person wants to be a leader. They want to be seen. And no. They're going to choose the opposite. They choose a person who possesses the spiritual infrastructure to carry a heavy foundational message without breaking. So the vessel is chosen for their alignment, not their ambition. That makes sense? Like, man, for example, I got chosen by the ancestors to do Hidden Colors. I wasn't planning on doing no damn Hidden Colors. Dude, when we did Hidden Colors, I want y'all to understand something. I had about 3-4 network deals on the table. All right? I had about 3 or 4 network deals on. I was about to do some television shows with major networks doing relationship shows. The ancestors tapped me and said, no. You need to do this. There's something that we need you to do. We need you to, no. We need you to do it because we know you're going to be honest. You're going to keep it a bean and you're not scared of shit. The ancestors tapped me to do Hidden Colors because nothing like it was done before. Nothing like it was done before, and I know we needed it. And the ancestors kept harping at me to do the shit. I was like, all right, let me try this and see how it works. I had no idea that shit would take off the way it took off. That literally changed the world. That literally brought in the woke movement. Do y'all know that? The Hidden Color series, that brought in the whole woke movement. You understand? It's real out here. That changed the game, literally. And no, I'm not a leader. And see, the rejection of the leader label, that's a sign of authenticity. See, when a chosen vessel rejects the title of leader, that's a confirmation of their spiritual assignment. Why? Because in society, a leader is a manufactured, compromised construct. That implies politics, ego, pandering to the masses. A true influencer, you reject that title. Because you know you're not trying to govern anybody's life. I don't give a fuck what you do. I'm not trying to govern nobody. I'm just giving you the truth. You run with it how you want to run with it. I'm just delivering a message. I literally just deliver a message. I don't tell y'all what the fuck to do. I don't do what you want to do. You want to smoke the pipe, whatever. I ain't telling you what to do or to follow me. I'm just giving you a message from the ancestors. For some reason, it resonates with people and they utilize the messages in a positive way. So that whole leadership, no. That shows my ego is out the way. And the ancestors like that. They think that makes a perfect, unobstructed conduit for the ancestors to speak through. You know? Because when somebody constantly tells you they're not the leader, but people just insist you are, they're talking about spirits now. Now you talking about, y'all are talking about spirits. I'm not. Y'all are showing that there's a spiritual element there. If you insist that I'm the leader, no. The spirit is the leader. You see, these folks are responding to the spirit, not the person. See, people will try to force a leadership crown on certain influencers because, they have to compartmentalize what's happening. You see, but when I'm giving the messages of the ancestors, what you're feeling is the resonance of the ancestors because it's familiar, because y'all know what I'm talking about and y'all know what I'm saying is true. especially those of us who come from the lineage. If you're from the lineage, y'all know what I'm saying is true when I talk about our history and our upbringing and our spiritual essence. It resonates because y'all know what it is. We have a different spiritual frequency. Y'all recognize the spiritual energy. That's why we talk about all the time. We can tell when somebody's non-FBA. That's because of a spiritual frequency we have. We're tapped into it. So we know when you don't have that same frequency. That's not a diss. Notice we argue with some of these guys who insist that we can't tell that they're non-FBA. And sir, we can feel your energy and your spirit. Your spirit is different. You understand? That's not me tricking people. Y'all can feel it. Y'all know when somebody's non-FBA. Y'all know when somebody's a tether who's cosplaying. Yeah? You know that. Right. Nobody defended. Nobody was defending. Yeah, that's another thing. I noticed that when all of these tethers would denigrate Black Americans, nobody was really defending us. I noticed that. That's why I started going hard body. On Clubhouse and all of these spaces back some years ago, these folks would just have a field day crapping on us. These folks just made it a point to get on these lives and let everybody know how they felt about us. Everything was about we're lazy, Akata. It was horrible. They would go hard in the paint on us. We're lazy, baby mamas, ghetto. What about Chicago, gangbang eyes? I'm like, how come y'all not checking these people? Y'all weren't checking them hard enough for me. So, okay, let me clean this up. Hold on. Because I don't know, some of you, I guess a lot of the family, you haven't really been to these people's homelands. I think that's, I don't know. I can't speak for everybody. Dude, I just had enough. I'm like, I'm not letting these people sit up and denigrate us under no circumstances. Especially because I done been to where these people live. I done been to their homelands. They're not going to say nothing about us. You know? So I guess that's why they always blame me. Tariq has everybody making us accountable, nigga. Because I was like one of the first people to check all of that. I stopped all that. Yeah, no. Y'all not doing that. And I'll let y'all know the real deal about these dudes. They're talking about we don't know who we are. I was the first person to let y'all know. Most of these folks don't have birth certificates. Their birthdays are all on January 1st. A lot of folks didn't know that. See, I know all their little tether secrets. I know all their little shit. I know all of it. I start letting y'all know. Don't let them say nothing about who don't know somebody, who don't know who. These folks don't even know what day they were born. You got a bunch of musty Capricorns running around here. For real. A bunch of musty-ass Capricorns. Everybody damn birthday on the damn 1st of January. Because that's a default date that they give immigrants who ain't got no birth certificate. And you're going to let them tell you who you ain't and who you don't know who you are? I start letting y'all know, hey, man, first of all, them nation states ain't that old. Them tribes ain't that old. I start letting y'all know these people didn't get last names until the damn 1880s, so they can't play the name game on us. Because I'm a historian. So they're mad that I start giving everybody the game, like how to shut the bullshit down. I love TikTok Shop.
When there is stank on the streets, there's only one man who will bring the heat.
Hey, Rootwork Jones, why you got to split, sugar?
These musty jive turkeys think it's a game out here. I got to get out here and show them I mean business. Can you dig it?
None of these smelly suckers can relax because Rootwork Jones is back. Is the return of Dolomust, the Sultan of Stank. His mission? To turn Harlem into a musty mecca.
I'm going to plant a must bomb in Harlem. When it detonates, everyone in Harlem will be musty.
Rootwork Jones has to shake up the block. He has a limited time before the bomb drops.
Word on the street is Dolomus's men planted a bomb in a Cadillac in Harlem.
Thanks, Mama. Can Rootwork Jones find the bomb before it explodes?
Where is the Cadillac with the must bomb, sucker?
Or will the city go into musty mode?
There's a couple blocks over that way.
Rootwork Jones is behind the wheel, socking stanky suckers all in their grills. Come see Rootwork Jones in Musty Inferno. Go to rootworkstyle.com for more info. Sucker.
They don't even see them as valuable. Why do you think so many of them are unemployed now? Because they no longer care about keeping even the people that look like them working. And to me, they kind of did this to themselves because of racism. They got the bigger salaries. They were able to live in the biggest homes and the fanciest neighborhoods and drive the best cars. And now many of these employers don't want to give you top dollar anymore. That's why you hear so many of them that are looking for work. They're telling you, I can't even find a job with the salary I was making before. It's less. If I get another job, it's less money. Yes, it is. Because you know what? They're not going to waste top dollar on any of you anymore. And I see that a lot. You know, what you made before is not what you're going to make in the future. And as we start moving through this year into next year, it's going to be a lot more unemployment because jobs will continuously be replaced by AI. A lot of them already have, and there's going to be more. So if you can't compete with AI, then you may be looking at a huge problem moving forward. And see, these folks don't care about your survival. They care about their bottom dollar. And they have been showing us this, y'all, for decades. These rich people that own the corporations and everything, they care about their bottom dollar. They don't care how you're going to make it out here. They don't care if you can't fill your tank up with gas or buy the groceries. They don't care. They're going to just give you a salary that's really inadequate to an economy with inflation. They're going to continue to do that. You know, if you notice how they always give you like a 3% raise. You know why they give you a 3% raise? See, I was a senior manager. So I used to see salaries and I used to have to give raises to my people and everything. The reason why they give so many people in this country a 3% raise, because that 3% raise don't cost them nothing. It don't cost them nothing to give you that. That's why so many people in the population always will tell you, yeah, I got a 3% rate. That's why it don't cost them nothing to give you a 3% raise. You know, when I became a manager, that was really the first time in my life I was getting 10% raises and 15% raises when I was a manager. But when I was just a regular worker, I was getting that, oh, we'll give you another 25 cents. It don't cost them nothing to give you those little teeny bumps in salaries. It really don't. That's why so many people get that type of raise in the country. So y'all, you know, my heart does go out to a lot of people, you know, because I can see even the folks around me, I can see a lot of them struggling. And it's sad to see that, you know, not far from where I live, there's a church. And I would say like around, even before the C-19 lockdown, that line was getting longer then. You know, they give out food every Wednesday, and that line goes all the way down the road. You can see how people are really falling on hard times, and they're having a difficult time putting food on the table. So they are utilizing, and why not use it? That's what food banks are for. You should use it if you're down on your luck. That's what they're there for. I never knock a person just because they have to get in a food line and they need food. I mean, it is what it is. You do what you have to do to put food on the table. If you got to go to 2 or 3 different food banks to have enough food for the next few weeks, you do you. So I want y'all to hear what they're saying about how the inflation has outpaced paychecks that the average person get. All right, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so we can get started. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you. Thank you.
We're launching a new series, Affordability America, stories about prices from groceries to gas, why they're rising, and what people are doing about it. And we start with CBS's Christiane Benavides talking to a mom of 3 about how she's been able to stretch her family's budget.
Each trip to the grocery store is becoming more expensive for Florida mother Kiana Powell, shopping for her family of 5.
My grocery bill has definitely increased about $50.
What would you compare that to?
I would say like a month ago.
The costs are adding up fast.
We probably went over about $150, $200 in a month with the same items. So imagine now what my bill is going to look like starting in June when school is out.
The cost for tomatoes is up nearly 40% from last year. Ground beef is up more than 14%. The fish and seafood, that's up 6%. Powell says she's had to become more savvy finding deals online, shopping at different stores for certain items depending on what's on sale.
Social media has been a great thing. That digital couponing world has really taken over.
So instead of doom scrolling, you're scrolling for coupons.
I'm scrolling for coupons.
She's joined several social media groups and rewards programs to help with a shopping strategy and is always on the lookout for a good bargain.
So how much time do you spend looking for these deals?
Every day. Every day. I cannot let a deal go to waste if it's something that I am using daily.
It's not just groceries. She's feeling the pinch across the board, from gas to everyday household items.
You can have a really great salary in your head, and then once you break everything down, the wages and the economy, they're not matching.
So another tip from Powell is that if you see a good deal, then buy non-perishable items in bulk. The bottom line here is that people are paying more to fill up the same grocery cart. Tony?
It's true, Christian. Thank you very much.
60% of Americans will lose everything they got in the second quarter of 2026 under this administration. You guys see how many people lost their homes and got their cars repossessed. And look at the tariffs on China. We're still going back and forth with China, man, on tariffs, 145% tariffs. The gas prices is through the roof. The food prices, man, I don't even want to talk about. People are riding around on empty, man. So you know, in the second quarter of 2026, a lot of people are going to lose their jobs, man. Y'all see what happened last month? 17,000 spirit workers lost their jobs. There was something happened at, I can't remember the name of the place, where 30-something thousand people got notices before they even went to work. They got fired through email, man. I can't remember the name of the company, but it happened like 2 months ago. Repossessions, man, is up to 15,000 repossessions a day in the United States. And in most cases, people can't even hide their cars. Even if you hide them at a friend's house or in the garage, they got all those devices on where they can track the vehicle no matter what state you in, where you put it at, man. And that's why I believe 60% of Americans is going to lose everything they got, man. I see houses all around me going up for sale. I see all kind of cars being repoed from grocery store parking lots and stuff, man. It's getting bad out here, man. Save your money, man. Save your money. It's getting bad out here. This guy that's running our country don't give two fucks about you, man. He'll give two fucks about me. He's already a billionaire. He made it very clear that he do not care about your financial situation, man. Thanks for watching.
Why am I spending half of my paycheck just trying to drive to work, the grocery store, and my kid stuff? Like every time I fill up in Michigan, it's like a jump scare at the pump. Don't even get me started on people who drive like trucks or SUVs. I don't understand how they're affording it. I just don't. Like people are out here choosing between a full gas tank and groceries. This is getting ridiculous. I literally just can't.
You're right. A lot of people out here, not only groceries and having to choose between groceries and gas, a lot of people out here is having to choose between a medication, you know what I mean, fuel, food. Everything's a choice at this particular point. So whatever's important to you at the time. But yeah, people are here fighting, bro. And now the domestic violence statistics, arrests has went up, man. Like I say, when people money funny, they get angry, they get upset. And sometimes they tend to swing that way, which I don't necessarily agree with, man. Just walk away. But yeah, people out here are constantly hurting right now. I hope our government do something soon, but other than that, man, don't seem like it. Let's move to the next one.
President Trump's approval rating has now dropped to the lowest level of his second term at 37%. And views of the economy have dropped to their lowest level in several years. Only 29% now say the economy is good. Gas is $4.51 and change per gallon. Is this pressure all due to gas prices?
Gas prices aren't helping. It's not the only thing. I always start with feelings because they're so closely connected to people's finances. They tell us they feel stressed, they feel concerned about their personal finances, and feelings of economic security are down from a year ago. Now, gas prices are increasingly, they tell us, being a financial hardship on them. Overall, though, they continue to tell us they don't think their income is keeping pace with inflation. And that's something we've been seeing now for years coming out of the pandemic. So contextually, yes, it's part of something larger. The other part of this, though, is uncertainty, which is a top way that people describe the overall economy. The way that relates to gas prices is, take, for example, just the situation in Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. People tell us day to day, they don't feel like they have a clear understanding. They're getting a clear understanding of what's going on there. And of course, that is impacting gas prices. That's part of what I mean by uncertainty. But the other part of the big picture here, you pull back, you look at the job market. People aren't confident that if they had to find another job, they could. They even think you hear so much about AI in the news.
Structural changes.
Big structural changes. They think AI is going to start taking jobs. And what it leads to when you look at opportunity, even generational opportunity, there's a lower number who think that their opportunities are going to be better than their parents were.
Inflation just got worse and people are finally starting to feel another paycheck. New inflation numbers just came out and they were hotter than expected. Prices rose 3.8% over the past year and gas prices alone are up almost 30%. That means people are paying way more for basic stuff like food, gas, flights, and even clothing. But here's the part that really matters. Wages are no longer keeping up. Real wages actually fell, which means even if your paycheck stayed the same, your money buys less than it did before. And that's why so many people are confused when they hear that the economy is doing fine. On paper, jobs are still there and the stock market is holding up, but everyday life is getting more expensive, especially for middle and lower income households. This also makes it harder for the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates anytime soon because inflation is still running way above their 2% target. So yeah, people aren't imagining the financial pressure right now.
Wendy's quietly closes 200 locations. Here are the top 7 states affected. What do you notice about this list? What do you notice about number 1 and number 2? Walmart is laying off over 1,000 employees. General Motors is doing layoffs. It's up 50% so far in 2026. I just saw some information that we're all paying over $650 more per month right now to live. Inflation came in very hot at 3.8%. Gas where I live is almost $6 a gallon, and it's almost $7 a gallon for diesel. Stores closing, layoffs, and higher fuel prices. You are going to see something like we have not seen in our lifetime. We have the least qualified administration running our country in our entire history. Let me remind you that number 47 has gone bankrupt 6 times and has about 25 failed businesses, including a casino, Trump University, Trump Steaks. Also right now, 590,000 cell phone orders since last year with a $100 deposit. That's $59 million that hasn't been delivered. You have to worry about this economy, not just the economy, but our relationships, our trading partners, our social services, our social programs, and now we potentially have a hantavirus outbreak. Is the worst administration in 250 years. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be something extremely, extremely bad.
President Trump's war in Iran and rising costs fueled by it are impacting how Americans feel about the economy and his presidency.
Because we want to stop the threat of being blown to pieces by a lunatic. Everybody says that's fine.
Trump's approval now at the lowest level of a second term. Only 27% of Americans approve of how he is handling inflation, and 76% now say they're concerned about their personal finances. A new poll also found that 69% of Americans say they don't have a clear understanding of the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. As the war is adding to economic concerns here at home, President Trump visited his Virginia golf club shortly after issuing a new warning to Tehran. The administration's focus on Iran has Americans feeling the pinch. Almost 60% of Americans described gas prices in May as a financial hardship last week. The president dismissed affordability concerns. I don't think about American financial situation. I think about one thing: you cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. The president doubled down in an interview with Fox in Beijing. President Trump ran on an economic revival.
And stagflation is now upon us because the rate of inflation has surpassed the rate of wage growth. What this means directly is that wages are now not developing at a rate that can keep up with the inflation. If you don't know what stagflation specifically is, I made a couple of videos about this. So stagflation is when you have stagnant economic growth plus inflation, stagflation. And the inflation part, we all see prices are going up. And it's not really important why prices are going up, but they're going up. But I will say quickly, the prices are going up because of monopolies, because one company owns so many other businesses, they bought their competition. So since we don't have competition in the market, prices are going up. But that's besides the point. The other side is the stagnant economic growth. We haven't made jobs since President Trump has taken office. There has been literally zero job growth. So people are not finding new jobs. In fact, because of AI and crazy business practices, people are losing jobs at a very high rate, much higher than in the past. And that is a sign of stagnant economic growth. Your wages are not moving, your jobs are not developing, you're not creating new jobs. So all of that is stagnant economic growth. Stagflation is considered extremely rare, and it was avoidable in the United States had we stopped the monopolies from forming. We had a law, the Sherman Act, back in the 1700s that knew if companies have monopolies, it would be detrimental to the American consumer, but Congress allowed loopholes. The law allowed loopholes. Lobbyists over here arguing for their companies and everything, loophole after loophole that allowed these conglomerates, these mergers, these big buyouts to just buy their competition. And now the inevitable has happened. We're in stagflation. The thing we tried to avoid, with the Sherman Act of not allowing monopolies is now here, and now we have stagflation. And it's rare because most countries would not allow this. They would have put laws in place to say, okay, businesses, you may have bought your competition, but now we're going to limit on you what you can actually charge people. They would have done something. Okay, businesses, you can't fire your people unless you have a reason for it. And that's the whole argument. It's that our government has allowed us to get to this point. Other countries have strict consumer laws, strict job protection laws, like you can't just be fired and whatnot. But not in the United States. They can just fire you without even telling you why. You can literally get an email in the United States saying you're fired, and that's that. So because we don't have real job protections, labor protections, and we don't have real consumer protections in the United States, stagflation has taken over. And there's no real way to get out of it. It's going to be a constant circle of, wages going lower, prices going higher, people not able to buy goods, companies raising prices because people aren't buying. And it's just going to keep going. Less people are going to be able to buy what they need, or they're going to go into major credit card debt. Credit card companies won't get paid, the whole nine. People are probably going to start trying to file for bankruptcy, and it's a vicious cycle. And the only way to fix it is to literally kill the economy. You have to raise the interest rate so high that nobody buys anything until finally the businesses bring their prices down. That is how you fix stagflation. You pretty much have to starve the businesses of money, which means the average person suffers because they won't be able to buy the things they need. This could have been avoided. Y'all have a good day.
Iran war update, Friday, March 6th. Bad economic news for Americans as job numbers were terrible last month. We lost 92,000 jobs when it was expected that jobs would grow. Unemployment has also risen. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. 20% of the world's oil and a significant amount of natural gas goes through the straits. Prices are spiking. Supply is dropping. Kuwait, for example, has begun cutting production at some oil fields after running out of room to store its bottled up crude. Oil prices may go up another 50%. That's 50, according to the Financial Times. Qatar expects all Gulf energy producers to shut down exports within weeks and drive oil to $150 a barrel. The country's energy minister told the Financial Times everybody that has not called for force majeure is going to in the next few days. Oil prices are already up 20% this week. Gas prices are also going up this morning. Gasoline, the U.S. average gasoline price just hit $3.32 a gallon, up 11% in 5 days. U.S. gas prices are now higher than at any time during either of Trump's two terms. Trump may have made things worse, according to the Financial Times. Trump's decision not to refill the strategic petroleum reserve stockpile, drained by his predecessor Joe Biden, has left consumers exposed to an oil price shock following the attacks. There are also reports that the Trump administration did not start looking for ways to calm the oil and gas markets until days after the invasion of Iran, because apparently they thought oil and gas prices wouldn't spike. How serious is the energy crisis? Qatar's energy minister told the Financial Times that war in the Middle East could bring down the economies of the world. He says it will hit growth, push up energy bills, and lead to shortages of products. He added that even if the war ended immediately, it would take Qatar weeks to months to return to normal deliveries after their plant was bombed by the Iranians. Trump has said he would ensure global shipping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz by providing insurance. The problem is the Financial Times now says the U.S. doesn't have enough money in the budget, at least what was budgeted, for Trump to do this. Also, what ship is going to want to go through the Strait of Hormuz if they're going to get blown up? Insurance covering the product doesn't really help if you die. Regime change is back on the table. Trump tweeted this morning on his social media platform that the war with Iran will not end until the regime changes and he gets to pick the new leader. That is yet another new goal that Trump has added to this war. U.S. CENTCOM says the war is likely to last through September at least. That's a good 7 more months. That is $200 billion to $400 billion price tag at current prices of $1 to $2 billion a day. Asked whether Americans should be concerned about retaliatory attacks by Iranian hit squads at home in America, Trump said, I guess.
I'm 39 years old and I have zero savings for retirement. And I don't know when I'm going to be able to start saving because my bills cost more than my paycheck. We're working 60 plus years, and we retire broke. I'm seeing videos of 80-year-olds that are too old to work, but too poor to retire. Name one person you know that's gotten wealthy throughout all their years of working. Just really think about it. Did your grandparents get wealthy from working? Are your parents wealthy from working? Are you wealthy yet from working? And my grandparents had to choose between prescriptions and food. I remember that before they passed away. I remember them having to make those choices. I know people who worked their whole life and they retired poor. They didn't get to retire because they were poor. They were too poor to retire. I don't know anybody, or I haven't personally met anybody who's created wealth from working their whole life. Let me name some people you know, because I don't know anybody.
Why does my salary go up every year, but I still feel like I have less money than before? Because your raise is not keeping up with inflation. Your company gave you 3%. Inflation ran at 4.5%. You did not get a raise. You got a pay cut with extra steps.
So I am actually earning less in real terms, even though the number went up.
Exactly. The number on your paycheck went up, but the number of things the paycheck can buy went down. That gap between your raise and inflation is called your real wage. And for most corporate employees, that number has been shrinking quietly for years.
So every time inflation beats my raise, I am technically losing money.
Every single year. And your employer knows this. A 3% raise costs them almost nothing compared to what replacing you costs. The average cost of replacing one employee is 6 to 9 months of that employee's salary. Your raise was not a reward. It was the cheapest way to keep you from leaving.
They calculated exactly how little they could give me.
Always. Which is why you never negotiate once a year. You negotiate the moment your market value exceeds what they are paying you. That moment comes faster than most employees realize.
All right, y'all. Yeah, Robert, it is rigged. It's always been rigged from day one. You know, like I said, you got to look at who runs the system. These are the offspring of their forefathers and foremothers that had slaves. So their mentality is they want to work you for as little money as possible. And that's how they've ran this entire job market in this country. All right. It's been ran like this from day one. So now, many of them used to have advantages, but those advantages are fading away. And with the inflation, they're not even benefiting from getting bigger salaries anymore. So in reality, y'all, we're pretty much all in the same boat when it comes down to these jobs. We're all in the same boat. There is nobody that got that advantage anymore. And as far as the inflation, it's here to stay. It's here to stay, you know? And I think that's a hard pill for a lot of people to swallow, but the inflation is not going to go anywhere. It doesn't matter if Trump left office and they brought in a Democrat. The inflation is still going to be here. It would not even make a difference taking Trump out and putting somebody else in. It would be the same results. People would still be dealing with the inflation. Yeah, unfortunately, there are still a lot of people, and, you know, they're working these jobs, and many of them don't know when that's going to come to an end because of the AI. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you for all of your support. Make sure you share these live streams. And, you know, and I also want to thank each and every one of you for over the past 2 years of supporting my small business. And yes, I am going to be planning another sale Memorial Day weekend. So just be on the lookout for that. So have a wonderful afternoon, and I will see you on my next live where I'll be talking about these rare snowstorms that have been popping up in different states around the country. And this is what, May? Yeah, it shouldn't be too many places having snowfalls in May, but it is happening. Shalom, family.
You two, a little political question here for the two queens. What do you guys think about reparations? Should there be reparations for Black people? You guys are Black, right? Just checking.
I'm Somali. Yeah.
What was it? Wait, do that again. What was that? Was that like a war chant?
It's yolalating.
Oh, okay. Sabrina Carpenter got in trouble
I
for
know.
that.
I was literally just thinking about her right now.
What about you? Reparations. Well, you're Ugandan, so I mean, do you get? I don't think she's not like what they called FBAs.
Yeah, you have to like prove your back.
You guys know what that is? An FBA, Foundational Black American.
Foundational Black American.
So like you can trace your roots to Africans who came to the
I'm
U.S.
so happy I never had to do that.
back in the day. Reparations, yes or no?
I believe that like what type of reparations? Like what is
Teep kick, yeah. What? Oh, just you're Black. Here you go. Here's some money
there's money for
the
having
historical
slaves.
injustices.
I think that that's like saying, should white people today be punished for slavery in America? You know, I think that's kind of very similar. You can't give someone reparations for something. But at the same time, society does the way that society is catered to people of privilege, which is not measured by race. I do think, however, it mostly contains non-white.
Do any of the white women here? Should we do reparations? What do you think? No.
No,
I agree with her. It's not our time. It's not our.
It's not.
Yeah.
Past that.
Sorry, I was trying to get you guys some cash right now. Sometimes you're not Black.
Yeah, I agree.
A lot of stuff we got to talk about. I'm waiting on, let me get the room packed up because I got to show y'all a video. I got to show y'all this. See, this is why delineation is very, very important, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Damon? What's up, brother Damon? What's up, All In Royalties? You got surgery? What kind of surgery you got, brother? What kind of surgery you got tomorrow? What's up, Smoke Champ? All right. Puma, what's up, Puma? And everybody tap the screen. I love TikTok Shop, by the way. You know, when you say that, you know, that boosts the algorithm. All right. I love TikTok Shop. All right. I love TikTok Shop. Let's get that algorithm on. They said the community just teared up. All right. That's what's up. We in here. And this is a popular live, as they say. First thing we got to talk about, I saw a video of this podcaster, and I want to show y'all this. This YT podcaster, Brian something, I can't think of his name, but he had a panel. You know, how Myron Gaines and those guys be having a panel of women just asking them random stuff. So this guy has a panel of women. Most of them are YT women, these little bleach blonde, ditzy looking YT women. And there were two non-YT women on there. The non-YT women, one was Somalian, the other one was Ugandan. And he just happened to ask them about reparations. I want y'all to see the play here. I want y'all to see this play. All right. I want y'all to see the play here. Oh, he seems like he's associated with Myron. He kind of has that vibe. He seems like he's associated with him. Okay. All right. So that makes sense. Now let me let y'all peep this out. We're going to break this down in real time. So he got this panel. Let me get the screen big. All right. All right. Now, hold on. It might be a little bit too big. Hold on. Let me take it down just a taste. All right. We'll do it like that. All right. We'll do it like that. Ladies and gentlemen. All right. So now listen to this conversation about reparations. Hold on.
You two, a little political question here for the two queens. What do you guys think about reparations? Should there be reparations for Black people? You guys are Black, right?
All right, now watch. See, now he knows that these women are foreign. He knows. All right. Now look at all these little bleach blonde, bimbo-looking chicks on here, and many of them look like they're from immigrant backgrounds too. Some of them look Persian. You know, so everybody on this panel comes from some kind of immigrant background, some type of relatively recent immigrant background, by the way. Because these bleach blonde, they got these bleach blonde women who look Persian and all that shit, or Armenian or something. But okay, let me play this.
Just check.
I'm Somali. Yeah.
What was it? Wait, do that again? What was that like a war chant?
It's yolalating.
Oh, okay. Sabrina Carpenter got
I know. I was literally just thinking about her right now.
What about you? Reparations. Well, you're Ugandan, so I mean, do you get I don't think she's not like what they called FBAs?
Yeah, you have to like prove your back.
You guys know what that is? An FBA, Foundational Black American.
Foundational Black American.
So like you can trace your roots to Africans who came to the U.S.
I'm so happy I never had to do that.
Back in the day.
She's so happy she never had to do that. Lady, please, you're a tether. I'm so happy I did. Ma'am, your ass is over here. You're an immigrant over here. What you talking about? I guess she's trying to be fun. Ma'am, you were an immigrant over here. You had to bring your ass over here. All right. And a foundational black, they know what it is. So they try to play dumb. He knows exactly what a foundational Black American is. He just specified it. All right, hold on.
Reparations, yes or no?
I believe.
Now look at the cake soap. This woman's face is all cake soaped up. Her hands and neck are 10 shades darker than her face.
That, like what type of reparations? Like what is
teep kick? Yeah. What? Oh, just you're Black. Here you go.
Now they know good and well that ain't what no damn reparations is about. This man, he said out of his own mouth, foundational Black American. These people love to play dumb. Yeah, you know they're listening. They play dumb. He knows, and he knows it ain't just here. You're Black. Here's a check. He knows that. All right. Let me tell you, don't let these people play dumb. They sit here and play dumb. Everybody gets together and play dumb. He knows what he, out his own mouth, specified what foundational Black American means. He knows it's for us. But they really don't have an argument against it, so they have to play dumb. And look at these bleach blonde, dark roots, hard wig having Persian looking women. But hold on.
Here's some money.
There's the money for because
the
having
historical
slaves.
injustices.
I think that that's like saying, should white people today be punished for slavery in America?
That's why y'all do not let tethers represent us, ladies and gentlemen. Family, don't ever feel ashamed of delineating. The minute these tethers get in the room with the white tea people, they go on code against us. You understand? Don't let these people shame you for delineating. Man, I want to delineate harder. Keep delineating. This, ladies and gentlemen, is why. Okay? This is why right here. None of these people are even qualified for reparations, ladies and gentlemen. How are you going to sit your ass up here and try to speak for us? You're not qualified for it, and they know this. Now watch the play. Hold on.
That's like saying, should white people today be punished for slavery in America? You know, I think that's kind of very similar. You can't give someone reparations for something. But at the same time,
look at that hand. That hand and that face does not match. Man.
Society does the way that society is catered to people of privilege, which is not measured by race. I do think, however, it mostly contains non-white.
Do any of the white women here,
watch this,
should we do reparations? What do you think? No?
No, I agree with her. It's not our time. It's not our.
It's not.
Did you see what she said? No, I agree with her, the melanated woman. You see, I agree with her. So they use the melanated tethers as shields so that the white tea people can deny it and be against it, so they won't seem racist. You see that play?
No.
Yeah.
Ask that. Sorry, I was trying to get you guys some cash right now. Sometimes you're not black.
Yeah, I agree too.
You don't get reparations. I was going to see sometimes when we have some black women on the panel and we got some white liberal women who are for reparations, I got to help a sister out.
They're about to find shit.
I got to help. No, because it's like if you're a white woman and you believe in reparations, go get your wallet. Give them some money. Anyways, all right. I'll get canceled for that.
I wouldn't be mad if you guys give me some reparations.
She wants
give her some reparations. Woman, you're Ugandan.
Like just saying.
We got Shaggy.
Just saying.
200. We got.
Okay, that's enough of that. Family. Oh, family. Now you see why delineation is so very important. Nobody on this panel, number one, is qualified for reparations, and these people all come from relatively recent immigration. All of them white tea women look like they're mixed with Persian or some kind of Latin or something. You know what I'm saying? But family, listen, they love to get a melanin shield. See, the dominant society, they rely on a global monolithic definition of blackness so they can deliberately blur the lines of lineage. We saw it in real time. That man knows exactly what a foundational Black American is. They know, and they know how to get tethers to put a monkey wrench in the game, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? So they like to pretend that we all got the same history and the same standing in this country so they can swap out representatives of our lineage for non-immigrant representation whenever an issue about us comes up. You know what I'm saying? So they know if a white panel sits up here and says, oh, no reparations, it's going to look like blatant anti-Black racism. So they get a Somali and a Ugandan tether to sit up here and deny it and say white people shouldn't be punished. And then the dominant society can go hide behind them. They use that non-FBA melanated tether as a shield to validate their little white supremacist talking points without getting their own hands dirty. You see? Family, do y'all remember when they did that with Obama? Remember, Obama was against reparations. All right, for those who don't remember, Obama was against reparations, family. Do y'all remember that? Obama was against reparations. And years later, when one of these white tea politicians was asked about reparations, was it Mitt Romney? It was one of them. I can't think of who it was. But they asked him, hey, what do you think about reparations? He's like, oh, I take the same position as Obama. I'm not for it. So he used Obama as a shield. Yeah, Obama, the tether. You know what I'm saying? Obama has no foundational lineage here. He don't have no standing to absolve the debt that's owed to foundational Black Americans, but they elevated him so he can reject reparations on behalf of us. And then once he did, they're going to use him as their alibi. Well, we agree with the Black president. The Black president's not with it, so we're not with it. So we're not racist because your Black president is not with it. Man, we can't delineate hard enough, dude. We cannot delineate hard enough. This is why they don't like us delineating, because y'all can't undermine us when we delineate. You are not our representative. I do not want these people as our representatives. They are not our representatives, ladies and gentlemen. You see? And see, when the immigrants come to this country, they understand the culture of anti-Blackness with the dominant society. They think, okay, the easiest way to gain favor by the dominant society, who they worship, they want some funding or they want a pat on the head from the dominant society, just adopt some anti-FBA talking points. Look, those tethers knew what those white tea people wanted to hear. They know what they want to hear. You see, they do that all the time, by the way. They get around white people and throw us under the bus and start misrepresenting us. They speak out of turn on FBA business. A person from Somalia, Uganda, you ain't got no business talking about our historic, legal, and moral qualifications. You can't speak on the debt that's owed by the United States to the descendants of freedmen. Your ancestors did not clear the swamps, build the roads, lay the infrastructure of this country. You came here when the getting was good. Asking them about reparations, that's like asking a tourist to negotiate your damn family inheritance. That's why whenever they have a reparations task force, they put a bunch of tethers on it. Y'all notice that? We were fighting that for the last couple of years. We've been fighting that for the last couple of years. They start these reparations task force agencies, and it's loaded with tethers, and we got to go back and forth with them. See, there's an illusion of shared trauma without the shared claim. See, the dominant society, they allow these non-FBA groups to benefit from the civil rights infrastructure that FBAs built, and then they try to claim systemic racism when it benefits them. But the moment the conversation starts shifting to tangible compensation for that history, they come in and try to shut it on down. Well, white people, we shouldn't make them accountable. We just need to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. We need to stop begging. Where they got over here by begging. They got all types of tax dollars from us in their homelands. And over here too when they get here. You see? So they know how to platform these non-FBAs who they know is going to side with them. You understand? They gatekeep the reparations conversation by putting these tethers on here, knowing what they're going to say, especially these tethered women. Now, they could have easily had some FBA women up there asking them that, but they know FBA women would have shut that bullshit down. And first of all, FBA women wouldn't be up there with them old phony bimbo-ass white women like that. They would clear that out. They know FBA women would have clocked everybody in that bitch. They know that. They know who to get. They know exactly who to get to spew their jive little talking points. Yeah? So then, listen, if we don't delineate, man, specific political demands for us, it's going to get watered down into vague diversity and inclusion initiatives. And that benefited everybody except the people who built the country. And the dominant society, they like to use these non-FBA proxies to shift the conversation away from targeted reparations into like these meaningless global uplift programs. So there's an absolute necessity of delineation. You understand? Their whole con game falls apart when we delineate. When we draw a hard line and say, hey, we're a specific lineage with a specific claim based on our ancestors, engineering and building this nation, the dominant society, they can't use these tethers as proxies. So delineation strips away their melanin shield and it forces them to negotiate directly with the people they owe. See, y'all fail in doing this, white supremacists, trying to get your tethers. This is a fail attempt right here because people are calling it out. See, they don't have no real play. See, we're calling this thing out in real time. That's a fail right there. That ain't gonna work. And let me say this to the dominant society, getting some damn melanated tethers to do your dirty work for them, that's not going to work. They don't represent us, ma'am and sir. That's just not going to work. That's not gonna work at all. It's still up and we still on reparations business. And we don't want nobody trying to represent our culture. That's why so many tethers are mad at delineation. I saw a clip. I should see the whole thing. Did y'all see this? Some podcast with Emmanuel Ocho. Have y'all seen this? It's some kind of podcast he was doing, what looked like with some other tethers. And they were claiming to be from Texas and all this stuff, but they were tethers. And they were Acho and those guys were trying to speak about Texas culture. And they don't know what the hell they're talking about. What's the guy? No. Ocho Cinco is cool. No, Emmanuel Acho, the Nigerian former football player, Emmanuel Acho. So they were on some shit, and they were talking about the culture of Texas. Like, yeah, we're from Texas and all that shit. And they kept trying to talk about Texas, and they were talking about how the people are country this and the food ain't good. I'm like, what? Okay. And they were trying to talk about the Texas culture. I don't know. It was like a podcast or something. Yeah, it was like some kind of podcast. It was him and some other dudes, and they kept talking about Texas, how they're from. It might be Speakeasy. I don't know the name of it. But they were trying to speak on like Houston culture, Dallas culture. And you can tell, like, this is why when people say who are foreigners, oh, I'm from Houston. Oh, I'm from Dallas. No, you live there, but you're from somewhere else. They start talking about the car culture down there, and they were like, yeah, the people, out here in Houston, they be riding on 44-inch rims. They got songs about tipping on 4.4s. That's 44-inch rims and all that. I'm like, oh my God. Oh goodness. No. 4.4s don't mean 44-inch rims. That's not what 4.4s mean. It must be the Speakeasy part. Okay, that's what it is. Yes, and the real Texans don't claim them. Yeah, it's not 44-inch rims, fool. This is how people don't be knowing shit. No, 40. Okay. When they say tipping on 4.4s, that means 484s. Okay. Okay. Oh, let me break that down real quick. Okay, no. Okay, let me, because I'm not from Texas, but I know a little bit. Where are my Texas people? Can I explain a little bit? Don't tell them. Okay, okay. All right. Okay. From what I understand, you're riding on 484 rims, and the 84 is for the year that those rims came out, those 84 Cadillac rims with the elbows on them. They put the swangers on them. So 84s is for the year. So they just call them 4s for short, from what I understand, right? They call them 4s for short. Don't tell them, okay. But don't tell. Oh God, man. That's from what I understand. It's those wheels come from the 84 Cadillacs. All right. Man, good Lord. But yeah, these people start talking about culture that they really don't know about. Oh, they're gonna record it now. Oh, I shouldn't have told her.
I need some more work, baby, tonight. Ooh, I need some more work on me tonight. Some good work, baby, tonight. I need some good work on me tonight. Yeah. I need some good work on me tonight. I need some good work, baby, tonight. Some good work on me tonight. Yeah. I need some good work.
Be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
White. So I'll get white privilege.
If you had white privilege for a day, what would you do?
Oh, that's a hard question, actually.
What would I do? Honestly, just live. You can't really pinpoint whatever it is unless you contrast it. Like if everyone's white, you can't really see it, but if you contrast it to other races, that's when you actually see it. The struggles that others face, most of white people don't face, that's when the privilege comes in.
If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
I feel this is a trick question. Honestly, white, because white privilege.
What is your current race?
Asian, like ethnicity Vietnamese.
Vietnamese?
Yeah.
What's one thing you take pride in about being Vietnamese?
Our family values, my culture. We're very proud of being Viet, but also, after COVID, it was a little bit scary.
If you could experience white privilege for a day, what's the first thing you would do?
Honestly, just walk around. Even as a white, ideally as a white male, just walk around and be able to be safe in my own skin.
If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
I think we both would agree on the answer. I would say white in today's world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm very starstruck right now. You're very handsome.
Thank you.
Yeah. But this is I would say any race. I'm Indian, so I would say white probably in this country, so I could get to where I really want to get to because of glass ceilings.
And then if you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
I wouldn't be any other race. I like my race.
If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
Black. No, I'm just gonna say I don't think I would be anything else.
If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to be any other race. Being black is fun.
If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
None. I love my race.
What's your race?
I'm mixed.
Mixed with what?
I'm Brazilian on my mom's side and Afro-German on my dad's side.
If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
I wouldn't want to be any other race. I want to be black, so I'm good on that.
If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
I wouldn't be another race.
If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
I wouldn't want to be any race other than mine.
What's your current race?
I'm black.
If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
Ooh, I don't see myself as any other race.
What's your current race?
Black.
What's one thing? If you could be any race other than the one you are, which would it be?
White.
Why white?
The freedom and the end of.
So y'all just saw that right there. And I don't know exactly when this video was made, but it feels like this is something I've seen before, but maybe it was with a set of different people. So you had this black man going around, and this is basically a social experiment of sorts. And he's going around and he went to this college campus, which looks like it could be a PWI. And he asked a bunch of people. Notice he didn't ask any white people because that was the whole point of the experiment, because I think he probably knew what people was going to say, but he just wanted to test the waters. And he went around and asked one question to a host of different people. If you could be any other race for a day, what would it be? And if you noticed, all the non-black people, that was a combination of Asians or people who would be seen as Hispanic, all said white. All of them. None of them said they would rather stay in the skin that they're in. None of them said that they would be, none of them even said that they would want to be black. They said they all wanted to be, be white. And when asked why, all of them basically came to the same conclusion: white privilege. Now, what makes this very interesting is the fact that when you have PC individuals, they love to get on here and say that white privilege isn't a thing or they don't have it. But the thing about it is, those individuals out there who said they would want to be white instead of being who they are, they literally know that white privilege is a thing because they literally said that's what they would want. And then, say that I can freely move. There's no glass ceilings. I can do whatever I want, with no consequences and this, that, and the third. And PC knows this. They know they have a privilege. They'll sit up there and say, oh, the only way to have white privilege is if you are rich or wealthy. No, it has nothing to do with your money. Like, you can have the privilege just based off your whiteness alone. But they all said they would rather be white just because of the privilege that comes along with it. Now, when I was looking through the comments of the particular video where I found this at, there was one comment that really stuck out to me where this young lady had said, it's interesting that they said that they would want to be white for one day to experience white privilege, but notice none of them said I would rather be white for one day to end systemic oppression. And I said, ooh, that's a very good point. So basically what they're saying is they don't want to insist anything systemically going on. They're fine with it, but they would rather be white just to have the privilege. Like, they would not end anything that's going on or anything that's, let's just put like saying anything, ending anything that's affecting black people, because we already know that where that leads to. Look at the group of people that said that they wanted to be white. For them to walk around and act like there's nothing going on in their community that's being affected by the system that's in place right now would be ridiculous. So you wouldn't want to be white for a day to even end the oppression that's going on in your community that's at the hands of the people that you want to be. That is diabolical work. So again, they just want to be white for the simple fact of privilege. That's what they all said. They all said the same thing. Now, and it's crazy because all of them probably don't even know each other. These are probably, again, these PWIs, these schools are so big, it's hard to know every last person unless you're in the same program as them. But they all pretty much said the same thing. Now, of course, on the flip side, the black man went and asked some black people the same exact question. When he asked the black people the same exact question, if you could be any other race for a day, which would it be? All the black people he asked, they said, I would not be anything else but myself. I love being black. Like, black is being cool. Black is being awesome. Even when he asked the mixed race, one who said that she was half German or half Afro something, who wasn't someone who was phenotypically black, she said that she wouldn't want to be anything else than what she is, the biracial one, the one that was power walking. That's saying something. The biracial one even doesn't have self-hate, but all the other ones did. But black people know, and this also goes back to this narrative that a lot of people love to think that black people have this intense amount of self-hatred to ourselves that we would try to be anything else but what we actually are, just because of something we might put on our head, or how we may talk, or what school we go to, or if we have good grades or live in a particular area like a suburb, that somehow we are not completely connected to our blackness or love ourselves. Meanwhile, you have these other groups right here who staunchly do not love themselves. They don't. They really don't. They said they'd rather be white just for the privilege alone. So again, it exposes two things. One, white privilege is indeed a thing. I don't care what PC has to say about it. And two, they don't want to end anything. They just want to have freedom for a day, which means they know the oppression or the systemic issues that are in place, but they don't want to end it. They want to revel in it and benefit from it. Meanwhile, black people are comfortable, at least the ones in this video, are comfortable in their skin. They are very comfortable with how they're living. So that should say something. Now that I think about it, now I think I know why I remember seeing this video. I think KG might have sent this to me. I'm not sure, but I didn't get around to doing the video. I said, because this video really sounds familiar, but I don't think I got around to making it. But here we are now. So yeah, this just shows you that there are other groups out there who are not black, who have self-hate to themselves, that they would want to be something else. And the reason behind it is crazy. They know the privilege is there, but that's what they want. They don't want to end anything else. This is almost like if you had all 7 Dragon Balls. Dragon Ball reference, for those who don't know, when you get all 7 Dragon Balls, you get to make one wish. I already told people if I had all 7 Dragon Balls, I know what my wish would be, but I feel like I wouldn't say it on here because who knows, I could actually acquire them. But I already know what my wish, you know what, I'll say it because I'll put it like this. If acquiring all 7 Dragon Balls, as if this was Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z, my one wish would be for FBA, Foundation of Black Americans, anywhere in the world, no matter where they are, this is part of, as long as they're part of the lineage, get all of the reparations that we deserve, all of it, down to the dust. That would be my one wish. See? But them, on the other hand, they already told you what they want to be. They want to be white for a day. Wow. Imagine if you had a wish and you wasted your one wish on wanting to be another group for one day just to experience privilege. Like, do you see how obtuse and lopsided that is? Shout out to the black man in the video that actually conducted this survey, this social experience survey, and shout out to the black people that was on code, because I was kind of worried that some of them was going to say, I'd rather be white. And I also found it very interesting that the Indian guy who spoke to the black guy, if y'all caught it, he said something along the lines of, well, what I would want to be, and I'm sure you would too. First off, how are you going to assume what this black guy wants? So you assume because, he's black or something like that, he would want to be white like you are? Like, when he said that, I was like, oh, he must be able to read minds. And if he is, he's reading, it's very blurred of how he perceives what he thinks this black man would want to be. No, it sounds to me like he loves being black, like the caption suggests.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now the Friday Crime Report. Sumter County, Florida, Friday, April 24th, 2026, 11:30 a.m. Dr. Otis C. Lane knows where he comes from.
I was born in the South under Jim Crow laws, and I've had to deal with racism all my life. I didn't get to be Dr. Otis C. Lane by accident. It was through sweat and tears, and in some cases, I was made to feel degraded as a second-class citizen. And I reached this level in my life. The last thing I would think would be a young white man that would come into my development and target me and assault me.
The last thing I would think would be a young white man that would come into my development and target and assault me. Respectfully, of course, one has to wonder if Dr. Otis Lane knows that the Jim Crow laws were taken off the books, but the mentality was never taken out of his neighbors. Dr. Otis Lane is also a veteran, by the way, but white supremacists have no regard for the uniform unless a non-black person is wearing it. Around noon on April 24th, a white man came and knocked on the door of Dr. Otis Lane's home in the Villages. This incident was captured on a doorbell camera. Dr. Lane said he believed that the white man was a maintenance worker, and so he went outside. The white man at the door then made a derogatory remark before approaching him.
He said, "We don't want people your kind living here."
According to the affidavit, the white man then punched Dr. Lane in the face. "He stepped in front of me. He hit me so quickly, I didn't have an option to defend myself or to respond," Dr. Lane said. There are words that can't explain why a person would come to your house, target you, ring your doorbell, lure you outside, and attack you. Well, I can think of a couple of words that perfectly explain why somebody would come to your house, target you, ring your doorbell, and then attack you. It's called white supremacy. It would be days before the thugs in blue out there in Sumter finally got around to arresting the perpetrator. They knew who he was. Apparently, they were taking their sweet time to do something about it. He was identified as Kyle Parrish, who was taken to the Sumter County Jail and charged with battery on a person 65 or older. Astonishingly, according to white media reports, this Parrish character is being held with no bond. We'll see if that changes.
Turns out Otis says Parrish's father does maintenance on their home, and Parrish had been there before.
And of course, you won't be surprised to learn that this isn't this reprobate's first brush with the law. In 2010, Parrish was arrested by the Fruitland Park Police Department on a felony charge of domestic battery by strangulation. The charge was predictably dismissed after Parrish successfully completed a pretrial intervention program. In 2011, a woman sought an injunction for protection against domestic violence, including protection for minor children. In an effort to resolve the matter, Parrish agreed to enroll in parental counseling. He's had several traffic tickets, including for speeding, failure to pay a toll, and failure to wear a seatbelt. In 2024, he was issued a criminal citation for driving with a suspended license. And yet, with all of that, nobody thought to take this creep off the streets. Under white supremacy, the so-called law is just a game. And when you're part of the dominant society, when you've got that racial immunity from the law, you basically get to just mess up as much as you want. There are no penalties for it. This incident is yet another hate crime that came out of Ron DeSantis' Florida. This is what his constant stochastic terrorism against Black Floridians was meant to produce. It was deliberately meant to embolden and encourage precisely these kind of acts of anti-Black violence. It is completely predictable that this would happen. We've seen these white supremacists attacking school children, the elderly, and even wheelchair-bound amputees like Harold Powell, the 68-year-old Navy veteran who was shot by a white supremacist square in the chest, and only by a miracle did he survive it. Sounds exactly like what happened to Dr. Lane, doesn't it? And naturally, the prosecutor in this so-called bastion of liberalism where Mr. Powell was attacked only charge the assailant with assault, not murder, not even first-degree assault, but second-degree. So it doesn't matter if it's Ron DeSantis' Florida or a so-called liberal city. These white supremacists are the same. It doesn't matter what their so-called party affiliation or political ideology is. When it comes to Black people, no matter what party they claim to be part of, they all want to be the first to allow these animals to be on the streets to carry out precisely these racial ambushes with impunity. And this is the reason why we need an anti-Black hate crime law specifically for Black Americans. And we don't need to be bashful about that. We need to make it very clear. We understand that we are a group that is targeted, hence we are a group that requires legal protection because the government happens to allow these anti-Black racists to remain on the loose. It is not an accident that they get to be out here. While Democrats, especially those in Florida, made illegal aliens their priority, they were giving the green light to the enemy. And that being the political reality, as we saw with Chud the butthead, Black people are going to have to understand when these white supremacists call themselves knocking on your door, running up on you, that's not by accident. We are being targeted. The enemy will do anything to see Black people dead. And that being the case, we have to take personal protection dead seriously. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power Tools, because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. And while we're on the subject, isn't it interesting how whenever it's a person from the dominant society who carries out a shooting in some downtown area or in front of the courthouse like Chud the butthead did, nobody from the white media ever goes into hysterics about how terrible it is that you can't go downtown anymore. You know, the usual narrative that they drag out if you have a couple of Black teenagers having a fist fight. In the case of the attempted murder of Mr. Powell, there were store vendors who didn't return to that waterfront where the attempted murder took place, precisely because of that incident. So I'd like to know, where are the headlines from the white media saying that businesses were closing up shop and leaving Seattle's waterfront because of the out-of-control crime? You didn't see a headline like that, and you won't from the white media because their reporting is entirely based on race. The shootings at movie theaters, hospitals, grocery stores, churches, mosques, synagogues, the same perpetrators, but nobody drags out the racial pathology talking point for those. These incidents pile up constantly, but the white media reports on them very differently. Black kids get into a fist fight and it's a public safety menace. But in the meanwhile, let it be some white person who gets into a shootout in public at the courthouse or anywhere, and it's always going to be treated as a personal, isolated incident. Nothing to see here. The same way that the lethal racial attacks of Black service members is also a regular occurrence, but you never hear about those unless the Black media tells you about it. So it's a very good thing that Dr. Otis Lane happens to be all right, especially at his age. Some idiot coming up on you and punching you in the face, that could be lethal to a person of that age. But it says a lot, though. However, and I have to say this because it's simply a fact, I don't know what kind of a degree that Dr. Lane has, and I say this respectfully because that's why I keep using the name doctor whenever referring to him. But whatever his field of study was, I think he would have been better served had he gotten a PhD in history. To have a gentleman of his age, especially somebody from the silent generation, who's asking how could this have happened? Well, if you lived through Jim Crow, you should know exactly how it happened. Jim Crow never went away. But we also have to understand that those generations, like the silent generation and the boomers, when these guys were coming up, they basically made being integrated their North Star. That became the entire reason for their existence. They did not exist for any other reason other than racial integration. I think that those of us born in the generations after the boomers really do underestimate just how all-consuming and how all-important that is to those two generations, the boomers and before them, the silent generation. Because whenever some Black people are attacked by an anti-Black racist, who are the first ones who want to sit there and talk that religious talk or any of that forgive stuff? It's usually the oldest ones in the room. And we need for folks to understand that when you give these white supremacists a pass by saying that you forgive them, that's also how you plant the idea that clearly Black people don't think that these anti-Black attacks are that serious. If we did, then we certainly wouldn't be sitting here publicly saying we forgive. These are precisely the kind of mixed messages that the white media loves to glom onto and point to and say, see, we're going to make sure that we put this in the headline. They said that they forgive them, so see, they don't think that anything wrong happened. Now, of course, absolutely none of this means that Dr. Lane should have been attacked or that it's okay or that he had any fault in the matter. What I'm saying is, as Black people, we cannot afford to be going through life trying to look at rose fields through rose-colored glasses. We are targets. That doesn't mean that that's the only thing that we are, but that is a reality. So whenever you got one of these anti-Black racists who calls themselves running up in your face, you better recognize it for the threat that it is and be prepared to act accordingly. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Stephen 12, Melissa Holloway, Black Truth United, Otis Pimpleton, and Gregory Franklin. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Don't forget, this weekend, this Saturday, Memorial Day weekend, we got a great event happening at the Hidden History Museum. Get your tickets now at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. That is hiddenhistorymuseum.com, ladies and gentlemen. Come join me, Dwan B, Shang, and so many other great comics that's going to be there. What I got to talk about, first thing, have y'all heard about this, quote, reparations program that Trump is floating for the J6 insurrectionist? Have y'all heard about this? And I think we touched on it on one of the lives the other night. Let's get into that, because this is heavy. And it's very interesting that the Democrats are trying to use this to shame the FBA grassroots. They're trying to shame the grassroots like, yeah, Trump is about to give reparations to these white tea insurrectionists. How you feel about that? Okay, well, this is your fault, Democrats. If you want to get technical, Democrats, this is your fault. But let me explain to people what's happening here. Now, y'all know when Trump got in office, he gave blanket clemency to those J6ers, those insurrectionists, some of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, all these white supremacists. He wiped out their convictions, their sentences. He was calling them political prisoners, all this stuff. And then around March of 2025, he kind of floated the idea of financial compensation for those who were prosecuted, saying there was talk in the government about it because a lot of them, quote, lost their jobs or their income and all this stuff. So now, this month, the Trump Justice Department, they announced the creation of like a $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. And from what I understand, it stems from a settlement that Trump dropped a $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS over the leaking of his tax returns. And the money comes from taxpayers' funds via the settlement. And it's intended to compensate Trump allies and other people who feel like or claim they were politically targeted by the prior administration's Justice Department. All right. Also, some of that Trump-Russia investigation and a lot of these J6ers, they're tying all of that in. So Trump's officials, they're describing this as reimbursing people who are horribly treated or weaponized against. So they're working out the kinks right now. Some of the J6 defendants and their lawyers, they're signaled that they're going to apply en masse with claims for lost wages, legal fees, and all that stuff. So this is like a reparations fund for the white tea supremacists. And, you know, the Democrats, they're saying, oh, this is a slush fund, or this is taxpayer-funded reparations for insurrectionists, which it is unfortunately. these people committed an egregious crime and now they're talking about compensating them. Well, that's absolutely horrible. But it's the damn Democrats' fault. Y'all should have done the right thing. Y'all should not have run that crappy campaign. Y'all should have did the right thing. They trying to come to us now like, yeah, y'all FBA grassroots. Look at what y'all have done. The hell you mean? We didn't create the situation. We were the ones warning everybody that if the Democrats kept taking Black voters for granted, somebody else was going to weaponize that neglect. Now Trump and the Republicans are showing the world how fast government can move. You understand? When they wanted to move. You understand? Let's be very clear. Don't point your finger at us. You can't sit back and say, how come we did something or didn't do something? How come we didn't vote for Kamami, who told us what the hell she wasn't going to do? Y'all sat on Black reparations for decades while the Republicans produced a white grievance compensation fund literally overnight. And y'all been running around with this old funky ass HR 40 for damn 30 something years. The hell out of here. Y'all not about to spin this. This proves reparations was never, quote, too complicated. You just didn't want to do it. It ain't complicated at all. You can make this thing happen at the snap of a damn finger. It is not that complicated. The Republicans are proving it's not that complicated. Every time we, foundational Black Americans, said, hey, we're going to have to get those reparations because y'all breaking everybody else off something. Anytime y'all break everybody else off, it's very easy and smooth. When it comes to us, y'all start telling us we got to jump through a bunch of hurdles. Y'all send rolling Porky Pig stuttering ass out here to start telling us reparations. Well, first we're gonna have to get a study. We're gonna have to do some research. We're gonna have to form a committee. We're gonna have to do a legal review. We're gonna do an economic review. We're gonna have to have a conversation. We're gonna have to have a slush fund. We're gonna have to have a plebiscite. We're gonna have to talk to the Congressional Black Caucus. You're going to have to form a super PAC. It's always some weird ass hurdle that we got to go through. It's just hurdle after hurdle. Just like when we were dealing with the California reparations thing out here, we're going back and forth to meetings and hearings for like a year, just nonstop, all up and down the state for them to ultimately veto it anyway. They vetoed it. Gavin Newsom went and vetoed it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all just don't want to do it. By sitting up here lying to us about what's so hard and what's so damn difficult, it's not difficult whatsoever. It is. You use process as a weapon against us. You kept burying the reparations under studies, symbolic gestures, the task force here, listening sessions, commissions, equity language, all that stuff. And we had to make sure, because we were on everybody's bumper, we were making sure the language was going to be correct. See, they thought they were going to throw some trick words in there and jazz up the language and mess the language up, but we made sure every word was intact. We carefully watched every sentence, every line. We scrutinized every word to make sure you weren't going to trick bag nothing. So since they weren't able to slip little code words in none of these little reparations packages, they just went and vetoed it just for the hell of it. They just said, oh, no, we're just not going to have it. We got to do some more studying. Yeah, we made sure that it wasn't going to be race-based. We said, no. We don't want nothing race-based. It's going to be for the descendants of freedmen. Oh, no. We're going to be very lineage-specific. We're very lineage-specific with this thing. You see? And Gavin Newsom, he vetoed a couple of bills that would have provided us, descendants of freedmen, preferences and admissions, housing, business programs, a few things. So they threw all that under the bus, but all of these illegals, boy, they got a blank slate for them. So I don't want to hear about all this stuff, how they were trying. No. Trying is results. Everything else is theater. You weren't trying hard enough. Just like in the movie in the Michael movie, where Michael was like, I want my stuff on MTV. And they were like, well, Michael, we're trying. Michael was like, try harder. Try harder. Look at me. Try harder. Yeah, y'all ain't trying hard enough. Trying is lying. Listen, the Democrats, man, y'all have the black vote, but you still refuse to pay the black debt. See, black voters, we gave Democrat cities, states, Congress seats, presidential elections, cultural legitimacy. We gave you civil rights credibility. We gave you moral authority. We, foundational Black Americans, did that. What did the descendants of freedmen get in return? Speeches, transgender Juneteenth ice cream, kente cloth kneeling, DEI seminars. Nothing serious. We didn't get no serious reparations package. So when y'all try to say Trump is giving reparations to insurrectionists, Democrats, you had every opportunity in the world to give reparations to the descendants of the people who built this country, and y'all bullshitted. I love TikTok shop. The J6 is what I say. The J6 is insurrectionist. See, Democrats, and I know a lot of y'all listening because y'all, the DNC pays their operatives to ear hustle on every word I say. And then y'all make 30 spaces all day about me, trying to discredit me, which don't work. That don't work. You can't discredit a lineage. But understand, the Democrats created a political vacuum that Trump is exploiting. You understand? Trump didn't invent the YT grievance politics. He basically capitalized off of it. See, the Democrats created the opening by refusing to satisfy these Black justice claims while bending over to satisfy damn non-citizens. And y'all tell us to just wait, be patient, vote harder, organize harder, explain harder, build a coalition. You better learn how to get along with Latinos. Man, this is what the Democrats were telling us. And you wonder why you lost? We kick rocks. Yeah. Meanwhile, Trump tells his base, the people who support him, you were wrong. I'm going to make sure you get compensation, whether people agree with him or not. Because they always tell us we can't give Black people reparations. It's not popular. What Trump is doing ain't popular. He's still going to do it. That ain't popular either. He's still doing it. I don't want to hear all that stuff. Democrats, it's time to get up off that pot if you ain't going to crap or get off the pot. You cannot say anything about the foundational Black American grassroots and the delineation movement, because that's the thing that was making reparations serious in the first place. The reason why these Democrats cannot stand FBA delineation, because delineation removes all the wiggle room. It says reparations is not for every melanated person. It's not for immigrant groups. It's not for no vague diversity category. It is for the descendants of freedmen. And that's what the Democrat leadership kept dodging. See, they wanted the language of Black justice without the obligation to pay the specific Black people owed. Foundational Black Americans grassroots made the demand clear. That clarity made the Democrats uncomfortable. You understand? And understand, Wes Moore and Gavin Newsom, see, they were the ones vetoing it. Remember, Wes Moore, who's a melanated tether, who's Caribbean, he vetoed the one out there in Maryland. You dig? These are Democrats doing it. Gavin Newsom vetoed the one out here. Wes Moore vetoed the one in Maryland. And then you act like you're confused about why we don't want to vote for these people. While you're bending over backwards, giving all types of our tax dollars and resources to non-citizens who jump across the border. We're like, no, that's disrespectful. We're not playing that game. You understand? And the thing is, the Democrats are only outraged because Trump is basically copying their own selective benefit politics. See, the Democrats have no problem targeting benefits when they want to. They know how to create special programs and emergency funds and grants and refugee assistance, foreign aid, corporate bailouts, migrant services, industry-specific rescue packages. Yeah, the minute another group gets harmed, all of a sudden there's a whole bed of money for them. That whole Stop Asian Hate, a couple of Asian people got screamed on, and immediately a Stop Asian Hate crime bill, the whole shebang, money, resources, grants for Asian communities. Of course, they didn't do no damn study. They didn't have no HR 40 for that. They immediately pushed it through. And all we do is get excuses, and we're like, enough is enough. Damn that. Listen, the Democrats' argument trying to shame us because of what Trump is doing, that's really an admission of guilt. See, when the Democrats say, look, Trump is giving reparations to white tea insurrectionists, what they're admitting is that reparations are politically possible. They are admitting that the government can compensate a defined group for a claimed injury. They are admitting that the money can be found and the structure can be created and the legal machinery can be activated. You understand? And notice the white tea supremacists ain't complaining. All the people, the white tea supremacists always jumping in our spaces talking about reparations did, we're already in debt, did. We're in goddamn debt, Tariq. How are we going to get reparations, bro? There's already a damn deficit, did. We hear all these excuses about it'll bankrupt the country if y'all give us reparations. Where are these people now? Where they're talking about giving billions of dollars to some damn white tea supremacists. Where are all of these, the economy is going to collapse? Where y'all now? Where are all these people? Where are they at now? They ain't saying nothing now. Yeah, tethers say that too. Yeah, tethers always say that. Hey, nigga, where are you going to get reparations? The country is in debt, nigga. They don't have money for that, nigga. Where are the tethers now about where all this money ain't? You understand? They come to us with all these excuses. You know? See, the Democrats want to blame black people for Republican action. But the Democrats don't want no blame for Democrat inaction. See, they want to blame the FBA grassroots for Trump getting elected. They want to blame us for delineation and blame our delineation for the Republican policies. They want to blame black voters for refusing to be politically abused by them. But they don't want to blame themselves for failing to deliver after decades of loyalty. Democrats, it's your fault. Look in the mirror. Don't blame the black grassroots for demanding that a debt be paid. Blame the Democrats for refusing to pay when they had a chance. You would have been in office. You understand? Trump basically exposed Democrat fraud. Because if Republicans can fast track a compensation for damn J6 rioters, Democrats could have fast tracked reparations for us overnight if they wanted to, like they do for other groups. I don't want to hear no excuses. Democrats, y'all ran a crappy campaign. Instead of giving us our money, y'all treated us like plantation pickaninnies. All that twerking, bringing people out twerking and coochie popping and catfish nuggets like we're on a damn plantation. Stop it. Y'all have to look in the mirror. And yeah, y'all blaming me. That's another thing. The DNC has all of these operatives blaming me. If you listen to some of these spaces, all these anti-FBA spaces and all these spaces that are anti-me, that's a proxy. It's really anti-you. It's anti-Black community. They just kind of use me as a proxy because they don't really have a, what the hell can they say? They just make up a whole bunch of shit about me that ain't true. So it's a straw man. It's really a proxy to attack the Black community as a whole because they try to look at us as property and we're not acting as property no more. We're checking everybody and they don't like that. They think that we belong to them. And if we don't go along with what they say, we're unruly plantation bucks that needs to be smacked around and smacked into place. That's how they look at us. If we don't support all of their asinine policies and their horse crap and their abuse, because they want us to support abuse. Benign neglect is abuse. Sitting up here knowing that we need resources and not giving us the resources from our tax dollars when we've been your loyal base, and you give our tax dollars to all of these other marginalized groups from other places who are not really marginalized. That's disrespectful. They're not really marginalized. People coming over here, you're not marginalized. You don't have to bring your ass over here. Go and build your own homeland. They come over here and we're obligated to give them our tax dollars just because they jumped over a damn border. You see? And the people here who built the damn nation and then put these people in office, y'all disrespect us and tell us to kick rocks. And then you wonder why y'all losing, and y'all losing your jobs and positions and your seats right now because they done redistrict everything. That's your fault. And still, your reaction is to not get better and do the right thing. Your reaction is to get dark money from the DNC, and they get all of these operatives that are paid to get online and try to denigrate us even more. Y'all get a bunch of sassy DNC punks to get online, trolling, lying, and harassing us all damn day. That's your strategy, Democrats? We heard of Watergate, but we got Bussygate. We got Bussygate, a bunch of corrupt punks sent in by the DNC to sass us nonstop. That's a horrible tactic to use because it's not working. It's a very bad strategy, you idiots. I love TikTok shop. Well, y'all gonna learn. We're fine. And we're chilling. We're chilling. We're just watching y'all crash and burn. We are chilling and doing what we do. We're line dancing and chilling. Y'all not gonna scare us. Y'all not gonna do the whole, oh, the sky is falling. No, your jobs are falling. Your positions are falling. Do the right thing. Talk to us, Democrats. Let's talk about that money. Y'all gonna have to revamp your strategy, Democrats. Yeah? You're gonna have to revamp that strategy because you're not gonna win the way you're working right now. You're gonna keep losing. All right? Yeah, we got some Democrat stooges in the chat right now. How's all that trolling working? Because them jobs are drying up. Your positions. Oh, y'all gonna get unelected in some of these places now. And they keep trying to make it seem like a black thing. Oh, the black folks ain't gonna get representation. We ain't getting representation from you now. These Democrat districts that y'all whining about, y'all got black people so poor and down bad. So yeah, it's nothing from nothing means nothing. All right. Let me see what we got. All right, y'all raise your hands. Let me get folks up in here. Yeah, that whole goofball trolling y'all doing, how's that working? How's that working for you? Shit. Let me get the family in here. All right. Hop on in. Everybody hop on in, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this thing cracking. Raise your hand. Raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on here? All right, raise your hands. All right. Let's see who we got. Let's see who we got. All right. Let me see. Let me just look in the chat and see who we got in here. Start bringing folks up. Let's get. We got a lot of folks in here. Let's get. I'm gonna just start adding people because I don't see your hands up. And we're not gonna do this where I'm just telling people to put your hands up and y'all don't put them hands up. What's up, Royal?
Yeah, I'm with you. Right? How y'all living?
You all right over there, Royal?
Yeah, you can hear me?
I can hear you now. Here, there was some rubbing going together. All right, what is
Sorry
that?
about that. How y'all doing? What's happening with you? Hey, man, they crazy out here, man. It's sad, man. It's sad, man. That what they, man. I'm out here in Houston or whatnot, and just, man, I can't even explain it, man. It's just,
and I see you can because I have no idea what you're talking about. Thank you, sir. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. Yeah, we can't do that, brother. Just respect. I don't know what you're saying. It's taking you forever to explain what you're trying to say. I don't know what you're trying to say, sir. I don't know what you're trying to say. Man, it's crazy, man. It's all this shit going on out here. Man, I don't know what to do. Man, we're going to have to save my money to do something about this because it's crazy. They all, nigga, what's crazy? I don't know what you're talking about, brother. What is it? Zombies out there? What's happening out there? I don't know. You're not putting no context to nothing. All right? I don't know what you're talking about. Family, please, y'all do not smoke nothing before y'all call up. Because I know when you smoke, everything kind of goes in slow motion. So it kind of takes you a minute to rev up. No. Lay down. Just lay down and just listen. It's fine. It's fine. All right? Man, it's crazy, dude. That shit. It's crazier than last time. Last time was crazy. Right now, it's crazy, man. What they doing out here, man, they were doing the same shit 5 years ago. It's crazier now than it was 5 years ago in 2021, man. Shit, it's crazy. I can't even explain, dude. Shit, it's crazy. It's all out here. And that's what I'm trying to say, man. When you think about it, it ain't never been this crazy. You understand? It was crazy before, but it ain't been this crazy, man. I'm trying to understand how it got so crazy, though, man. You understand? It got just crazy, like overnight crazy. Because basically, what I'm trying to say, it's a clause. See, it's a clause. And see, when you look at a clause, blue is blue, red foot, blue foot, 2 foot, blue. Oh, God, what are y'all be talking about, man? Oh, goodness. Man. God, the clause guy. Did y'all hear the playback for the clause guy? That was funny. Oh, God, the clause dude. Damn, that is funny. A cake is a cake, okay? A pie is a pie, okay? A pie is not a cake unless it's a blue cake, and then that would make it a clause, okay? A blue cake is a clause. A red pie is a clause times 2 divided by 7. That's a double negative clause. I'm like, what? Man, the hell? Oh, hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. How are you, dear?
I'm okay. How about you?
I am good. You in Nigeria? There you go. I love your little makeup. Your makeup is very cute, young lady. Very, very cute makeup. What's your name, dear?
Halida.
Halida. Are you in Lagos?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, beloved. We'll try to do a battle a little bit later. We'll do a battle later, okay? Oh, she's sweet, but she's already just dry. I'm already getting bored. That dry shit, I'm not with it. She's a cute lady, though, but already dry. All right. Very, very dry. All right. All right. Say she don't look like that. Are you saying it's a filter? What are you trying to say? All right. Man. All right, family. Let's she's cute, just dry, just very dry. All right. Let's get the family in here. Y'all throw them hands up. Put them hands in the air. Wave them like you just don't care. California 415, you're doing a lot of trolling in the chat room, California. California, you want to get up? You got a troll account. California 415, you want to get up and say what's on your spirit? You don't need to do all that trolling in the chat room. Get up and say what's on your spirit. We stand on business in here. All right? Yeah, we stand on business. Yeah, or you get up or I'm going to just get you out of here. So you don't have an option. All right? You don't have an option. It is mandatory that you get on up here. Make a request to get on and say what you need to say, because you will not be in the comment section just typing shit. We don't do that. All right? And you got 30 seconds to make a request and get on up in here. All right. All right. So you got to get up out of here. All right. I'm gonna personally block you. There you go. You out. All right. You up out of here, homie. Boom. All right. You are done. All right. Now let me see. Let me get some family in here. Raise your hand. Yeah, raise your hand. Let me see. Let's get Scotty. Let's get Scotty Jenkins in the building. Scotty Jenkins, hop on in, sir. All right.
Yo, can
What's
you
up,
hear me?
Scotty? I can hear you, Scotty. What's up, brother?
How you doing, man? I'm all right driving these 18 wheels down to Columbus, Ohio.
No doubt.
Listening to you. Man, I noticed something that came across ESPN earlier today, that the NAACP are trying to get the college players to crash out on behalf of the Voters' Right Act. They don't want them to participate in basketball and football and other sports and give up their scholarships, give up their NIL money. So basically, like I started off by saying, crashing out. And yet the NAACP, and he did nothing for the Black American. So I'm looking at this article that it was posted on ESPN, and I seen it on X. And I'm like, yo, how y'all asking for something like this for these young folks to throw their lives away, and y'all ain't even putting y'all jobs on the line for us?
Right.
I just, for them to even do that was disgusting to me personally. I just wanted to put that out there to anybody in the family. If y'all came across it, read it. It's horrible. Outside of that, man, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you, brother. Somebody, who's this person with the Asian letters?
This is Zay, brother Tariq from from Twitter.
Zay?
Yeah.
What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm good. How are you, brother?
I'm good. What's on your mind, brother?
Well, I had 2 quick points. One point I wanted to make was that a lot of the tethers, they're making these fake FBA spaces on TikTok now.
Oh,
so I just wanted the family to be wary of that, because I got in one of those spaces and they're doing like bait tactics. Like it'll be like, "Are you FBA?" And then when you join, they get on your bumper. So I just wanted the family to be wary about that. And my second point, I'm blanking right now. It's all right. You could drop me because I can't even remember my second point. I was waiting so long to get up.
It's all right. Well, when you think about it, holler back up. Hop back up. Mr. Detroit, what's up, Detroit?
Well, Tariq, brother, it's a nice pleasure to talk to you.
Man, my pleasure, man. How are you, sir?
I'm good. I want to make a quick point, man. I wasn't always the person that I am now. Once upon a time ago, I was into some illegal things and I ended up doing some time in federal prison.
Yes.
But it just so happens that I end up catching a charge in Maine, which is the whitest state in the United States.
Hey.
And it was the same year that Obama was about to run for president. And behold, the NAACP came into the jail and asked me if I wanted to vote. So me thinking that because I was already a convicted felon, that I could not vote. And they told me that, no, you can vote in Maine and New Hampshire. So when I, did some further research on these people being able to vote in these states, like I said, Maine is the whitest state in the United States. And there they try to send everybody federal because in the state prison, they pay them minimum wage on their for working prison jobs. And the white boys, they basically sit in the prison cells and play Nintendo on their own personal TVs. And they don't want black people coming up there doing state time. So they send them all federal over something as small as 5 grams. Wow. So when I saw this about the NAACP, I just wonder how come they didn't push for prisoners to be able to vote in all the other states where they're predominantly black inmates. And I just felt like that was unfair. I also seen the same thing when it came down to the AIDS statistics and the HIV statistics. It's all rigged up. I was in there for almost 2 years fighting my charges. And I finally asked the people, man, how come they haven't made me take an AIDS or HIV test yet? And they said, oh, you got to ask for it. Well, everywhere else, within 2 weeks of being incarcerated in jail, you won't even make it to prison. You are forced to take an AIDS and HIV test. So it just let me see that we are the only ones that they are making take the test. That's why the statistics say that we make up most of the cases. And it showed me that even when you're incarcerated, if you're white in America, your voice still counts on who you want to be the president of your country and a governor of your state. So I'm not with the NAACP. Those people, none of them were Black Americans. They all look like they were from different countries, and it's a crooked system. So I didn't vote today because I feel like I'm ready for Black people to get so fed up that we just do whatever we got to do, because at this point, whichever way the wind blows is fine with me. I feel like we need to hit the reset button all the way.
Yes, sir, my man. My brother, thank you, Detroit. My brother's cooking right there. Yeah, the Democrats, man, are on the BS, dude. Y'all on the BS, Democrats. Y'all can't sit here. Y'all not gonna just sit up and try to troll us for spotting your BS. Y'all on the BS, man. Democrats, come on. Y'all are messing up. And we don't want to go along with it. That's the reality. The Democrats always bringing us fuckery. You understand? You're dismantling yourself. It's always something real weird and disrespectful when it comes to us, and the Democrats are leading the charge on it. And then you wonder why we don't want to support what you're doing.
We'll work for you. Nothing else will do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. Rule work for you. Nothing else will do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. I got that rule work for you. Nothing else will do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. Stepped out clean, I'm fresh out the door. Natural sin, but it's hitting like more. Confidence high, got me walking real slow. Every move got a vibe, let it flow. Cut your ass from across the room. You smile back, yeah, you felt it too. Ain't no pressure, just energy speaking. But you leaning in like you been seeking. I ain't gotta say much, you can feel that glow. It's deeper than the surface, it's something in my soul. From the roots to the skin, yeah, it's all aligned. Now you right here vibing in my time.